Hunting Hollywood. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 526 Golden Globe Awards. Simon stayed on the East Coast for a week, spent a weekend, and returned to San Francisco on the West Coast on January 25. After failing to reach a cooperation agreement with Microsoft on the pre-installation of IE browser, Ygritte has recently contacted PC manufacturers such as Apple, HP, and Compaq. Compared with the original installation of browser software by service providers for users, direct pre-installation on the operating system can greatly increase the revenue of IE browser software. Due to population restrictions, once the number of internet access users reaches a certain scale, it is impossible to continue to rise rapidly. As a consumable product, personal computers need to be continuously updated and replaced, and sales will continue to increase in the next decade. Moreover, the model of pre-installing software can also thoroughly consolidate the market position of IE browser software, which is actually a monopoly position, avoiding any opportunity for competitors. Microsoft once used this trick to defeat dozens of browser patent licensees including Netscape. Ygritte holds most of the core patents of World Wide Web technology, so it is reasonable not to worry about the monopoly position of IE browser. However, it has to take precautions before it happens. It is mainly in the anti-monopoly aspect. If the federal government conducts an antitrust investigation into IE browser, which was already mentioned last year, then Ygritte will most likely have to license this technology. By then, as long as the pre-installation mode of IE browser has become an established fact, even if a competitor emerges, the threat will not be too great. Therefore, Ygritte attaches great importance to this plan. Apple and IBM have both rejected our cooperation plan. Apple believes that doing so will increase the cost of purchasing the computer for users. IBM believes that since the software is to be pre-installed in the other party's machine, we should pay the other party's fee instead of charging them. Several other manufacturers, such as HP, Compaq and Dell, are still continuing negotiations. Basically, they can reach a cooperation agreement, but they have not yet reached an agreement on the pre-installation price. I think these manufacturers should have had private contacts and have reached an alliance of mutual advancement and retreat. In the meeting room, Jeff Bezos introduced a general progress of the pre-installation plan. In fact, Simon also values the market advantage that the pre-installation plan brings to IE browser software. It is most important to ensure that this operating software has an absolute position as an internet portal. As for the revenue from pre-installation of software, he originally planned to gradually promote the free IE browser, making this software a free service of Ygritte, so as to reduce the possibility of monopoly charges. Therefore, even if the price is lowered, it doesn't matter. Of course, it is unlikely to be free in the short term. Ygritte is still very dependent on IE browser, which easily earns hundreds of millions of dollars every year. Simon is actually very resistant to this dependence, but he has to admit that the revenue from IE browser can not only reduce Ygritte's large demand for funds, but also enhance Ygritte's and the entire new technology field's confidence in the development prospects of the internet industry. For emerging industries, only by obtaining actual benefits can more people be attracted to participate. Simon listened to Bezos' introduction while flipping through a more detailed document in his hand. After a moment, he looked up and asked, "Is there any possibility of continuing negotiations with Apple?" Jeff Bezos shook his head and said, "I have personally talked to John Sculley 3 times, and the other party refused. Apple's performance in recent years has been very good. Their operating system has not been widely licensed to the outside world. They are not worried about competitors, so they don't want to bear the additional cost of pre-installing software." After the Gulf War, the US stock market recovered and the PC market grew rapidly. Whether in terms of capital or actual performance, Apple has been quite prosperous in recent years. Not only has its market value been rising steadily, it still maintains a high level of more than $7 billion, and its market share has also stabilized at more than 20%. Moreover, unlike the Microsoft camp, Apple's Macintosh system is not licensed to the outside world, so there is no compatible machine competitor. John Scully probably thought that Ygritte would not give up the 20% PC market occupied by Apple, and did not want to bear the additional software procurement costs. Ygritte, however, would not give up the Apple computer market. Otherwise, Simon would not have specifically asked about the possibility of no negotiations. However, Apple CEO John Scully apparently forgot that although Ygritte could not give up the Apple computer market, it could slow down the development of the Macintosh version of IE browser. In the next few years, the internet will only become more and more important to PC users. If the web browser software of Apple's Macintosh operating system platform is always not as good as that of Microsoft's platform, the negative reputation accumulated over time will be enough to make Apple uncomfortable. What's more, there is a pre-installation plan. Unlike Apple's fearlessness and IBM's arrogance, the reason why HP, Compaq and other manufacturers are willing to cooperate is obviously that they see the promotion of this plan to themselves. When users access the World Wide Web, they can indeed get software installation from the service provider, but the fee is actually clearly marked. If there is a problem with the software later, or if the computer needs to be replaced, the IE browser must be reinstalled, which is definitely not suitable to continue to trouble the operator. As we all know, labor in the United States is very expensive. If you ask someone to come to your door to install the $10 IE browser software, the service fee may be more than this number. Of course, there is also a retail version of IE browser, including online software stores, but doing so will eventually bring various inconveniences. At this time, if a machine itself is pre-installed with IE browser, users will unconsciously show a tendency. The machine can be used directly after purchase. If there is a malfunction, perhaps it only needs to restore the factory system. This is obviously much more convenient than those computers without pre-installed browsers. Business competition is often a competition of details that accumulates bit by bit. If Apple is unwilling to cooperate, the only loss will be to the other party. Simon did not spend too much time thinking about tripping the other party. In a long-distance race, if a person stops and tries to trip up a competitor, the result will only slow down his own pace. As for the future, think about Apple's rapid decline after the release of Windows 95. If the other party wants to recover at that time, it will definitely not work without paying a price. After continuing to discuss the pre-installation plan, this topic ended, and Carol Bartz proposed another project about a brand new computer operating system, Linux. This is an open-source operating system kernel released by a Finnish programmer named Linus Torvalds last year. After being released on the World Wide Web platform, many programmers around the world are now voluntarily developing this system. We think this system is very suitable to replace the Unix system currently used in the company's data center, so we plan to set up a team to be responsible for this project. Carol Bartz only gave a general introduction. Simon had actually seen the detailed plan of this project in advance on the plane to San Francisco. Ygritte's data center is still using the Unix system. The licensing fee for the Unix system is very expensive, and the openness of this system is still not enough for the Ygritte technical team to make the lowest level modifications according to their own needs. Linux, which is completely open source and free, will undoubtedly solve this problem. As far as I can remember, because of its free and open source attributes, the market share of Linux systems in the later server market reached more than 90%. Of course, it is not an easy task to develop an operating system. Microsoft was founded in 1975, and it has been nearly 20 years now. The latest Windows 3.1 system still has various problems. Simon admired Carol Bartz and others for discovering the potential value of the Linux operating system shortly after the system was born, but if it is really put into development, it will be a long-term project. If you want to develop a new operating system, you can't do it without a technical team of 100 or 200 people, and they must be the top software engineers. At the same time, it is also unrealistic to expect an operating system to be completed in 1 or 2 years. Finally, when the project is completed, it is still not an easy task to replace the existing Unix system. Ygritte's cloud computing technology is currently developed based on the Unix system. However, no matter how many difficulties there are, Simon understands that the free and open source Linux system replaces the closed and paid Unix. This path is absolutely correct. Since it is determined to be on the right path, no matter how much investment is required in the process, it is worth it. Everyone discussed for more than half an hour. Although Jeff Bezos had some complaints about this plan that might occupy a lot of funds and resources of Ygritte, He did not object, so it was quickly finalized. Time unknowingly, it was noon. After lunch, everyone returned to the company and discussed with Steve Case, who was still in New York, some issues about the future cooperation between Ygritte and AOL through a conference call. AOL's headquarters was moved to San Francisco because the company's business scale on the East Coast would be much larger than that on the West Coast. Steve Case spent more time at the New York headquarters on the East Coast than on the West Coast. The operations team gradually shifted to the East, and the West Coast headquarters now focused more on technology research and development. ADSL technology was finalized and tested on the West Coast. After finishing his trip to Ygritte, Simon took time to visit Tinkover, a company founded by Seagirl Claire Gain. With the rise of the internet, the demand for ICOM digital cameras has been increasing. In 1992, ICOM's shipments had grown to about 50,000 units per month, with annual shipments reaching 610,000 units and sales of nearly $300 million. For a startup electronics company, this was already a pioneering effort when a large number of established and technologically strong manufacturers entered the market. Because of the rapid rise of the internet concept, Wall Street's recent valuation of ICOM has reached as high as $1 billion. After another round of financing, Westeros's shareholding in Tinkerbell has risen to 70%, and the two founders' shareholding has been reduced from 25% to 15%. However, according to the recent valuation of $1 billion, just this 15% of the shares is worth $150 million. Claire Jean has thus become another billionaire out of the Westeros system. Moreover, compared with the executives of the Westeros system, the identity of Lady C is more fascinating. Simon Westeros made. More and more people in the outside world know the information of the four girls ABCD around Simon Westeros, full of all kinds of ambiguous curiosity. The third-generation ICOM 30 will still be released on Easter. At the same time, Tinkerbell has quietly begun to develop a digital music player, and the trademark has long been registered, iPlayer. This player will be mainly based on the MP3 audio format and micro hard disk storage technology provided by Ygritte. This is also a product that appeared almost 10 years in advance. However, because the relevant technologies have been accumulated for many years, there are no major obstacles to product development. As long as the next USB is completed and promoted, and the ADSL network of America Online is laid, the digital music player can create a complete online music ecosystem. After a day's work, Simon stayed with a female assistant who came quietly in the mountain villa in Woodside for one night, and returned to Los Angeles the next day. This year's American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards will be held on Thursday, January 28. The venue is still the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills. Deaneries Entertainment has many projects nominated in film and television, and as usual, it is the hot spot tonight. The company also started preparing for the celebration party after the Golden Globe Awards ceremony a week in advance. Regardless of whether it can win the award, the cumulative number of more than 30 nominations in film and television is enough for Deaneries Entertainment to celebrate lively. Simon didn't want to sit in the banquet hall of the Hilton Hotel for a few hours. He still worked until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After returning to Cape Dumay Manor to have dinner with Janet, the two rushed to the activity center on the second floor of Deaneries Cinema in advance. The celebration party tonight is still being held here. Many company executives and some celebrities who did not participate in the award ceremony arrived early, and after the awards ceremony, it was even more lively here. The live broadcast of the Golden Globe Awards was broadcast on the projection screen in the lobby of the event center. Simon greeted Amy Pascal and others, and then discussed the plan of the Conjuring universe with Danny Morris. In 1980, the Warrens collaborated with the writer to publish a biography called The Demonologist's Warrens. At that time, they signed an exclusive licensing agreement with the other party, and the Warrens were not allowed to authorize the relevant experience to other people. This is the most troublesome point. We have contacted the writer, and the other party offered $5 million, which is simply a joke. However, the news has spread recently, and now several other Hollywood film companies have become interested in the adaptation rights of the book. Chapter 527 to $20 billion. Simon and Danny Morris discussed the copyright issues encountered by the Conjuring movie universe, but they had no intention of personally appearing. Appearing in person would only make things more stalemate. Moreover, in Hollywood today, Deaneries Entertainment wants to buy the copyright because the commercial performance of adapted movies is often very good and its competitive advantage far exceeds that of other studios. As long as the copyright holder is not too short-sighted, he can see the various benefits of cooperating with Deaneries Entertainment. Once the project is successful, the value of other works of the copyright holder will also rise. In addition, the most direct benefit is that the copyright holder can often get a share of the profits equivalent to Hollywood screenwriters. For a $200,000 script, if the movie is very popular, it is not impossible to get back $2 million through various benefits of the project in the future. If the project fails, even if the initial copyright price doubles several times, it will be impossible to get anything later. As they were chatting, a voice related to Deaneries Entertainment came from the projection screen in the hall again. Emma Thompson, the heroine of Howard's End, won the Best Actress award in a drama series at the 50th Golden Globe Awards. At this Golden Globe Awards, Deaneries Entertainment mainly featured two films, Scent of a Woman and The Crying Game. However, there were still many fragmentary nominations for films such as Scent of a Woman and Jurassic Park. Strictly speaking, there was no heroine in Scent of a Woman and The Crying Game, so this award fell to Emma Thompson, which was also her first Hollywood Heavyweight Acting Award. With the award of the Heavyweight Best Actress in a Drama, the Golden Globe Awards ceremony also entered its final stage. Simon could not help but shift more attention to the projection screen. Al Pacino won another Golden Globe Award for Best Actor in a Drama, winning the award with his wonderful performance in Scent of a Woman. This is also Al Pacino's second Golden Globe Award since 1973. For films such as The Godfather series and Scarface, Pacino has only been nominated. Then, skipping a few irrelevant awards, the more important Best Screenwriter winner, Bo Goodman, still won Scent of a Woman. Finally, the Best Film in the Drama category, Scent of a Woman successfully topped the list. When the award ceremony ended, the staff in the hall had already counted a more detailed result. Deaneries Entertainment relied on all 31 nominations at the 50th Golden Globe Awards for film and television, winning a total of 12 awards in various aspects of film and television, becoming the biggest winner of this year's Golden Globe Awards. In terms of film, Scent of a Woman performed the most eye-catching, winning the 4 core awards of Best Film, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Screenplay. Jay Davidson, who dressed as a woman in The Crying Game, also won the Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actor for his wonderful performance. In addition, there is Emma Thompson's Best Actress in a Drama. There are a total of 6 major awards in the film category. Deaneries Entertainment has taken the initiative to give up the related film awards in the musical comedy category this time. In terms of television, Deaneries Entertainment also won 6 awards. The awards were mainly focused on Deaneries Entertainment's 2 main TV series, Seinfeld and Desperate Housewives. Unlike the film category, the 2 main TV series are both musical comedies. Because of the excellent reputation and ratings of the 2 TV series, the Best Film, Best Actor and Best Actress in the musical comedy category were all included. In addition, other projects launched by the company in recent years have also received separate nominations and awards. Speaking of which, if the Golden Globe Awards follow the trend and set up reality show awards like the Emmy Awards, relying on the still strong series such as Survivor, Deaneries Entertainment will win more awards tonight. As the awards ceremony ended, more people began to gather at the Deaneries studios in Malibu. It was already late at night, but the studio became more and more lively. Congratulations, Ms. Ward, and you look so beautiful tonight. Oh, thank you, Simon. In the party hall, Simon patiently congratulated the winners tonight. Coming in front of Cella Ward, the actress who played Brie Van Deeken, the perfect housewife in Desperate Housewives, Simon noticed that there was a middle-aged man standing next to the woman, but he didn't see anything unusual, so he naturally reached out to shake hands with the other person. Cella Ward was holding the Golden Globe trophy in one hand, and shook hands with a young man in front of him. Facing the gentle smile in front of him, he felt a little guilty for some reason. However, he quickly forced himself to give up some thoughts. After all, the two of them were only 2 nights together. He never promised himself anything, nor did he ask her to promise anything. What's more, looking at Janet next to Simon, he also has a wife. After shaking hands with Janet with a little confusion, Sheila Ward paused, suddenly realized something, and hurriedly introduced, Simon, this is Howard. The middle-aged man next to the woman had been eager to try. Hearing his girlfriend's introduction, He took the initiative to extend his hand to Simon and said, "Hello, Mr. Westeros, I am Howard Sherman, a partner of KPCB." The middle-aged man said, and politely handed over a business card. KPCB is also one of the famous venture capital companies in Silicon Valley. It has participated in the investment of companies such as Sun and Silicon Graphics. To be able to become a partner of KPCB, Howard Sherman's ability must be very outstanding, and he should obviously have a good family background. Simon took the business card, but did not intend to exchange his own business card. He just smiled and chatted with the other party casually for a few words, and then took Janet away to entertain others. Howard Sherman had just taken the initiative to invite Simon to have dinner together when he was free, but was rejected. He was inevitably a little disappointed and secretly calculated the opportunities in the future. Although KPCB has a certain status in Silicon Valley, it is still far behind Sequoia Capital, the largest venture capital in Silicon Valley. If KPCB can reach cooperation with the Westeros system, it will definitely be reborn. On the other side of the party, after the two walked away, Janet took Simon's arm, but her smile was a little gloating. Simon greeted the Seinfeld crew again, and seeing that the woman's expression remained unchanged, he said helplessly, "What's wrong?" Janet pinched Simon's arm with her small hand, and said with a smile, "Are you going to feel disappointed that the woman you personally made famous ran away?" Simon shook his head, "No." Janet blinked her eyes, and suddenly nodded her head, "Yeah, you really won't." Then she leaned close to the man's ear and said, "You just like other people's wives." Simon tilted his head and pecked Janet on the lips, and smiled, "Speak softly, if others hear it, I might be beaten to death on the spot." No one else hit her, but Janet couldn't help pinching the man's arm again, this time using a little force. "Little bastard, you're too lazy to even make an excuse." Music happened to sound on one side of the hall, and Simon put his arm around Janet's waist soothingly, and said, "Let's go dancing. If you want to hear an excuse, we can talk it secretly on the dance floor." Janet rolled her eyes at the man and was obediently pulled into the dance floor. Soft music, dimmed lights, and men and women dancing slowly around. Janet leaned in the man's arms and danced to the rhythm for a few minutes. She inadvertently glimpsed the figure of the female assistant at the edge of the dance floor. She hugged Simon for a while, and then reluctantly pulled him away from the dance floor, reluctantly saying that a guy could be lent to the female assistant for a while. Janet spoke, and the other two did not do it too deliberately, and came to the dance floor together naturally. But in front of many people, the female assistant did not dare to stick to the man as intimately as Janet. When the music ended, Janet appeared again, pulling the female assistant to say that she wanted to rest for a while, leaving Simon alone in the crowd. The female assistant was pulled by Janet to a booth in the corner of the hall. The two sat down on the sofa, but Jennifer couldn't help looking at the guy. Janet took 2 glasses of champagne and handed one to the female assistant. Noticing her gaze, she smiled and said, "Why don't you go over and keep an eye on him?" Some of her little thoughts were discovered, and the female assistant was embarrassed. Janet sat down next to the female assistant and reached out to gently pull one of her hands. The female assistant didn't understand and looked puzzled. Then, Janet suddenly tightened her grip. The female assistant subconsciously struggled, but didn't break free. She also subconsciously asked, "What are you doing?" Janet just smiled and let go of her, shrugging her shoulders. The female assistant didn't know a little secret on Janet's wrist. Seeing her let go of her, she recalled the details just now and immediately understood. Janet was telling her that the closer a man watches, the easier it is to want to break free. In fact, she agreed a little in her heart. But, after all, she still wanted to keep a close eye on him. So she couldn't help but glance over again. Noticing that he was chatting with Bruce Willis and Demi Moore, she retracted her gaze. Janet followed her gaze and whispered to the female assistant with a bit of mischief, "He slept with this one too." The female assistant was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked over again. Simon happened to look over and met his gaze. Like a mouse that was hit when stealing something, she quickly dodged. Janet leaned against her, her restless little paws still around her waist, and her tone was full of temptation. "He is just a little bastard. Are you disappointed? Leave him." The female assistant twisted her body and failed to break free, but she fought back unyieldingly. "Why don't you leave him?" Janet said pitifully, "I was cursed by him. I will die if I leave him. You know, the little bastard is a psychic." The female assistant rolled her eyes at him helplessly, and couldn't help but say, Can you stop calling him little bastard all the time? Janet immediately began to repeat in a hoarse voice, little bastard, little bastard, little bastard, haha, don't scratch me, little assistant, I will let my husband deduct your salary, if you scratch me again, I will fire you. There were hundreds of people gathered in the hall, which was very lively. The playfulness of the two women in the corner was not noticed by anyone. It was just that the dresses on their bodies were inevitably a little wrinkled. After complaining to each other for a few words, the two women simply left the party early. Simon heard a staff member come to tell him that the two Jennies left early, just nodded, and continued to talk to Demi Moore in front of him. Claire's identity is a female agent. I hope to get a strong and versatile character image, so, Demi, you will need to undergo a period of physical training next, at least 1 month, and the crew will try to arrange your role later. The two sides were talking about Mission Impossible. After several repeated considerations, coupled with Demi Moore's strong efforts, the heroine of the first Mission Impossible finally fell to her. After Ghost and A Few Good Men, the eager Demi Moore took on several bad movies in a row, and her current status is almost falling back to the second line. The plot of the new version of Mission Impossible is very different from the original first movie. The heroine Claire is Ethan Hunt's colleague. The two have a good impression of each other and experience hardships together. She is no longer the wife of John Voight played by Emmanuel Bert. In the final analysis, Tom Cruise's movies, because some fans will cover their ears and shout I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it, it is always difficult for the male and female protagonists to have sparks. Therefore, Cruise's character in the film is often set to be the type that is not pleasing to women, but of course there will be a reversal in the end. Under normal circumstances, after the reversal of ordinary movies, sparks are naturally not needed. Since the male protagonist has been replaced by Nicolas Cage this time, this kind of pleasing setting is naturally no longer needed. Unlike the later king of bad movies, Nicolas Cage now has a hairline that has not receded. He can be described as a walking hormone, a super handsome guy. It is said that during the filming of Moonlight, the heroine Cher was really seduced. For the heroine of Mission Impossible, Simon originally hoped to find a heroine who could perform a strong and dangerous feeling. However, it is not easy to find a female star of the femme fatale type. Linda Fiorentino, who starred in Basic Instinct at the time, was one of them. However, after this woman became famous with Basic Instinct, the difficult nature of her character was completely exposed. She would have conflicts with the main creators in almost every play. After the two parties fulfilled the original 2 contracts, they never cooperated again. Simon was reluctant to let Demi Moore star in the film. After personally watching Demi Moore's several live auditions and confirming that she had spent enough time on this role, he reluctantly agreed. Demi Moore in my memory has played Gibi, and played the female villain in Charlie's Angels too. This time, in order to protect her status, she also cherished this opportunity very much. In the final analysis, the mentality of the main creators of a film is crucial to the quality of a film. If the actors are purely for making money and don't spend too much time on a project, then there is almost no possibility of achieving a classic. Many directors' first few works are often very outstanding, but they become increasingly weak in the later stages. Many times, it is not because they have run out of ideas, but more because they have achieved success and fame, and of course they don't need to spend too much energy. In this regard, Demi Moore can be considered an actress who has always worked very hard. Chapter 528 to 20 billion, 2. Cape Dumay Manor. In the master bedroom of Shale Villa, Jennifer was the first to wake up. She felt a breath of the man beside her and instinctively leaned towards him. Then she realized something. She opened her eyes and saw Janet's beautiful face, who was sleeping soundly, on the other side of him. What happened last night came back to her mind. The two women left early, and the female assistant was dragged by Janet to Cape Dumay Manor. It was nothing, but after 11 o'clock, Simon hadn't come back yet, so Janet complained that a guy was probably fooling around again, and threatened that she would also fool around, so the female assistant was dragged into the master bedroom of the villa. Unexpectedly, the two took a shower together, did bedtime care together, went to bed together, and Simon came back before they fell asleep. I only remember a certain thought. Just treat it as a reward for him not going out to fool around. At this time, after waking up, I couldn't help feeling embarrassed and shy. Gently retracting the arms around the man's chest, he wanted to get up and sneak away. After a few moves, Janet on the other side hummed twice, rubbed her face against Simon's shoulder, and suddenly opened her eyes and looked directly at the female assistant opposite. After quietly observing the female assistant's expression as if she had been caught stealing a kitten for a while, Janet smiled mischievously and pushed the man hard. Simon woke up immediately. With a warmth in his arms, Simon naturally reached out to hug him and greeted, "Morning, babies." Confirmed. "They're all honey. But this babies sounds too weird. Bastard." The female assistant thought to herself, and simply closed her eyes again and pretended to be an ostrich, waiting for Janet to leave first. Too embarrassing. Janet was obviously not satisfied with a certain guy's babies. She opened her small white teeth and bit Simon's shoulder a few times, saying, "Asshole, get up quickly. You are responsible for breakfast today." After being pushed and bitten by Janet for a while, Simon had no choice but to get up first. After Simon left, the female assistant was helplessly caught by Janet and kissed and touched for a while, and finally escaped from the tiger's mouth. But she was embarrassed to go downstairs, so she hid in a bathroom. In order to delay time, she simply took a comfortable bath. At a certain moment, she remembered something. When they were making love last night, it seemed that no safety measures were used. He used to be very conscious. Moreover, it happened to be a dangerous period recently. Soaking in the bathtub, hesitating for a long time, and finally decided to let it go. After a long time of hesitation, he finally had to go downstairs. The huge shell villa seemed very quiet. Those beautiful maids were obviously sent away. Because Simon prepared breakfast himself, it seemed very simple. Men don't have much talent in cooking. I knew it before, and I even teased him that I finally found out that he was not omnipotent. He retorted that the food of you earthlings was too unskilled and too lazy to be attentive. The three of them ate breakfast together. Neither of them showed any abnormality, so she naturally adapted to it. She just looked at Janet sitting next to him, feeling a little envious, and complained that she was too shy. The other side of him was obviously empty, but she had to sit opposite. However, it felt good to be able to look him in the eye. The breakfast topic could not avoid last night's Golden Globe Awards 31 nominations, 12 major awards. It was really too eye-catching. Or in other words, the entire Deanery's entertainment has been very sharp in the past 2 years. This is obviously not in line with his style of actively restraining in the past few years. Although, some kind of restraint seems to have not had much effect. Simon is certainly not confused by the authorities. In the past few years, Deanery's entertainment has not yet established a firm foothold in Hollywood, so it must actively restrain and actively cooperate with other Hollywood studios to avoid being targeted. Since the successful merger with MCA, many things have changed. Before the merger with MCA, Deanery's entertainment strength grew rapidly, but it was never considered one of the big players in Hollywood. The traditional Big Seven were. After the merger, Deanery's entertainment completely completed a transformation from the inside out and officially became a player in Hollywood. This is one of the reasons. In addition, the strength of the entire Westeros system has increased rapidly. Economically, Simon's net worth of $65 billion last year already represents that the Westeros system has become a powerful capital empire. Politically, not to mention the investment layout that has lasted for several years in private, just the successful completion of a bet on Clinton is enough to ensure that the Westeros system will not be too strongly targeted in the next 4 years. Not only that, relying on the newly rising Ygritte portal, Westeros also has a strong voice and media opinion, and will no longer appear so passive when faced with targeting. With these confidences, Deanery's entertainment and even the entire Westeros system will continue to maintain a strong expansion momentum. Many old super-rich families, starting from Rockefeller and Morgan, have never had a smooth process of accumulating wealth, which was full of open and secret attacks and intrigues. The reason why Simon was able to quickly reach the top in just 6 or 7 years was that the key was the word fast. The rise of the Westeros system was too fast. It was so fast that competitors had no time to react, and a powerful new capital upstart had already formed. Not only that, for many old super-rich people, the process of rising wealth often meant plundering others, reshuffling, and manipulating the redistribution of wealth. The Westeros system is different. Simon's original accumulation in the capital market in the early stage can be said to be a sword-like approach. Although too many people lost their fortunes in financial disasters such as the 1987 stock market crash, Simon's operation in the stock index futures market at that time did not have a direct causal relationship with the failure of those losers. Instead, he became a legend in the financial market. Later, Simon has maintained a win-win situation in his accumulation in Hollywood. The most important new technology field also does not involve the secondary distribution of wealth, because this is a brand new industry that is in a state of rapid growth, especially the participation of the internet. Relying on investments in Cisco, AOL, Igrid and other companies, the Westeros system has opened the door to the internet industry. Perhaps in the future, more and more people will discover how huge the benefits of the industry developed by the Westeros system will be, but at this time in the early stage of the development of the internet, as a pioneer of a new copy, the Westeros system does not have competitors with too strong conflicts of interest. The rise is too fast, and there is no fierce redistribution of wealth. This is also the reason why the Westeros system can quickly expand to its current scale. As for the future, Simon can fully imagine that restricting the expansion of the Westeros system and avoiding the emergence of a powerful capital oligarchy is likely to become a political correctness for the entire United States, and there will inevitably be many people who jump out to demand restrictions on the development of the Westeros system. After all, the current Westeros system is really too conspicuous. Since it can be foreseen that this is a necessity, there is no need to hide one's strength. While the resistance from the outside world is not too great, Simon hopes that the Westeros system can expand as quickly as possible. After the Golden Globe Awards, the media was as usual discussing the results of the awards. The media did not have much objection to Scent of a Woman becoming the hottest film of this awards season. The competition strength of other films in the same period was not strong. In fact, the media even said that Deanery's Entertainment had to actively suppress several other outstanding films under its umbrella in order to avoid being too prominent. This is actually true. For the 1993 awards season, this seems to be a small year. However, for Deanery's Entertainment, Scent of a Woman, The Crying Game, Howard's End, etc., and even mainstream films such as Wonder Woman, if they were separated in major Hollywood studios, it would be entirely possible to compete for awards. After the Golden Globe Awards, as usual, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences of the United States also announced the nomination list for the new Oscars. Deanery's Entertainment only occupies one seat in the 5 Best Picture nominations. Naturally, it is Scent of a Woman. However, cumulatively, Deanery's Entertainment still received as many as 23 nominations in all awards, ranking first among major Hollywood studios. Even though there are some sour comments in the media, the overall nominations are not controversial. Traditional Hollywood always shares the market with multiple companies. With the MGM and other rundown companies, it is often difficult for the other companies to distance themselves. However, unknowingly, Hollywood has gradually discovered that the traditional pattern is changing, from a group of companies to a monopoly. Many industries in the United States, such as telecommunications, oil, aviation, etc., have a monopoly, but this phenomenon has not happened in Hollywood. Even before the Paramount Act, when film companies directly controlled the film and television industry chain, Hollywood also had MGM, Warner, Paramount and other evenly matched competitors. This is mainly due to the specific industrial model of Hollywood movies. The film industry has a fixed schedule every year. During a specific schedule, many film companies operate too many projects at the same time, otherwise they will be distracted. At the same time, unlike other industries, the film industry has a strong gambling risk. It is difficult for any company to remain successful all the time. Everyone will have a failure, and this failure also avoids the formation of a monopoly in Hollywood. Deanery's Entertainment has changed this specific industry model to a great extent. First of all, because of the existence of Simon Westeros, a film genius, Deanery's Entertainment has produced too many classic films for several consecutive years, and the probability of failure is very low. Secondly, the rise of blockbuster movies, especially the establishment of the DC movie universe, has kept the success of Deanery's Entertainment sustainable. The consecutive hits of Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, The Flash and Wonder Woman have proved this. Thirdly, Deanery's Entertainment's 3 labels are operated in parallel, working hard in different fields, and maintaining a very good synergy mechanism internally, which is also a major reason for the strong rise of Deanery's Entertainment. Speaking of it, the operating model of Deanery's Entertainment can be understood by other studios after careful study, but it is extremely difficult to follow suit and copy this model. It's like Walmart in the retail industry. The threshold of supermarkets is much lower than that of the film industry, and Walmart's business strategy is not an absolute secret to the outside world, but there can only be one Walmart in this world after all. Just imitating Deanery's entertainment on the surface, such as creating an independent label focusing on art films, but failing to delve into all aspects of it, the result will only be a case of drawing a tiger but drawing a dog. After the Golden Globe Awards, time quickly entered February. America Online and Cisco, two companies in the Westeros system, released their fourth quarter and full-year financial reports for 1992 in the same week of February, only one day apart. As emerging technology companies, the financial years of both companies are calculated according to the normal natural year, that is, from January to December each year. In fact, before the release of the financial reports, the outside world had already had a rough statistics of the financial data of Cisco and America Online. Because of the rapid growth of the entire internet industry in the past year, the stock prices of the two companies have also been rising rapidly. With the official release of two financial reports with annual growth rates of more than 100%, the stock prices of the two companies also rose rapidly again. America Online's market value in the previous few weeks was close to $20 billion. With the release of the 1992 financial report, the market value of this new technology company easily exceeded the threshold of $20 billion. In the past IPO process, Cisco's valuation exceeded that of AOL, but this infrastructure company was not as easy to stand out as AOL. Its market value is suppressed by AOL for most of last year. However, with the release of the annual financial report, seeing the rapid growth of Cisco's global operating performance, the company's market value also quickly broke through the $20 billion threshold and surpassed AOL. The rise in the stock prices of the two companies even led to the entire Nasdaq technology sector. As of the close of February 5th, the first week of February, AOL's market value was finally fixed at $22.1 billion, and Cisco's market value was even more eye-catching, reaching $26.3 billion, a full $4 billion gap from AOL. Westeros shareholdings in AOL and Cisco were 66.1% and 53.6% respectively, which were significantly increased compared to the initial listing. Therefore, according to this shareholding ratio, AOL and Cisco alone brought Simon $14.6 billion and $14 billion in wealth respectively, and the two added up to $28.6 billion. $28.6 billion. Just this part of the assets has exceeded the personal wealth of all other super rich people in the world. However, this is only a part of Simon Westeros's many personal assets. Last year's $65 billion already made many media feel incredible. Now, facing the wealth of $28.6 billion in just two companies, many people have even developed a numb feeling, shocked to the point of numbness. Chapter 529 Fashion TV starts broadcasting. Fashion TV, a fashion TV station that Deanery's Entertainment has been preparing for a long time, will be launched on February 8th. When the media was in a turmoil because the market value of Cisco and AOL exceeded $20 billion at the same time, Simon rushed to New York on February 6 to personally participate in the final preparations before the launch of Fashion TV. The person in charge of Fashion TV is named Anna Coleman. This is a black-haired woman who looks about 35 years old. Yes, Coleman, still Jewish. Simon chose her, but not because of her ethnicity. Of course, Simon also knew that Anna Coleman's final success must have been driven by Jewish executives such as Amy Pascal and Robert Iger. Those who entered the final list of candidates are basically Jews. Simon has never been too sensitive to ethnic issues, nor does he have any aversion. All he needs is a qualified professional manager. Anna Coleman once held important positions in Condé Nast Group, which owns well-known fashion magazines such as Vogue, CQ and Vanity Fair, and MTV, a TV station under Viacom. During her tenure as vice president of program production at MTV, she launched a very successful House of Style program. In Simon's memory, House of Style still exists 20 years later. Moreover, the first host of the program from 1990 to 1992 happened to be Cindy Crawford, who resigned from the host position before the Victoria's Secret fashion show last year. Fashion TV is positioned as a dynamic fashion magazine on a television platform. Therefore, Anna Coleman's resume of working for Condé Nast Group and MTV TV station at the same time is perfect for this job. On the other hand, After a few months of operation, Fashion TV is expected to achieve an access scale of 23 million users and cover 60 million people through major North American operators such as Comcast and Warner Cable. At the same time, the revenue share between Deaneries Entertainment and the operators is set at 15 cents. That is to say, each operator will pay Deaneries Entertainment 15 cents per month for each access user to buy content. According to the scale of about 23 million access users, Fashion TV can ensure a basic income of $40 million per year by relying on the operator share. As a basic cable TV station, Fashion TV can also insert advertisements in the program. Usually, the advertising income of a basic cable TV station can be equal to the operator share income. Considering that Fashion TV has just started, Deaneries Entertainment is not in a hurry to put advertisements on the TV station. Therefore, it is expected that in the first 2 years of the launch, the advertising income can reach about 50% of the operator share, which is about $20 million. The guaranteed revenue of about $60 million for the whole year seems to be very generous, but compared with the operating costs of a national cable TV station, this money is still not worth mentioning. It is just that the North American operation team of the TV station, which has been prepared for about 200 people, is expected to spend no less than $30 million on basic salary, office space and other aspects every year. As a 24-hour fashion channel, even if the budget for Fashion TV programs is not too high, the cumulative cost of many projects, plus the necessary marketing and promotion costs of the TV station, is expected to be no less than $50 million. Therefore, Deaneries Entertainment has prepared for a loss of at least $20 million each year in the first 2 years of broadcasting. Moreover, this is only in North America. Simon's expectation for Fashion TV is a global Fashion TV network. In the original plan, Simon hoped that Fashion TV could be broadcast simultaneously in Europe and North America, but he still underestimated the instinctive protectionist resistance of European countries to the invasion of North American media companies. In fact, this is very normal. The United States also does not allow foreign companies or individuals to own American TV stations. This ban will probably be lifted in the next 1 or 2 years. Among European countries, the United Kingdom, which has the most open market, does not have a ban on overseas companies investing in TV stations. Therefore, Fashion TV's preparations in the UK are the smoothest, and it is expected to be launched in the UK in April through Sky Broadcasting, a subsidiary of News Corporation. Obviously, this has missed the 4 major fashion weeks this spring. Although Sky's television network covers most of Europe, the relevant TV stations still need to pass the review of the governments of various countries if they want to go online in various countries. From the current approval situation, France, where the fashion industry is the most developed, is the most difficult. Local fashion giants are quite resistant to Fashion TV. Companies such as LVMH are already preparing their own Fashion TV network. The review progress of other countries in Italy, Spain and Germany is also different. However, by the end of this year at the latest, Fashion TV will be able to log into most European countries. As for the reason, Simon remembered that in November 1993, the European Union will be officially established. At that time, the markets of several major countries on the European continent will be mutually open. Fashion TV will be launched in the UK and basically can be transmitted to the entire European Union. Since Fashion TV cannot be rolled out in Europe in the short term, Deaneries Entertainment's main focus is also on North America. In terms of content, Fashion TV has successfully obtained the show content broadcasting rights of major mainstream luxury brands in the world in the past 5 years. Even European luxury brands such as LVMH, which have many concerns about the relationship between Deaneries Entertainment and Melisandre Company, have not refused to provide content to Fashion TV. These companies obviously understand that giving up this important TV platform for expanding brand awareness will only allow other brands to gain more exposure. The result is predictable. Not only that, LVMH also became the first advertising client of Fashion TV, signing a 2-year advertising contract of $6 million with Fashion TV. Using the 2 identities of content provider and advertiser, LVMH Group successfully added clauses related to corporate reputation protection in a series of cooperation agreements with Fashion TV, clearly stating that Fashion TV shall not publish content that damages the reputation of LVMH Group's brands. When Simon learned about this, he had to admire the shrewdness and courage of Bernard Arnault, the head of LVMH Group. The total advertising revenue expected for fashion TV in North America in the next 2 years is only $40 million, but LVMH Group alone has invested $6 million in advertising. Next, after fashion TV is rolled out in Europe, the two sides will definitely launch similar cooperation. Most importantly, through the bundling of interests and contractual restrictions, Bernard Arnault also avoided Deaneries Entertainment's use of the fashion TV platform to discredit and suppress the LVMH Group in advance. Simon did not agree to let fashion TV become a subsidiary of Melisandre at the beginning. His intention was to build a global fashion TV network. If a media network wants to grow and develop, it is necessary to maintain its neutrality as much as possible. Therefore, Simon never thought of using fashion TV to discredit and suppress other luxury brands from the beginning, which would only lead to the self-destruction of the TV station. However, not suppressing other luxury brands does not mean that fashion TV cannot in turn strengthen the promotion of fashion brands in the Westeros system. In the 24-hour program time each year, if Melisandre's brands occupy 8 hours, and LVMH's brands only have 2 hours of exposure time, this will also be a very strong one-on-one increase and the other decrease. Of course, this is just an example. If fashion TV wants to develop and expand in the long term, it will have a lot of preference for Melisandre, but the preference cannot be too obvious. New York, Manhattan. Fashion TV in North America will be officially launched at 6 p.m. on February 8 on the East Coast. At 4 p.m., celebrities from all walks of life began to gather outside the Gramercy Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. The launch ceremony of fashion TV was being held here. After the ceremony, there was a celebration reception. At 5 p.m., the media and guests gathered in a conference room in the Gramercy Hotel, and the launch ceremony began. In order to promote this TV station as soon as possible, although it failed to get a time slot on several major public television networks, Deaneries Entertainment still contacted USA and other important local TV stations on some coasts to broadcast the 1-hour press conference live on TV. The Egret portal will also broadcast it in real time online. Simon, Amy Pascal, Robert Iger and other core executives of Deaneries Entertainment attended the launch ceremony. In addition, there were a large number of celebrity supermodels from the two major circles of entertainment and fashion. There were about 100 people sitting in the conference room, which looked star-studded. The small celebrities and models with a slightly lower status did not qualify to squeeze into this press conference. The ceremony was hosted by Anna Coleman, president of Fashion TV. In the first half hour, the female executive who had just joined Deaneries Entertainment Group clearly introduced the basic information of fashion TV, such as its operating philosophy, content setting, and development goals. From 5:30 to 5:50, she also accepted 20 minutes of live questions and answers from various media. Simon sat in the audience, watching the female executive on the stage giving 50 minutes of fluent explanations and questions and answers, and he became more and more satisfied. At 5:50, there were still 10 minutes before the TV station went online. Representatives of several major operators such as Comcast and Warner Cable, and supermodels such as Jerry Hall and Cindy Crawford, who will soon cooperate with Fashion TV, came on stage together. After the last party gave a speech, everyone began to count down and pressed a symbolic button on the stage together. Then, the picture of Fashion TV appeared on the projection screen in front of the conference hall. The first was a 2-hour special program hosted by Cindy Crawford herself, mainly to introduce the content and program settings of Fashion TV to the audience again in a more intuitive way. In order to make the show less boring, the 1-hour show was shot entirely on location, and even used some simple special effects. Cindy Crawford shuttled through different fashion studios, fashion shows, design studios and other iconic scenes in the fashion industry, and introduced Fashion TV's fashion people, top models, Showtime and other programs in a relaxed and humorous manner. During the promotion process, a large number of big names in the fashion industry also made guest appearances and expressed their blessings for the launch of Fashion TV. Fashion TV's television signals began to be transmitted to televisions in thousands of households in the United States, and the press conference at the Gramercy Hotel officially ended. The celebration cocktail party started at 7 o'clock, and many guests left temporarily. One side was resting, and the other side was changing clothes. Especially for the supermodels, the cocktail party and the press conference require two different sets of clothes. Simon also returned to the apartment on Fifth Avenue. After a short rest, it was close to 7 o'clock and he took Janet, who had also been busy all day at Cersei Capital, to the Gramercy Hotel again. The cocktail party was still for publicity. After arriving, Simon and his wife took some photos and walked into the reception hall together. After spending more than 10 minutes socializing with the guests tonight, Simon came to the small circle where several executives of Deanery's Entertainment gathered. Anna Coleman has obtained the preliminary launch data of Fashion TV. According to the East Coast audience sampling statistics, the Fashion TV introduction column hosted by Cindy Crawford is expected to have an audience of about 6.5 million, which is a very good start, exceeding 10% of the 60 million coverage of Fashion TV. As a professional and niche Fashion TV station, it is very difficult to attract 6.5 million viewers at the beginning of the broadcast. You know, compared with the operating model of traditional TV stations that need to rely on hot programs to gain attention, it is impossible for Fashion TV to become popular overnight. Like old-fashioned magazines such as Vogue and CQ, Fashion TV must rely on long-term and professional operations to establish its reputation and influence and achieve a stable audience base. Moreover, the 6.5 million viewers at the beginning are more symbolic. After the TV station is stable, it can be considered to have achieved the audience rating expectations if it can have 2 to 3 million viewers during prime time every day. Many years later, the basic cable TV stations in my memory often only had hundreds of thousands of viewers for primetime TV programs, but that was actually decades later. The internet and streaming media have already had a serious impact on traditional cable TV, and many people may not even watch TV once a week. Now, the internet has just emerged, and due to the current speed restrictions, it cannot threaten the cable TV industry for the time being. The key to Fashion TV's commercial success is to cultivate a group of core audiences and form economies of scale on a global scale. After all, many of Fashion TV's contents are universal around the world. Anyone who cares about fashion will be interested in Fashion TV's programs. Therefore, the wider the scope of Fashion TV's dissemination and the more well-known it is, the lower the average program production cost will be. This is the case with Fashion TV in my memory. As the world's largest Fashion TV station, Fashion TV's popularity is even no less than that of top cable stations such as CNN and ESPN. Even though it is far from comparable to CNN and other TV stations in terms of revenue and profit, Fashion TV has always been very comfortable relying on the global fashion media network. Simon is also aware that just because of the same name, the new Fashion TV may not grow as big as he remembers. Deanery's Entertainment is already a giant in the industry, and large companies are often not as active as small companies in exploring new areas. However, even in a less than satisfactory situation, as long as Fashion TV can achieve a balance between income and expenditure, it can continue to operate and provide a significant advertising and marketing channel for fashion brands in the Westeros system. Chapter 530 Berlin Film Festival. Speaking of which, I had this idea when I first participated in the Chanel Haute Couture show fitting. Many people always don't understand why a handmade custom dress is so expensive, nor do they know how many complicated processes are involved. It happened that I had this opportunity, so I came up with the idea of this program Fashion Workshop. So, your first program is going to start with Chanel. Yes, Carl is personally involved in the production process. This is a rare opportunity. Of course, Simon, if you insist on starting with Gucci, I can also adjust the program plan. Anyway, the first 3 episodes have been completed, and the second episode will be Gucci. From your tone, I seem to be a very stingy man. If you really think so, I wouldn't dare to choose Chanel from the beginning. You are quite good at talking. Tisk, your tone is really a bit old-fashioned. Jenny, do you think so too? Indeed, he sometimes acts like an old man. Haha. At the cocktail party, Simon and his wife are discussing a program planned and hosted by Jerry Hall with Jerry Hall. Fashion Workshop, as the name suggests, mainly takes the audience to visit and introduce the handmade workshops of major fashion brands. In the fashion industry, there are various workshops that produce everything from buttons and feathers to wedding dresses. Since they are handmade in small batches, the prices are naturally expensive, so most of them belong to the ranks of luxury goods. For example, a custom wedding dress may require a large number of senior technicians from different workshops to spend several months to complete it from the design to the completion of the wedding dress. Therefore, It is not exaggerated that a top-level wedding dress costs hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. In the past few years of Gucci's revival, Sophia has spent a large part of her energy on brand expansion by acquiring various old European handmade workshops to increase the brand's value. After the establishment of fashion TV, of course, a group of staff members could not sit in a conference room and create programs behind closed doors. Instead, they commissioned the TV fashion industry like fashion magazines and sought various program ideas. In this process, Jerry Hall provided a program plan for field visits to various handmade workshops. In the fashion industry, there are countless workshops under the major luxury brands, such as buttons, feathers, clothing, shoes, etc., which may have a history of hundreds of years. These workshops have a profound cultural heritage that is worth writing about. Therefore, Jerry Hall's idea was quickly accepted by the fashion TV program production team, and 13 episodes of the first season were scheduled. At the same time, Jerry Hall personally served as producer and host. In the original time and space, the public's impression of Jerry Hall was basically only two: the wife of Mick Jagger, the lead singer of the Rolling Stones, and later the wife of Rupert Murdoch, the chairman of News Corporation. Just these two items are enough for too many people to confirm that this is a very powerful woman. In fact, it is true. Being able to drag Mick Jagger, the playboy, into the grave of marriage, and finally having a twilight love with a media tycoon Rupert Murdoch, is something that ordinary women cannot do. A smart and powerful woman naturally cannot be a vase around a man. This former supermodel is 36 years old this year, and her catwalk career has basically come to an end. She was able to successfully transform behind the scenes by taking advantage of the opportunity of Deaneries Entertainment's establishment of fashion TV, which once again proved the strength of this woman. As for the program Fashion Workshop, both the fashion TV operation team and Simon himself are very optimistic about it. As long as the program effect is good enough, a series of documentaries about the handmade workshops in the fashion industry can completely become a signboard of fashion TV, and it is also a classic series that can be repeated for a long time. In the future, when fashion TV expands globally, this series will not be inappropriate to be broadcast on any regional network. At the same time, promoting the handmade workshops in the fashion industry can also allow the audience to have a deeper understanding of the value of major luxury brands, which is actually a kind of publicity. After everyone talked for a while, knowing that Simon had other people to socialize, Jerry Hall took the initiative to say goodbye and left. However, when leaving, this woman did not forget to find an opportunity to secretly throw an ambiguous look at Simon, as if she was calling me privately. Janet seemed to be completely unaware of this, and took Simon's arm and said, "She's really tall, taller than you." Wearing high heels, Jerry Hall's height can reach 1.9 meters, which does seem to be taller than Simon. Such a height is indeed enough to make most people of the same sex and opposite sex feel ashamed. However, because of her excellent figure, even at the age of 36, this woman still looks charming and can easily arouse men's desire to conquer her. The two continued to socialize for about half an hour. Noticing that Janet seemed a little tired, Simon took the woman away from the party early. Back at the apartment on Fifth Avenue, Janet leaned her head on Simon's shoulder and squinted her eyes in the elevator. Simon hugged the woman in front of him with concern, and put his forehead against hers. He didn't feel hot, so he asked, "Are you uncomfortable?" Janet stretched out her arms and wrapped them around the man's waist, and rubbed her face against Simon's chin, saying, "There's a lot going on recently. Not only Cersei Capital, Janet's current authority basically covers the entire Deaneries Entertainment. Especially at the beginning of the year, when all the companies in the Westeros system summarized their operating and financial information for the past year, the woman had to read several financial documents almost every day to ensure that there were no omissions. In addition, she had to take care of the private lives of both of them. She did seem very busy every day, which was completely inconsistent with her lazy personality." He lowered his head and pecked the woman on the lips. The elevator door opened and Simon simply picked up Janet and walked towards the apartment, saying, "If you don't want to do it, don't do it. You are better at arranging these things than me." Janet was held in Simon's arms like a princess. She simply kicked off her high heels, gently shook her white feet, and said, "No, maybe, I can't explain it clearly, I'm just a little tired lately." Girl Allison in the apartment opened the door. Simon entered the living room and wanted to put Janet on the sofa. The woman wrapped around his neck and refused to let go, So he simply sat down on the sofa, thought for a while and said, "Take some time to go to the hospital for a checkup." "I don't want to go to the hospital." "Then call us at home," Simon said, and simply looked up at girl B, who also came out and said, "B, arrange for the doctor to come and check Jenny tomorrow." "Well, forget it, I'd better go to the hospital." Well, back to Los Angeles, our own hospital. Compared to going to the hospital, Janet didn't want the doctor to come home even more. Simon knew from a very early time that Janet had an instinctive resistance to doctors and hospitals. The Westeros family's private hospital had been prepared since Janet was pregnant with Melbourne. Now it is basically completed. There are about 20 top doctors of various types in the industry. On weekdays, it is only open to the senior management of the Westeros system. Simon carefully looked at Janet's rosy face because she had just drunk some wine. Seeing that the woman made a naughty face at her, he did not force it too much. When he saw Steve Ross's situation after he got cancer, Simon paid great attention to the health of himself and the people around him. The two of them would have a comprehensive physical examination every 6 months. The last physical examination was in early January. Janet's physical condition was very healthy. It was impossible for anything to happen in just 1 month. After completing the launch of Fashion TV on Monday, he stayed in New York for another day. On Wednesday, February 10th, Janet returned to Los Angeles, and Simon set off for Europe, planning to attend the opening ceremony of the Berlin Film Festival on February 11th. After the merger of East and West Germany, the international political situation changed, the Cold War was completely stopped, and Germany began to pay attention to its own cultural construction. In recent years, the Berlin Film Festival has become a cultural project that the German government has attached more and more importance to. Simon's attendance at the opening ceremony of the 43rd Berlin Film Festival this time was the result of strong invitations from all parties. Speaking of which, Simon has appeared more than once at the 3 major European film festivals, Cannes and Venice, but he has never attended Berlin before. Considering the recent necessary trip to Europe to deal with Westeros affairs in various European companies at the beginning of the new year, Simon accepted this invitation. Moreover, although the Berlin Film Festival has never been very interested in Hollywood movies in terms of awards, in fact, Hollywood movies are a very important category at the Berlin Film Festival every year. Take the past few years as an example. Well-known Hollywood films such as Dances with Wolves, Moonlight, Born on the 4th of July, Driving Miss Daisy and other outstanding films basically appear in the main competition unit of the Berlin Film Festival every year. In order to attract more content, the current Berlin Film Festival does not restrict the participation of already released films. The Hollywood Army in the main competition unit of the Berlin Film Festival this year is still strong. Among the 26 films in the main competition unit, there are 6 Hollywood films shortlisted, including The Wedding Banquet directed by Ang Lee, Love Field starring Michelle Pfeiffer, Toys released last year by Robin Williams, Malcolm X by Spike Lee, Huff released at the end of last year by Jack Nicholson, and Arizona Dream starring Johnny Depp, which exceeds 1/5 of the main competition unit. Among the 6 main competition unit films, The Wedding Banquet is produced by Guillaume Films. After Jack Cheng's Twin Dragons achieved good success, Deaneries Entertainment has been paying more attention to investing in discourse films in the past 2 years. The Wedding Banquet is a script that Kathryn Bigelow privately recommended to Simon. Because of her experience studying film at Columbia University, Kathryn has always been close to the New York film circle, and her relationship with Simon is almost well known. In addition, Deaneries Entertainment attaches great importance to independent art films, so there will always be some filmmakers who submit scripts to Simon through women's channels. Because Simon would agree to invest without hesitation every time, there were not many scripts that could really be handed over to Simon through Kathryn's hands. The Wedding Banquet was one of them. However, even after Kathryn's hands, the budget cost of The Wedding Banquet was not high, only $1 million. In addition, Guillaume Films also signed a long-term contract with Ang Lee for 3 films. This clause was personally instructed by Simon. Lee is one of the few Chinese directors who can break into Hollywood and succeed. Since Simon met him, he would certainly not let him go. Departing from New York in the afternoon of January 10th, after more than 7 hours of flight, he arrived in Berlin. It was already more than 7 o'clock in the morning of January 11th local time. The red carpet of the opening ceremony started at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Simon rushed to his residence in Berlin first. For many reasons, Berlin is not as conspicuous as London and Paris in the impression of many people. Even when arranging major European cities, Berlin is often ranked alongside other major cities, but it is often difficult to grab much presence. This phenomenon is the same as the whole of Germany. After World War II, even on the front line of the Cold War, Germany has always been very low-key on the international political stage. East and West Germany quietly depended on or were controlled by the two major forces of the East and the West. Unknowingly, it has developed into the third largest economy after the United States and Japan. When Simon first started to buy properties in Europe, East and West Germany had not yet merged, so he did not buy a property in Berlin. In recent years, Simon's personal wealth has grown rapidly, and he has the strength to support the idea of buying properties in major cities around the world. Berlin is naturally included. Compared with the manor in the suburbs of Paris, the Kensington Mansion in London, or the Mountain Villa in Cannes, Simon's residence in Berlin is much more ordinary. This is a 5-story pure white European-style apartment in the center of Berlin. The apartment is backed by the Spree River that runs through the city of Berlin. It is less than 2 kilometers away from Berlin's iconic attractions, such as the German Chancellery and the Brandenburg Gate. Not only that, this apartment is connected with several other similar-style buildings in parallel, forming a concave-shaped enclosed community with a wall on one side. Therefore, you can enjoy the scenery of Berlin city through the windows on the side close to the Spree River, and it is also enough to ensure the privacy of the apartment. It was for the latter reason that Simon bought a whole 5-story apartment. Just looking at the geographical location, the original price of the apartment was not too low. In order to buy the entire apartment, including the cost of renovating more than 60 rooms inside, the total investment reached $25 million, and the renovation took a whole year last year. Now in the early 1990s, a luxury house worth $25 million is basically the same as the later billion-dollar luxury houses. Except for Simon, there is probably no other rich man who'd invest $25 million just to own a property in a city, which he might not even live in once or twice a year. After all, for this property, Simon invested all real cash. It's just that $25 million in cash is not something that most of the top rich people with a net worth of only a few billion can easily come up with. Chapter 531 Invitation. In an apartment on the banks of the Spree River. The first and second floors of the 5-story apartment are the residences of the bodyguards and maids, and the third, fourth and fifth floors are the private spaces of the owner's family. The fourth and fifth floors have been transformed into a large duplex with more than 20 rooms. Girl Alison Norris arranged the entourage that followed Simon to Europe this time, and then knocked on the 4 restless girls in the European maid team before going upstairs. In her bedroom on the 3rd floor, she took off her black suit and changed into a light gray pullover and white trousers that looked a little homely but not casual. She simply touched up her makeup in front of the dressing mirror and came to the 5th floor with a folder. Simon was on the phone in a living room on the 5th floor overlooking the Spree River. Noticing this situation, Alison did not go over, but turned to the master bedroom of the apartment to help Girl B, who came with her this time, pack the male owner's luggage. Girl B Becky Hope had also changed into beige pullover and black slim trousers. The colors were different, but the styles were exactly the same. The male master likes a certain sense of neatness and order. I have been able to travel with Simon many times, but this time there is no woman around the male master, so I have a good chance. Of course, although they instinctively have certain ideas, after a few years, all the girls have discovered the fact that it is very unlikely to climb into the male master's bed. Unless they leave. Just like the housekeeper Alice Ferguson. Smart girls roughly understand why this is the case. When a maid climbs into the male master's bed, it is always inevitable to have some thoughts that should not be there, and it is difficult to stick to her duties. The first housekeeper Sophia Fessy became the head of Melissander Company, the second housekeeper Alice Ferguson became the head of Amazon Online Mall, and C-girl Claire Guy has her own company worth $1 billion. With such precedents, both girls know that as long as they do this job well and show enough ability, their future will not be too bad. However, such opportunities do not seem to be many. Therefore, avoiding other maids from attracting Simon's attention as much as possible has also become something they care about very much. Even the seemingly harmonious ABCD actually have competition. Of course, C doesn't need to compete with them now, but Zoe Parks and other girls who have risen in Alice's line are also eyeing them. After tidying up the bedroom, the two girls left the room. Simon had finished his phone call and was still leaning on the sofa by the window in the living room, flipping through a thick script in his hand. Allison came to Simon with the folder just now, glanced at the script, and only caught the name of True Romance. She quietly retracted her gaze and said, "Boss, we just received a few more invitations." Simon's eyes did not leave the script, but just hummed and motioned for Girl B to continue. Allison said, "One is from the BMW family, for a cocktail party at noon the day after tomorrow, and the other is from Bernard Eisinger, chairman of Constantine Film in Germany, for a party invitation the day after tomorrow evening." Before rushing to Europe, Simon's schedule had been determined. He planned to stay in Germany for 2 days, rush to Helsinki the day after tomorrow, stay for 1 day, spend the weekend in Florence, and return to North America next Monday. The 2 days in Germany, starting from noon today, have been fully arranged, including a series of dinners, meetings, cocktail parties and parties. At Simon's current position, many social events are inevitable. If you always avoid various social activities, the consequences will actually be very serious, just like Howard Hughes in the past, who was almost a puppet of a group of senior executives and assistants around him because of his obsessive-compulsive disorder and lack of contact with the outside world. Constantine Film is the most powerful film company in Germany in recent years, and as for the BMW family, it goes without saying. The other party has obviously inquired about his schedule, and he definitely has no time today and tomorrow, so they are all scheduled for the day after tomorrow. If Simon wants, he can postpone other schedules for 1 day. After thinking for a moment, Simon said, "Forget about Constantine's party. Contact Eisinger. If you are interested, we can have dinner together tomorrow morning." The original appointment was with Ella Deutschmann tomorrow morning. Girl A heard this and said, "Then, what about Mr. Deutschmann?" Simon said, "Together." Allison nodded and continued, BMW. Simon turned a page of the script in his hand and asked, "Whose name is the invitation sent in, Joanna Quant or her children?" Girl A paused, flipped through the folder in her hand, and said, "Joanna Quant." Simon said, "Then you arrange it. We will attend the cocktail party at noon the day after tomorrow and leave." Allison nodded in response, but there was some curiosity in her eyes. Simon noticed the look on Girl A's face, smiled and looked at Allison's slender and graceful figure wrapped in a close-fitting pullover and trousers, and said, "Do you know who Joanna Quant is?" Allison shook her head. Girl B, who had just served Simon coffee, raised her head but didn't say anything. Simon didn't keep the secret any longer and said, "Joanna Quant is also a legendary woman. Like you, she was originally a maid, and later served as the secretary of Herbert Quant, the second-generation heir of BMW. In the following years, she rose to power again and became Herbert Quant's third wife. In 1982, Herbert Quant suddenly passed away. Joanna Quant squeezed out Herbert Quant's other children and got most of the Quant family's property, including BMW shares, becoming the richest and most powerful widow in the German business world." Simon's narration was very plain, but even Girl B, who knew some anecdotes about the BMW family, couldn't help but feel a little yearning after listening to Joanna Quant's life. This is a truly powerful woman. Allison's eyes also flashed with some yearning, but she quickly suppressed this emotion and said, "Boss, there's still some time before noon. Do you want to take a break first?" It was morning in Europe, but late at night in North America. Simon took a sip of the coffee handed over by Girl B, put down the cup, and looked at his watch. It was not yet 9:30 in the morning in Berlin. At noon, there was a cocktail party hosted by Deaneries Entertainment to entertain filmmakers from all walks of life. It started at 12 o'clock and was hosted by Ella Deutschmann. It didn't matter if Simon went a little later or even didn't go. Of course, he didn't plan to be absent, but he also felt a little tired because of the long journey. So he stood up and said, "I'll take a break for 2 hours. Call me at 11:30. Allison agreed and raised her hand to make a guiding gesture. The apartment is very large, and it is not easy for Simon to find the master bedroom by himself. Arriving at the master bedroom that the two women had tidied not long ago, Allison pushed open the door, took Simon's coat, looked at the tall and straight figure of the male host, and remembered what Simon had just said, and subconsciously followed him in. After hanging her coat on the hanger, she turned around and found Simon sitting by the big bed, smiling at her. Allison looked over hesitantly and eagerly, but she didn't move without the man's order. Simon just looked at her for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, "Okay, get out." A sense of disappointment suddenly surged up. Knowing that it was useless to take the initiative, Allison had to leave the bedroom. Some fantasies that had just arisen in her heart were also shattered. Her boss couldn't be the second-generation heir to BMW. At the same time, she also realized that her boss's wife seemed to be more terrifying than her boss. There was also a female assistant beside the boss. However, the girls never thought that the female assistant could take the boss's wife's position. Then, it was obviously even more impossible for them. After a short rest of 2 hours, Simon began his busy schedule. Because it is confirmed that Simon will attend this film festival, Berlin has been star-studded recently. In addition to the large number of creative teams who have legitimately brought their works to the film festival, many filmmakers from various continents who have no works have also come, looking forward to the opportunity to get in touch with Simon Westeros. If you can chat up Westeros's connections, it will be easy to enter Hollywood. Not only that, on the red carpet of the opening ceremony of the Berlin Film Festival in the evening, both media reporters and fans who watched the ceremony discovered one thing. Compared with the past, the red carpet of this year's Berlin Film Festival can be described as colorful. Because it was chosen to be held in February, which is the coldest season in Europe, the red carpet of the Berlin Film Festival in the past can only be described as deserted compared to the other two major film festivals. Not to mention the supermodels in the fashion industry, even many actresses in the participating films will not participate if they can. It's too cold. However, this time, the entire red carpet seems to exude a kind of call from spring. Wow, Michelle Pfeiffer, her red dress is so beautiful, just like in Scarface. Michelle, I love you. Claudia Schiffer is here too. This is, Guang something, Asian names are so weird, but she's really beautiful. And Nadia, my god, her legs are so long. Tisk, the Spanish girls look so hot. At the opening ceremony, a pair of good friends on both sides of the red carpet were constantly commenting on the actresses on the red carpet. Suddenly, a burst of excited screams was heard, most of which were women. Simon, he's so handsome. Simon, I love you. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. At the entrance of the red carpet, a tall and handsome young man in a black suit was walking on the red carpet. He was alone, but he held up a large space. It was Simon Westeros. Whether it was the media reporters or the moviegoers with cameras, they were all pressing the shutter frantically, and the dense flashlights almost enveloped the figure of the young man. Except for a few sturdy attendants wearing sunglasses who followed the edge of the red carpet, the area in front and behind Simon was vacant. Some stars who were still hesitating on the red carpet not far ahead found that their eyes were completely attracted. After discovering the identity of the young man behind them, they had no choice but to leave the red carpet quickly. At the entrance of the red carpet, feeling the enthusiasm of the people around them, many stars who wanted to step onto the red carpet also consciously stopped. If they went up now, they would not get any attention at all. In the fanatical atmosphere, whether it was media reporters, ordinary fans or guests on the scene, they could not help but feel more or less envy and jealousy towards a young man on the red carpet. He rose rapidly at the age of 18. In 7 years, he created Deaneries Entertainment, invested in Microsoft, Intel and Cisco, built AOL Integrate, and established a Westeros business empire. Many people may only be able to achieve one of Westeros' achievements so far in their lifetime, but this young man is moving forward at a speed as fast as light. On the Forbes Rich list last year, Simon Westeros stood out with a personal wealth of $65 billion, even surpassing the combined wealth of all the other richest people in the top 10 of the U.S. Rich list. However, this number is still increasing. A few days ago, not only in North America, but many mainstream media in the world reported that the market value of Cisco and AOL both exceeded $20 billion. Just Westeros's holdings in Cisco and AOL are enough to make Simon Westeros the world's richest man. However, these two companies are still just part of the huge Westeros system. At the Berlin Film Festival, a film festival, more people will not forget the achievements of each other in the film and television entertainment industry. In the past year, Deaneries Entertainment alone accounted for nearly 40% of the box office share in the North American film market, which is a pioneering achievement that no major studio has been able to achieve in the history of Hollywood for more than half a century. If the market value of companies such as Microsoft, Cisco, Intel, and AOL in the Westeros system is visible to the naked eye, then Deaneries Entertainment is now like a hidden dragon. The outside world has heard about Deaneries Entertainment's IPO plan more than once. Last year, Forbes magazine valued Deaneries Entertainment at $25 billion. Now, with Deaneries Entertainment's continued expansion in Hollywood, in less than a year, the most conservative valuation of the company by various media outlets has exceeded $30 billion. $30 billion, just this one item, is still enough to create a world's richest man. Various information flashed through the minds of countless people, and they stared at the red carpet intently. Not far away, this young man who will turn 25 in 2 weeks has become the object of admiration of the whole world when many people are still confused about life. If he can achieve this achievement, even if he can reach 1/10 of Westeros, he will have no regrets in his life. A reporter from North America suddenly remembered an interview article about Simon Westeros written by a reporter from the Los Angeles Times many years ago when Simon Westeros just became famous. The reporter can no longer remember the specific content of that article. But he clearly remembered a point in the article: God descended to earth. Chapter 532 Cooperation. The exclusive film palace of the Berlin Film Festival will not be completed until after 2000. At present, the main venue of the Berlin Film Festival is located in the Zoo Cinema on the south side of the zoo in the center of Berlin. Although the name of the Zoo Cinema does not match the style of the film festival, the screening room is very luxurious and the spacious hall can accommodate more than 700 viewers. Simon walked through the red carpet and the staff of the film festival came forward to lead him into the hall. There were still more than 10 minutes before the opening ceremony, and most of the guests were already in the hall. Simon's seat was in the 9th row, with an aisle between the seats and the first 8 rows, and a step up. It was the most prime viewing position in this large screening room, and it was also the position that was most easily scanned by the camera. Knowing that the opportunity to contact Westeros was rare, many guests at the scene put aside their reserve and took the initiative to come and chat with Simon. It was not until 7:30 when the opening ceremony began that the commotion in the hall subsided. That's right, just like the weather in Berlin in February, the Berlin Film Festival is full of aloofness that is out of tune with other film festivals. The opening ceremony was held at 7:30 p.m. when it was completely dark. If it were Los Angeles or Cannes, this time would be fine. However, don't forget that this is Berlin, and it's Berlin in February, the coldest time of the year. Simon paid special attention to the weather when he arrived in the morning. The night temperature in Berlin recently reached -9 degrees Celsius. Including the red carpet that Simon had walked on before, it has only appeared in recent years under the pressure of the gradual decline of film festivals. There was no red carpet at the Berlin Film Festival in previous years. Fortunately, the atmosphere of the opening ceremony was very lively, different from the seriousness of the Cannes opening ceremony, and even a bit like the Oscars. A blonde female host from a local German TV station was very open on the stage, with all kinds of jokes coming one after another. In the end, she left the stage and came to Simon to interact, making the atmosphere more lively. After the opening, there were routine reviews and introductions to the participating films of this year, with several performances in between. Perhaps it was because the mood of the audience was finally taken into consideration. The opening ceremony lasted only about 45 minutes and ended at 8:15. The opening film will start playing at 8:30. With the end of the opening ceremony, many guests will go to some parties or return to their residences in advance. Although Faye Dunaway, the heroine of the opening film Arizona Dream, sat next to Simon during the opening ceremony and the two talked about many topics, Simon did not stay to watch the movie. Mainly because of other arrangements. There is no official opening reception dinner at the Berlin Film Festival now, but there will be no shortage of similar party receptions. In order to promote the two films Hoffa and Toys shortlisted for the main competition unit, Fox specially arranged a reception after the opening ceremony. The location was a hotel near the Zoo Cinema. The budget cost of Hoffa starring Jack Nicholson is $35 million, and the budget cost of Toys starring Robin Williams is $43 million. Since the release in December last year, the North American box office of both films has only been over $20 million. Fox can only hope that the overseas market can make up for the losses as much as possible. As for recovering the investment or even making a profit, it is unlikely. During this period, the attraction of the overseas film market basically fell on Jurassic Park at the end of last year. As of last week, the overseas box office of this sci-fi dinosaur blockbuster produced by Deaneries Entertainment has exceeded $380 million. Counting $330 million in North America, the global total box office has reached $710 million. According to the forecast of Deaneries Entertainment's Publicity and Distribution Department, Jurassic Park can recover at least $200 million overseas, and the global total box office will eventually reach a high of $900 million. Because of the strength of Jurassic Park, the overseas market almost instinctively tilted more resources towards this super blockbuster. Hoffa and toys did not cause much response in North America. With Jurassic Park running rampant, it is even less likely to perform well in the overseas market. However, what needs to be done must be done. The cooperation between Deaneries Entertainment and News Corporation is still very close. Rupert Murdoch personally made several phone calls in New York to invite Simon, and since Simon was in Berlin, he also went to support him. The reception was hosted by Nicholas Walsh, a vice president of Fox in charge of overseas theater distribution. Simon had just arrived at the hotel where the reception was held, and Walsh personally greeted him. It was helpless to say. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the time chosen for this promotional reception was obviously inappropriate, and a more appropriate time should be the following weekend. However, the two Hollywood big names who participated in Hoffa and Toys, Jack Nicholson and Robin Williams, did not give Fox too many schedules, and both agreed to stay in Berlin for only one day. Speaking of this, Nicholas Walsh, who was in charge of organizing the reception, was extremely depressed. Deaneries Entertainment can suppress the cooperating stars to death. Even the first-line big names will basically cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment's various publicity and promotion activities. Fox has no confidence in this regard and can only accommodate big names such as Jack Nicholson and Robin Williams. Of course, another reason is that Fox can only give a small overseas publicity budget for the two films. Short of money, you can only save as much as possible. Fortunately, this reception was held only for media releases, and Fox has encountered such a situation before. When publishing related publicity articles next, just formulate a reasonable media strategy to avoid the hot spots of the opening ceremony. Although it is not as lively as the opening ceremony, the media lineup invited by Fox is not bad at all. Simon cooperated very well and allowed the flash to bombard in front of the photo wall with the posters of the two films, and then entered the reception hall with Nicholas Walsh. Jack Nicholson, Robin Williams and others have also arrived. As usual, they greeted them, but they were not warm and indifferent. Traditional Hollywood studios need to lower their posture and meet various harsh conditions in order to invite these big names. Deaneries Entertainment has never done this since its establishment. With the rise of special effects blockbusters, 3D animated films in the DC movie universe, there is no need to do this now. Special effects, 3D and superhero IP are the A-level big names of Deaneries Entertainment. Moreover, these big names will not only not ask for high pay, but also will not put forward harsh conditions such as only shooting for 5 hours a day without memorizing lines or going out on location. Although Deaneries Entertainment does not refuse to cooperate with traditional superstars, the premise of such cooperation must be equal, or Deaneries Entertainment must maintain its dominant position. Those stars who want to get high pay but don't want to put in enough effort should not even think about getting a chance from Deaneries Entertainment. Jack Nicholson and others are also not very enthusiastic about Simon. This young man has obviously changed the power structure of Hollywood in recent years. Because of the strength of Deaneries Entertainment and the rapid rise of a large number of new stars under the support of Deaneries Entertainment, the status of these old big names has been seriously threatened. If Simon's power and wealth were not so terrifying that they could crush too many people's evil intentions, his life would definitely not be easy now. Old stars like Jack Nicholson can still put on airs, but other guests at the cocktail party will not miss such an opportunity. In fact, many people came just for Simon. Fox is also happy to invite more stars to support the two films and increase the attention of the news. Reception hall. Simon had just talked with Denzel Washington about the recent filming of Philadelphia, and Michelle Pfeiffer came over in a black evening dress. Evening, Simon. Hi, Michelle. Simon looked at the woman's outfit and smiled. I still think red suits your style better. Michelle Pfeiffer raised her eyebrows slightly. She had worn a red dress at the opening ceremony and had just changed into this one. She failed to greet a little man in front of her at the opening ceremony, but she didn't expect the other party to notice it, but the dress is too thin. It's very cold now. Oh, indeed, Simon nodded, and said, but black is also very beautiful. Thank you, Michelle Pfeiffer said, picked up the red wine and took a sip, but her eyes still fell on the man in front of her. Suddenly, as if he discovered something, he said, "Didn't your wife come with you this time?" Simon smiled and shook his head. "No, she is also a person who is very afraid of the cold." So, Michelle Pfeiffer's expression became more charming. "Are you alone now?" Obviously, Simon shrugged and asked back, "What about you?" "I'm alone too." This hint is already very obvious. Simon suddenly remembered that it seemed like a long time ago. At that time, he had just arrived in Los Angeles and met Courteney Cox by chance. Courteney said that she wanted to become a big star like Michelle Pfeiffer. Simon said that he hoped to invite Michelle Pfeiffer to star in his own movie in the future. Speaking of which, Michelle Pfeiffer at that time was only a second-tier star who had not yet reached the peak of the first tier. In the original timeline, Michelle Pfeiffer made her mark by starring in Scarface directed by Brian De Palma, and reached her peak after starring in Catwoman and Batman Returns. Simon's appearance has led to many changes. The role of Catwoman belongs to Valeria Golino. In recent years, with The Witches of Eastwick, Dangerous Liaisons, Sleeping with the Enemy, The Baker Brothers and other well-received or popular films, Michelle Pfeiffer has still reached the first-tier status. However, Sleeping with the Enemy, which has the best commercial performance, has a box office performance of only over $100 million, which is far from comparable to Catwoman. Coupled with the rise of a new generation of Hollywood actresses, Michelle Pfeiffer's current first-tier status is not stable. For Hollywood stars, to secure their position, they must either have box office success or awards. Meryl Streep, for example, has not starred in many hit films, but because of a series of awards, Meryl Streep is one of the few first-line actresses in Hollywood who can steadily claim a salary of $5 million. Simon suddenly understood why Michelle Pfeiffer came over and was quite proactive. Michelle Pfeiffer came to Berlin this time because of the film Love Field in the main competition unit. Love Field is a feature film produced by Orion Pictures. It tells the story of a housewife who insisted on rushing to Washington to attend Kennedy's wedding after he was assassinated. The film is intertwined with politics, race, murder and other elements. Michelle Pfeiffer plays the heroine in the film. Unlike Toys and Hoffa, which have been released on a large scale, Love Field was only screened on a small scale at the end of last year to qualify for the awards season. However, the reputation of the film is not satisfactory. At the beginning of the month, the list of Oscar nominations was announced, and Love Field only received one Best Actress nomination from Michelle Pfeiffer. Counting Dangerous Liaisons and The Brothers Baker, this is already Michelle Pfeiffer's third Oscar nomination for Best Actress. With the first two nominations, the works and strength of other nominees this year are not what everyone expected, so this should be considered the year when Michelle Pfeiffer is most likely to win the Oscar for Best Actress. The Oscars of the 1990s were more valuable. If she can win the Best Actress, Michelle Pfeiffer will be able to completely stabilize her position in the next few years. Even if it is a little longer, with the Oscar for Best Actress, she doesn't have to worry about lacking film contracts. However, it is actually not easy to get this award. Michelle Pfeiffer found that if there were no other help, this year's Best Actress, Emma Thompson, the heroine of Howard Manor, would have a much higher chance of winning than her. Because Howard's End is a film produced by Deaneries Entertainment's Gayman Films, Emma Thompson has successfully won the Best Actress in a Drama Series at the previous Golden Globe Awards. Compared with last year, Deaneries Entertainment has also performed very strongly in this year's awards season, and its efforts to tackle key problems are far beyond the ability of the declining Orion Films to compete. The Oscar nominations have been announced, and the key to the award public relations lies in this month. Noticing the understanding in Simon's eyes, Michelle Pfeiffer no longer concealed it, stepped forward a little, looked up at Simon slightly, stretched out a hand to hold Simon's arm, and said, "Simon, the hotel I'm staying in is really a bit bad. You must have a place to stay in Berlin. How about we go to your place to talk?" Simon met the woman's eyes, raised his hand and shook the woman's tiny hand, but then let it go, with some playfulness in his smile, and shook his head slightly and said, "I'm sorry, Michelle, I can't give you the Oscar for Best Actress this time, so do you still want to go to my place to talk?" If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Working Title. Michelle Pfeiffer didn't expect Simon to refuse so straightforwardly and was stunned. Moreover, the Oscar award? This is something that only thousands of judges of the Academy have the right to decide, but a guy just said I can't give it to you, as if the little golden man was in his pocket. Seeing Michelle Pfeiffer stunned, Simon just smiled and raised his glass to her, then turned and left. Michelle Pfeiffer may be the Hollywood goddess that many movie fans can't reach, but she is not very attractive to Simon, and it is really not the type of temperament he likes. Seeing Simon walk away, Michelle Pfeiffer reacted and was about to chase him, but Simon was already talked to by another black-haired middle-aged man. She had to stop temporarily and exchange a glass of wine from the tray of a passing waiter, and her attention was still on the man not far away. "Hello, Mr. Westeros, I'm Tim Bevan." "Hello." Simon shook hands with the other party politely, and saw the middle-aged man handing over a business card, so he took it casually and pretended to look at the content on the business card with interest. In fact, Simon already knew the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him when he heard the other party's name. As expected, the name on the business card in his hand reads President of Working Title Films. Working title is a film term, which translates to working title. Many films do not have official names during the preparation or filming stage for confidentiality reasons, so they will take a temporary name as a code name, that is, working title. Working title films. Perhaps most ordinary people don't know much about this British-based film company, but in the original timeline, many of the films produced by this company are well known, such as 4 Weddings and a Funeral, The Big Lebowski, Fargo, Notting Hill, Bridget Jones's Diary and so on, are all works of working title films. In Simon's memory, Working Title Films was originally just a small workshop. It was probably in recent years that the record giant Polygram Films, which intended to get involved in the film industry, acquired a stake, and became famous through the global sales of 4 Weddings and a Funeral, which established its position in the Western film industry. Later, Polygram Records was acquired by Universal's parent company MCA, and Polygram Pictures became a subsidiary of Universal. Until Simon was reborn, the film company continued to launch various excellent films. Tim Bevan naturally had no idea how familiar Simon was with him, but since he had talked to Simon Westeros, he certainly would not miss the opportunity and quickly said, "Mr. Westeros, I have a very good script in my hand, maybe you would be interested in listening to it." Simon put away Tim Bevan's business card, looked up and asked, "Tell me what film projects your company has participated in first." Tim Bevan said with a smile on his face, "The 1988 Cannes Film Festival, that The World of Isolation happened to be the work of our company." Simon certainly remembered the 1988 Cannes Film Festival. That time, Pulp Fiction won the Palme d'Or, and Simon became the youngest Palme d'Or winner in the history of the Cannes Film Festival. The jury prize is the second largest award in Cannes after the Palme d'Or. Simon quickly recalled the general information of A World Apart, which was a political film about the apartheid issue in South Africa. With such an unpopular story, it is not difficult to imagine that a commercial performance of A World Apart would not be very good. Although Tim Bevan mentioned this film with an obvious intention to get close to him, if someone else mentioned A World Apart, Simon would definitely not be interested in continuing the conversation. However, of course, he couldn't do that at this time. With a knowing smile, Simon said, "Then, tell me about your script." As a film producer, Tim Bevan certainly couldn't have only one script in his hand, but he also knew that it was very rare for him to get an opportunity in front of this young man, and he couldn't expect more. After sorting out his thoughts, Tim Bevan quickly said, "This is a crime drama called Bloody Romeo. It tells the story of an FBI agent Jack who sells the hiding information of tainted witnesses in exchange for black money. After once again leaking the hiding place of a female killer of the Russian mafia, he accidentally falls into a series of conspiracies. Although there is no sophisticated circular structure narrative like Pulp Fiction, the two have many similarities in story style. There are a series of reversals and coincidences in the script, which is also the biggest selling point of this story." Simon has not seen Bloody Romeo, but after listening to Tim Bevan's narration, he basically understands it. Tim Bevan chose to recommend this story, obviously deliberately catering to his taste. However, compared to Bloody Romeo, which just follows the style of Pulp Fiction, he is most interested in 4 Weddings and a Funeral. In memory, 4 Weddings and a Funeral will be released next year. If history has not changed, the project should have been prepared now. Of course, Simon also understood that even if the script of 4 Weddings and a Funeral was in Tim Bevan's hands, and the other party finally got a chance to promote it to him, he would not introduce this movie that was not favored by the industry before the filming started on the original timeline. Since the other party had already delivered it to Simon, he was not too anxious. What's more, although he had never heard of Bloody Romeo, this project seemed to be very suitable for one person, Quentin Tarantino. Simon had just taken the time to read Quentin's new script True Romance this morning. He had seen the finished film of this project before. The original True Romance was only written by Quentin and directed by Tony Scott, but the film ended in failure. In this time and space, Simon intercepted Pulp Fiction in advance. Quentin, who became famous last year with Reservoir Dogs, came up with True Romance and planned to direct it himself. However, compared with Pulp Fiction, True Romance was really mediocre. Now, maybe Quentin can try Bloody Romeo that Tim Bevan just mentioned. True Romance and Bloody Romeo, just by hearing the names, the two films really have some connection. As for the story, Simon has not seen the script of Bloody Romeo, but True Romance is really mediocre and confusing. Having made up his mind, Simon said to Tim Bevan, who was eagerly waiting for his response, "Are you a sole producer now?" Tim Bevan realized something and nodded quickly. Since he started working in the film industry in the 1980s, Tim Bevan and his partner Sarah Radcliffe have been trying to find a big boss to rely on. Last year, they had contact with Polly Graham, but they failed to reach an agreement in the end. This matter was actually because of Deanery's Entertainment. In the original Time and Space, Polly Graham tried to get involved in film production. The plan was to take advantage of the opportunity of the global film industry's revival in the 1990s to get a piece of the pie from Hollywood. However, in recent years, Deanery's Entertainment has been so strong that even the second and third tier Hollywood film companies can only survive under the impact of Deanery's Entertainment, not to mention outsiders like Polly Graham. Lacking sufficient motivation, Polly Graham finally gave up the plan to expand its investment in the film industry. Without the support of Polly Graham, Tim Bevan can only continue to struggle to maintain the small workshop of the tentatively named films. This time, when he heard that Simon Westeros would appear at the Berlin Film Festival, Tim Bevan spent a lot of time to get the opportunity to meet Simon. He carefully considered various details beforehand, including the world in isolation reminding Westeros of Pulp Fiction, and then took out the idea of Bloody Romeo to please him. Originally, he was worried that Westeros would not give him a chance to speak, but he did not expect things to develop so smoothly. It was even a little too smooth. Seeing Tim Bevan nod, Simon took out a business card from his suit pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Take this and contact Ella Deutschmann. He is in Berlin recently. You can discuss the rest by yourselves." Many people in the hall noticed the conversation between Simon and Tim Bevan. Being in this circle, of course, some people knew Tim Bevan. Seeing Westeros finally handed a business card to the other party, many people realized something. So, as soon as Tim Bevan walked away from Simon, someone else came up to him. Simon was very patient with these conversations, but he didn't give out a business card again in the next 10 minutes. Michelle Pfeiffer kept paying attention to a young man who was at ease in the crowd. Every time she wanted to step forward again, she found that someone else had taken the lead. Finally, when 3 tall goblins came together next to Simon, Michelle Pfeiffer realized that she was probably completely out of luck. Seeing the 3 supermodels, Claudia Schiffer, Nadia Arman and Paulina Pliskova, gathered around Westeros, everyone in the hall could only envy them. Claudia Schiffer and Nadia Arman are both Germans, and it is understandable that they appeared here to support their own film festival. Simon was a little surprised to see Paulina Pliskova, whose face resembles Audrey Hepburn. After hugging and greeting the 3 women one by one, he asked about his curiosity. "I played a small role in Arizona Dream," Paulina Pliskova said, and then looked at Simon with some resentment, and said, "It's a pity that it's just a small role." Simon would not be moved by the eyes of a big goblin, and smiled. Even Oscar-winning actress started with small roles. "Besides, I think you should focus your main energy on your modeling career." "But, I'm already," Paulina Pliskova said, and stopped subconsciously. Then she thought of something and continued without hesitation, "I'm 28 years old. For a model, 28 years old is indeed the age to retire." Simon felt the scrutiny of a pair of beautiful eyes and looked over, saying, "If someone told me you were 18, I would believe it." Paulina Pliskova raised her eyebrows slightly, with a little disappointment in her expression. "Simon, are you starting to like 18-year-old girls now?" Simon was a little helpless about the teasing of this big goblin, and nodded unceremoniously, "Yes." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to Nadia Ullman, who cooperated very well and came over, allowing Simon to hug her waist, and also made a protesting expression to Paulina Pliskova. Compared with Paulina, Nadia Ullman is only 22 years old this year, and with the support of someone, her career path is still very long. Even Claudia Schiffer, who is much more famous than Paulina, is only 23 years old this year. Even though she is still beautiful, Paulina has become a former wave that will be beaten on the beach. Especially last year's Victoria's Secret fashion show. Paulina felt that her style was not suitable for the lingerie catwalk, so she did not participate. With the rise of the Victoria's Secret army, she now only has regrets. Seeing Nadia Ullman sticking to the man to protest against her, Paulina Pliskova simply ignored her and just stared at the man in front of her and said, "Simon, do you remember that you owed us a promise?" At Simon's 20th birthday party, Cindy Crawford, Helena Christensen, Paulina Pliskova and Stephanie Seymour once attended together. Because of a small interaction with a guy, the guy made a small promise to them. At first, I didn't care much. However, among the 4 women, the other 3 are now the spokespersons of Victoria's Secret Angels, and they have been thriving in recent years, but Paulina has been obviously left behind. Originally, she still had top endorsements such as Estee Lauder, but because her popularity was gradually surpassed by a large number of latecomers, Paulina knew very well that if she didn't do something to restore her popularity, she would definitely be replaced after the contract expired at the end of the year. Once she lost the endorsement contract with Estee Lauder, her modeling career basically came to an end. With so many rising stars with greater fame, it is impossible for brands to choose her, who is older and in the past. In the reception hall, Simon heard Paulina's words, but shook his head and smiled, "I don't remember." Paulina's eyes widened. "Simon, you are such a rogue." Girls like men who are a little bit rogue. Simon still had a smile on his face, and turned to ask Nadia Ullman, "Right?" Nadia Ullman did not answer, but came over and kissed Simon on the face, and then continued to demonstrate to Paulina. Nadia Ullman's appearance is far less beautiful than Paulina's. Even with the advantage of age, she is still a little afraid of Paulina. If you can suppress the other party, of course you will spare no effort. The man is playing tricks, although she also feels that he is just teasing her, but Paulina can't do anything. She can only look at the other party angrily, trying to whip someone's conscience with her eyes. Simon did not look at her, but turned to Claudia Schiffer and started chatting casually. Although she is only 1 year older than Nadia Ullman, Claudia Schiffer is the most famous of the 3 women. However, it was still last year's Victoria's Secret fashion show that disrupted the fashion industry to a large extent. Through the sale of a series of videotapes, photo albums and even peripheral products, the 40 Victoria's Secret Angels have become the most well-known group of people in the industry. Although many top fashion brands look down on the style of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, they have to try their best to invite Victoria's Secret Angels to participate in their own fashion shows. No matter how high-end the fashion show is, the fundamental purpose is still for publicity. If even the most famous supermodels cannot be invited, it will give the outside world a feeling of falling. Therefore, the 5 Victoria's Secret Angel spokespeople have become the darlings of the fashion industry. Chapter 534 A Different World. In a daze, she noticed the man beside her getting up. The light in the bedroom was dim, so it should be very early. The chaotic scene of last night emerged in her mind, so she didn't want to wake up. I don't know how long it took, but when she felt a ray of bright light penetrate into the bedroom, Nadia Ullman completely lost her sleepiness and had to open her eyes. This is a very spacious master bedroom, with an area of hundreds of square meters, even larger than the apartment she bought in Paris last year. The pure white decoration looks very simple, and the surrounding furniture and decorations are obviously expensive and exquisite. Sitting up, subconsciously looking to the side, completely confirmed that everything last night was not a dream. On the other side of the big bed, Claudia Schiffer and Paulina Pliskova hugged each other, with their hair loose and their shoulders exposed, like 2 beautiful lilies. Even her same-sex couldn't help but feel a little moved. It was still winter in Berlin, but the bedroom was very warm. Nadia Ullman took her eyes off the other 2 women, got out of bed, found her underwear among the scattered clothes, put it on, looked at the wrinkled dress on the sofa next to her, and didn't put it on again, and walked barefoot on the thick carpet to the window. She opened the curtains and saw the bright sunshine outside. It must be past 9 o'clock in the morning. Looking around, the sky of Berlin was as blue as a flawless brocade, and the Spree River flowed silently under her feet. The stone bridge on the right and the red brick building on the opposite bank seemed to add a bit of quaint accumulation to the city. Originally, she had only slightly opened the corner of the curtains to take into account the two women on the big bed behind her. At this time, looking at the scenery outside the window, Nadia Ullman couldn't help but push the curtains to the side again. Suddenly, as if something was triggered, the curtains opened automatically with a slight buzzing sound, and the surging bright light broke in unscrupulously. Soon, a dissatisfied hum came from behind. Since the curtains weren't already open, she didn't care about what was behind her. Nadia Ullman just focused on appreciating the scenery outside the window. She grew up in Berlin. Her parents were divorced. Her mother worked in a bank. Her salary was good, but not abundant. In her impression, the city, whether it was the people or the buildings, gave her the feeling of being crowded, old-fashioned and boring. Now, standing in the master bedroom on the top floor of a luxury apartment on the Spree River, looking at the blue sky above her head, the scattered buildings in front of her and the gurgling water under her feet, Nadia Ullman seemed to have a new understanding of the city called Berlin. This scene even inevitably gave rise to something called ambition. This feeling occasionally occurred when I took the Boeing 767 private jet. It became clearer now. Suddenly I realized that it was not that the Berlin in my memory was too unbearable, but that the world I was in at that time was too unbearable. Now, it is another world. There was a sound behind her. Before she could turn around, Paulina Pliskova came to her side and put her arms around her waist affectionately from behind. She rested her chin on her shoulder and looked out, exclaiming, "Wow, this place is really nice. Do you think this apartment belongs to Simon?" "Of course it is," said another voice. It was Claudia Schiffer who came to the other side of Nadia Ullman. "I read in a magazine that Simon has his own properties in many cities in North America and Europe. It is said that it is because he does not like to stay in hotels." Paulina said with envy, "Actually, I don't like to stay in hotels either." The other two women did not say anything. If you can have your own apartment in many cities, who would be willing to stay in a hotel? However, Simon Westeros is probably the only one in the world who has the ability to buy properties in any place he is interested in. Other billionaires may have the ability to buy luxury houses in a few big cities, but they can never buy properties as Westeros does, almost at will. Paulina quickly said, "Hey, do you think that guy is avoiding us on purpose?" Speaking of this, the other two women's expressions became a little more strange. They looked at each other for a few times, and then quickly dispersed. At this time, of the three women in the bedroom, only Nadia Ullman was wearing underwear. Paulina and Claudia did not find their underwear, so they simply wrapped themselves in a sheet and were naked inside. I couldn't help but think of last night. Simon first invited Nadia Ullman, and Paulina Pliskova half-truthfully complained that she was not attractive enough. Claudia Schiffer then also had some strange thoughts of winning. As a result, they came to Simon's apartment together. This luxury apartment in the center of Berlin is only about 2 kilometers away from the venue of the opening ceremony of the film festival last night and the subsequent party hotel. The short distance did not allow the three women to even have time to regret. What's more, among the three women, only Nadia Ullman is single. The other two, Paulina Pliskova, have been married for 3 years, and Claudia Schiffer also has her own boyfriend. If someone else had invited them, the three reserved and proud ladies would have at least rolled their eyes. However, that was Simon Westeros. Even if everything else is put aside, a tall and handsome young man is the best candidate for a one-night stand. What's more, the other party has an aura of wealth and power that is difficult for women to resist. The three women have already made good achievements in their own fields, but these are simply insignificant in front of Simon Westeros. According to some recent media information, the other party's personal wealth is now increasing every day, which may be an amount that they can never earn in their lifetime. Moreover, with the expansion of Melisandre's company, the establishment of the Victoria's Secret fashion show and the launch of fashion TV, Simon Westeros's power in the fashion field is also growing. You know, the ones who hold the right to speak in the fashion industry are definitely not the seemingly glamorous fashion magazines such as Vogue and Bazaar, but the major fashion brand companies, because no matter how well known the fashion media is, they need to rely on the advertisements placed by fashion brands to survive. Simon Westeros, Whether it is the luxury giant Melisandre or the mid-range fashion brand Limited that owns Victoria's Secret, has a significant influence on the fashion industry. Not only that, the other party also has a media platform such as Fashion TV. For such a powerful man who can easily influence their personal careers, it is really difficult for the three women to have too much resistance. So, what happened last night seemed natural. Moreover, thinking back carefully, it was actually a very wonderful night. A man is as powerful in bed as he is in other aspects, and that unquestionable dominance also makes them instinctively have a submissive mentality. Standing in front of the window of the master bedroom of the apartment, recalling everything that happened last night, the three women have different thoughts. As for Paulina Priskeva's statement that Westeros would deliberately avoid her, even Paulina herself probably thought it was just a joke. The sound of the bedroom door being pushed open interrupted the three women's thoughts. They turned their heads and saw that it was not Simon, but a young woman wearing a black pullover and white casual pants. She also had a delicate appearance and a tall figure. Of course, the three women still had enough psychological advantages in front of the other party. Nadia Ullman, who had taken Simon's private plane before, remembered that this was one of Simon's maids, but she just forgot her name. The girl did not show any fear under the gaze of the three women. She continued to push the door open a little and greeted politely, "Good morning, ladies, I'm Allison." Paulina did not wait for Girl A to continue and asked, "Where is Simon?" Allison said, "The boss had a breakfast appointment with someone and left early." Paulina looked around, pointed outside the window and said, "It should be past breakfast time now, right?" Allison nodded and said, "The boss has to attend a movie premiere in the morning." Paulina continued to ask, "Will Simon be back at noon?" Allison shook her head and said, "He has to have lunch with German Chancellor Mr. Cole at noon." Paulina stuck out her tongue, but could not help but pursue, "What about the afternoon?" Allison seemed very patient and said, "The boss has to attend an exchange event at the film festival in the afternoon, and in the evening he has an invitation to a cocktail party by Mr. Feynman, chairman of the Deutsche Telekom Company. If there are no other temporary schedules during this period, the boss will probably be back around 10 o'clock in the evening." Paulina finally stopped asking, and it was Claudia Schiffer who took over. "Then, what about us?" Allison swept her eyes over the three women, still looking polite, and said, "Please wait a moment." Then she turned and left the bedroom. A moment later, girls A and B each pushed a hanger in, and dozens of women's clothing of different styles were hung on the two hangers. Then the two girls brought in a series of underwear, jewelry, bags and shoes. The spacious master bedroom was like a women's boutique in an instant. Finally, after reminding them that breakfast was always available downstairs, girls A and B left the bedroom, leaving the three big fairies with a dazed expression. Being in the fashion industry and being the top models in the circle, the three women have already seen all kinds of top luxury goods. However, most of the time, they were just the foil of those luxury goods, and they had never had the experience of being able to choose and take them for themselves. At this time, in the master bedroom of the apartment, let alone those branded fashions, the most conspicuous sets of jewelry in the pile of items, judging by the sharp eyes of the three women in the fashion circle, are worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even though she had a similar experience before, Nadia Ullman was still a little dazed. Paulina Priskeva glanced at the hesitant and flickering eyes of the other two women, walked over first, and picked out a set of ruby jewelry including earrings, necklaces and rings. She turned her head and smiled at the other two women, saying, "I think this set of jewelry is more suitable for me. You can choose the rest." After saying this, Paulina took the jewelry box directly to the bathroom, intending to take a good bath first, and then admire this set of jewelry that may be worth millions of dollars in front of the dressing mirror. Women have always lacked resistance to jewelry. Although she has been able to earn more than $1 million every year since she became famous, Paulina Priskeva does not have such expensive jewelry. Even if it may arouse her husband's suspicion, Paulina Priskeva is not going to give up this set of ruby jewelry that she fell in love with at first sight. Following Paulina's actions, the other two women also reacted. Compared with the clothing and bags that have a lot of room for selection, there are only 3 sets of jewelry. I was a little hesitant at first. If I take these things, will last night's experience become a transaction? When Paulina Priskeva chose the most expensive set of jewelry, Nadia Ullman and Claudia Schiffer no longer hesitated. Although the 3 women's status in the fashion industry can reach the level of millions of dollars each year, After deducting the various expensive expenses to maintain their careers and a high personal income tax, there is actually not much left. The expensive jewelry in front of them is not something they can afford. Seeing that Paulina was about to go into the bathroom, Claudia Schiffer looked at the jewelry box in her arms and couldn't help saying, "Paulina, I think we should discuss it again." Paulina Pliskova did not give in at all, shrugged and smiled. "This set is already mine. If you also like the style in my hand, you can ask Simon for it." Then she turned into the bathroom. Nadia Ullman saw Claudia Schiffer staring at the bathroom door with a depressed expression, and pondered for a moment on the remaining 2 sets of jewelry. She quickly stepped forward and selected a set of jade jewelry, holding it in her hand and admiring it carefully. She didn't like jade too much, but she knew that compared with the last set of diamond jewelry, this set of jade jewelry was more expensive. After looking around for a while, she found that Claudia Schiffer turned her eyes to herself, and Nadia Ullman also walked towards the bathroom immediately. Paulina had not locked the bathroom door just now, and she opened it with a light push. In the bathroom, Paulina Pliskova was filling the marble bathtub with water, and the set of jewelry just now was casually placed on the dressing table. Seeing Nadia come in, she just smiled at her and continued her work. Nadia Ullman smiled back at her, and also placed the jewelry she chose on the dressing table, and found the toothbrush and wash basin that were obviously prepared for them in advance. Claudia Schiffer came in last, also holding a box of jewelry in her hand. Looking at the other 2 boxes of jewelry on the dressing table, Claudia's eyes flashed, and a certain idea just rose and dissipated immediately. Simon Westeros obviously didn't want to see several women fighting for jewelry in his apartment. Since she missed the opportunity, Claudia Schiffer would never really do it. After a while, the 3 women, at least on the surface, seemed to be very harmonious and soaked in the big bathtub together. Enjoying the comfort of the warm water, Claudia still felt a little unwilling to accept it. She asked the other 2 women beside her, "Hey, do you think he did it on purpose?" She pointed to the jewelry on the dressing table. He deliberately gave them 3 sets of jewelry with very different prices to choose from. This was really a bad idea. Paulina followed Claudia's gaze and nodded with a smile, saying, "It's very likely." Nadia Ullman thought of the 2 girls A and B, whose expressions and tones just now were slightly proud and hostile, and said, "Simon is so busy, these should be arranged by his close friends." Nadia reminded the other 2 women, and they also thought of the 2 girls A and B. This possibility is indeed very high. However, Claudia quickly said, "I think, no matter what, that guy must know about it. This is millions of dollars." The 3 women paused. Indeed, without Westeros's permission, how could the maid beside him be so careless about items worth millions of dollars? Twisting her body to change to a more comfortable position in the bathtub, Paulina changed the subject and said, "Anyway, Simon is really generous." Everyone knew that this was just a one-night stand. With a man's current power and position, even if he gave nothing, the 3 women could not complain or ask for anything. Nadia Ullman nodded in agreement. Claudia Schiffer said, "Just a few $1,000,000. I met a rich man in Las Vegas last year who lost tens of millions of dollars in just one night. His net worth is less than $1 billion. Do you know how much money Simon has now? $65 billion US. Nadia Ullman skillfully reported a number. That's what it said on the Forbes rich list last year. I still don't know how much money $65 billion is. Claudia Schiffer shook her head and said, "That was just last year. A magazine I read recently said that based on the stock price growth rate of Westeros subsidiaries, Simon's net worth this year may reach $100 billion. Hearing this number, Nadia Ullman tilted her head slightly, still unable to imagine what $100 billion meant. Paulina Pliskova also looked a little dazed, and murmured, $100 billion US. Yes, $100 billion US. Claudia Schiffer raised a few slender fingers and gestured in the air for a moment, saying, "That is to say, based on last year's $6.5 million US, Simon's net worth may increase by $100 million US every day. $100 million US a day, such a description is somewhat easy to imagine." Nadia Ullman couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Earn $100 million US a day. Oh my god. That guy makes many times more money in a day than she makes in her entire life. Looking at the millions of dollars worth of jewelry on the dressing table not far away, it really doesn't matter. $100 million US against $1 million US is like a person who earns $100 US a day spending $1 US to buy a newspaper. It is really not worth mentioning. Chapter 535. Simon arrived in Berlin on February 10 and left for Finland on the afternoon of February 12. In 2.5 days, in addition to attending the opening ceremony of the Berlin Film Festival, Simon also discussed some cooperation intentions in the internet field with the senior management of Deutsche Telekom, and took over the tentatively named film company that produced many well-known films in the original time and space. As for the contact with the executives of Constantin Film, the Quandt family of BMW and even the senior officials of the German government, it was just a preliminary contact between the parties, and no cooperation was immediately launched. February 13 was Saturday. Because of the adjustment of the original plan, Nokia's management had to give up the weekend rest time to cooperate with Simon's schedule. In the past 1992, relying on the transformation of the global mobile communication industry from the analog signal era to the digital signal era, Nokia, which completed the layout of the second-generation digital communication technology ahead of schedule, achieved a leapfrog development. According to the recently calculated financial report, Nokia achieved a total sales of 9.3 billion Finnish marks in the whole year of 1992, which is equivalent to $1.47 billion based on the exchange rate of Finnish marks to the US dollar of about 1 to 6.3 in the past year. Compared with 1991, Nokia's operating income increased by 67%. Nokia's mobile phone business accounted for 56% of the total sales of 9.3 billion Finnish marks, reaching 5.2 billion Finnish marks. This part of the sales represents a total of 3.76 million mobile phones sold by Nokia. In comparison, Motorola, which ranks first in mobile phone sales in the world, only sold 4.39 million units in 1992. In the original timeline, Nokia had been lagging behind Motorola in the first half of the 1990s, and it was not until 1998 that it surpassed Motorola, and then completely left the old electronics giant far behind. This time, because of Simon's early layout, Nokia's gap with Motorola in the mobile phone business in 1992 was already very small. With the opening of the North American market to Nokia at the end of last year, and the sales channel of Verizon Telecom owned by the Westeros system itself, Nokia will be able to enter North America, the most difficult market for overseas communications companies, this year to compete closely with Motorola. At the same time, being in Europe, Nokia has obvious local advantages compared to Motorola. In addition, Nokia's technology and product accumulation in GSM are ahead of Motorola. If nothing unexpected happens, Nokia will be able to surpass Motorola in the mobile phone field this year. Of course, this is only the mobile phone business. Motorola now has a deep foundation in many fields such as computers and semiconductors. Just like IBM's PC business, mobile phones cannot be regarded as Motorola's dominant business. However, it is precisely because of Motorola's diversification that Motorola's rebound is not expected to be too fierce for Nokia's overtaking in the mobile communications field. Therefore, the company cannot know how big a market they have missed. You know, in 1992, the global sales of mobile phones were only 13 million units, but in the next 5 years, this number will quickly exceed 100 million. In less than 10 years, Nokia alone will be able to exceed the 100 million mark in global mobile phone sales. Compared with the rapidly growing receivables, Nokia's full-year loss in 1992 was 380 million Finnish marks, equivalent to $60 million. However, the reason for the loss was not poor business management, but the expansion-oriented development strategy formulated by Simon. It is not difficult for Nokia to achieve profitability, but Simon does not value the company's short-term profits, but invests more funds in the development of the enterprise. Simon bought Nokia for $200 million 3 years ago, and has invested more than $300 million in recent years, with a total investment of more than $500 million, in exchange for Nokia's total revenue of $1.47 billion in 1992. According to Nokia's revenue scale of $1.47 billion and its extremely high annual growth rate, if it goes public, the market value of this company can be conservatively estimated to exceed $2 billion. Westeros holds 100% of Nokia's shares, with a total investment of $500 million and a market value of $2 billion in 3 years. Such a return on investment is enough to make most investment funds envious. Relying on the continuous transfusion of companies such as Deaneries Entertainment and Cersei Capital, the Westeros system has never been short of money. Even if Nokia still needs a large amount of additional funds in 1993, Simon can fully afford it. However, Nokia has now shown its edge in catching up with the old giant Motorola. Next, if the company wants to continue to expand at a high speed, it will face more than just simple business obstacles. Whether it is the European countries that are close to each other but not to each other, or North America that is already wary of Europe, it is almost conceivable that Nokia will inevitably be suppressed by various countries in the future when they realize the rise of a communications industry giant that has little connection with itself. The simplest way to resolve this support to the greatest extent is for Nokia to conduct an IPO. Through listing, Nokia shares are sold to investors in Europe and North America, and interests are linked. If someone wants to suppress Nokia, they need to consider whether it is hitting the interests of their own investors. For Simon, he obviously hopes that Nokia can be listed in North America. However, as a company headquartered in Finland, most of its current business is in Europe. Nokia's most important problem now is to consolidate its foundation in Europe. In this way, choosing to list in Europe is undoubtedly a better choice for Nokia. Simon came to Finland to discuss the issue of Nokia's IPO with Nokia's management team in person. Whether it is the development speed or financial data, Nokia is the best IPO target for major capital markets, and there is no problem in seeking listing. The key is the valuation at the time of IPO and the issue of how much equity to transfer. For Simon, the first public financing, the less equity he gave up, the better. However, if the number of shares issued is too small, it is likely that the real purpose of this IPO will not be achieved. If the number of shares issued is too large, it is inevitable that he will feel bad. After all, Nokia's current IPO valuation is only about $2 billion. Such a valuation is already very impressive in the eyes of many people, but Simon knows that Nokia's market value is close to $200 billion at the peak of the new technology wave, around 2000, $2 billion versus $200 billion, a full 100 times difference. Giving up $100 million now is almost equivalent to losing nearly $10 billion at the highest stage of the stock price in the future. What's more, because the Westeros system has sufficient capital reserves and it is very easy to obtain loans from banks, Nokia actually does not need to borrow too much money from outside. After a full day of discussion on Saturday, Simon finally decided to set the proportion of new shares issued at 20%. With Nokia's current valuation of about $2 billion, issuing 20% of new shares can raise $400 million. However, if calculated based on Simon's memory of Nokia's peak market value of $200 billion, this equity means $40 billion. Of course, things can't be calculated that way. The communications industry is greatly affected by the policy control of various countries. Even just a trumped-up national security reason can cause a communications company's products to be unable to be sold in certain regions. Therefore, if Nokia continues to be fully privatized and the interests of this company are not tied to the capital of European and American countries, then, under the suppression of all parties, Nokia may not even have the opportunity to reach the peak again. Therefore, this 20% stake is actually just the beginning. After completing the IPO, Simon will continue to reduce his holdings in Nokia to cash out in the future. Because of the differences in relevant laws in European countries, Simon does not intend to use a multiple equity structure like AOL and Cisco for Nokia this time. Perhaps the collapse of Nokia in his memory left a deep impression on Simon, and he did not have the idea of permanently controlling this company. In other words, Simon did not have the idea of permanently controlling any company in the Westeros system. Rise and fall, this is a historical inevitability. Any enterprise, no matter how glorious it was in the past, will eventually fall. Therefore, for companies in the Westeros system, whether it is Microsoft, Cisco, AOL or Hollywood's Deaneries Entertainment, as long as Simon finds that a company is beginning to decline and cannot be saved, he will withdraw as early as possible and invest capital in other emerging fields. On the other hand, although it was decided to list on the London Stock Exchange in the UK this time, in the discussion with the Nokia management team, Simon also prepared a roadshow plan in North America, intending to invite North American investors to apply for Nokia's 20% shares. After spending a day in Finland on Saturday and agreeing on the general plan for Nokia's IPO, Simon flew to Florence, Italy that night. The main framework has been determined, and the subsequent matters will be jointly promoted by Nokia management and the Westeros team. From the initial IPO application to the final listing, It is expected to take half a year, and it will be officially listed in August in the second half of the year. Florence. The time is Sunday morning. Today is February 14th, Valentine's Day. Because of his mentality of living two lives, Simon has never been too sensitive to holidays. After confirming this trip to Europe, he found that he could not spend Valentine's Day in North America. When he talked to Janet about it, he was inevitably complained, but the woman did not insist on Simon changing the schedule. Of course, he prepared gifts for both Jenny in advance, and planned to make up for it after returning. In the manor in the suburbs, Sophia Fessy woke up first, gently broke away from the man's arms, went into the bathroom, and saw the strawberries on her neck in the mirror. She felt helpless and resentful, but also satisfied that a little man was obsessed with her body. After preparing breakfast himself, Simon also completed his routine morning exercises and sat at the dining table together. The 4 major fashion weeks in 1993 will open one after another at the end of February. Gucci has been intensively preparing for the upcoming spring show recently. After breakfast, the two rushed to the Gucci headquarters in the city. While admiring the fashions that Gucci will launch in the next fashion week, Sophia introduced to Simon the operating conditions of Melisandre Company in the past year. The official detailed financial report of Melisandre Company will not be released until next week. Simon only heard a rough outline, but he can confirm that the company's financial data in the past year is also very encouraging. The excellent financial data is actually the basis for Sophia to propose the creation of Fashion TV last year. The idea of Fashion TV was taken away by Simon. During lunch, Sophia talked about another acquisition plan that surprised Simon. Christie's, you mean, that auction house? Sitting in a long-established Italian restaurant in the city of Florence, Simon was a little surprised to hear the name Sophia said. Sophia nodded and said, "Yes, it's Christie's auction house." As she said this, she noticed that the man opposite had a strange expression, so she asked, "What's wrong?" Simon quickly smiled, shook his head slightly, and said, "Nothing, I just feel a little weird." "Huh? Look," Simon smiled even more, and said, "When my child grows up, it will be very advantageous to show off to his friends. Others may say that my mother just bought a Gucci handbag and my father bought a $10 million painting at Christie's, but my son can say that Gucci is my family's and Christie's is also my family's." Sophia imagined the scene described by Simon, and couldn't help laughing, saying, "Your son only needs to say that my father is Simon Westeros. My father is Westeros. Well, this seems more domineering." Simon thought about whether he should break the left or right leg of a kid in Australia if he got into an accident due to dangerous driving in the future, but he agreed with his feelings. "Yeah, that's right." Sophia rolled her eyes at Simon and said, "So, you agree?" Simon raised his cutlery and gestured lightly, saying, "I don't know anything about Christie's or the auction industry. Also, why would such an old company choose to sell, and what's the approximate price?" Sophia said, "If it were in the past, we really wouldn't have had a chance to buy this company. Christie's has a 200-year history. However, you also know the economic situation in recent years. In the 1980s, Japan rose and the North American economy continued to rise. The major auction houses were doing very well. But starting from the North American stock market crash in 1987, due to the ongoing economic crisis, the rich began to cut back on spending. The bursting of the Japanese stock market bubble led to the rapid shrinkage of Asia, an emerging market with huge potential, and the auction industry began to have a hard time. Moreover, the auction industry also has the Matthew effect. Christie's has occupied about 30% of the auction market in the past few years, which is lower than the 40% of Sotheby's, which is equally famous. However, the performance gap between these two auction houses, which occupy more than 70% of the auction market, is very large. Sophia paused, sorted out the information in her mind, and continued, "In the past year, Sotheby's annual profit was $265 million, while Christie's was only $52 million. The market share difference between the two companies is less than 10%, but the profit difference is 5 times. The market shrinkage in North America, Europe and Asia has not stopped. Worried that the industry will continue to deteriorate, Christie's has released the news of seeking a sale. The North American stock market began to recover after the Gulf War, but the overall economic situation is still not optimistic. Japan and Asia is now going downhill, and the Japanese tycoons who bought up the world in those years have also calmed down. Last year's pound crisis has caused European countries to fall into an economic crisis. From this perspective, the world economy is indeed at its lowest point in the past decade. Simon knows better that this is also the lowest point in the next decade. Christie's is worried that the deterioration of the global economic environment will cause the auction industry to continue to shrink, and because of the Matthew effect, the original state of Christie's and Sotheby's coexisting will be transformed into Sotheby's dominance. This is actually not unreasonable. As the market shrinks, the wealthy who are still able to buy expensive collectibles tend to only prefer a more powerful one, which inevitably makes Sotheby's stronger and stronger. On the other hand, Christie's can only take measures such as reducing commissions or increasing marketing expenses to maintain its market share, which will further compress its profit margins. The profit scale of the two auction houses differed 5 times in the past year, probably because of this reason. If Christie's wants to get rid of the current predicament, the most critical point is that the auction market can prosper again. However, seeing that the global economy is in a downturn, although everyone knows that economic development is cyclical, no one knows whether Christie's can survive this downturn. In this case, it is not surprising to choose to sell and cash out. For Simon, this is a very good opportunity. Because no one knows better than him that with the rise of the new technology wave, the global economy will recover rapidly in the next few years. At the same time, although the Japanese economy will fall into a long-term downturn, other Asian countries will become new consumers in the collectibles industry in the next 20 years due to rapid economic growth. Buying Christie's auction house now is equivalent to an excellent bargain. Moreover, the acquisition of a long-established auction house can bring more than just simple commercial benefits to the Westeros system. Chapter 536, Pregnant. At about 6 in the evening, Simon was about to go out for dinner with several executives of Gucci after finishing a day's work. Neil Bennett came over with a satellite phone and said it was Janet's call. Calculating the time, it should be about 10 in the morning in Los Angeles. When they talked on the phone yesterday, Janet said that she would go for a physical examination today to see why she was always inexplicably tired recently. After picking up the phone and putting it to her ear to ask a question, Simon heard a coquettish scolding from the microphone. "Little bastard, come back quickly, Jenny and I are both pregnant." Simon stood there in a daze. Janet on the other side of the phone seemed to be able to imagine Simon's expression. She threateningly said hum a few times, and once again told Simon to go back quickly, and then hung up the phone. More than 10 hours later, Simon rushed back to Los Angeles, exhausted. It was already past midnight on the west coast of the United States. The Cape du May Manor seemed very quiet. After asking Misty who was still waiting for him, Simon knew that Janet and Jennifer were in the villa, so he went upstairs by himself. The round master bedroom on the 3rd floor of Shale Villa. Simon pushed the door open and entered. The bedroom was very quiet. A pale yellow light was on the bedside table. The woman on the big bed had already fallen asleep. It was obvious that there was only one person on the bed. Simon walked over lightly and sat down carefully beside the bed, looking down at Janet's face lying on her side. Unconsciously, they had known each other for 7 years. The woman's appearance was still the same as before. Western women always age easily, but there are always some fairies who can resist the erosion of time, just like Janet, Kathryn, and some other women he knew. Janet was sleeping soundly. Simon sat for a long time. Perhaps he finally felt a familiar breath beside him, and then he woke up in a daze. When she found Simon sitting next to her, the woman's fair face raised slightly. When Simon leaned over and kissed her, she murmured, "I'm so sleepy," and closed her eyes again. It seemed that what she said on the phone more than 10 hours ago was completely insignificant. After being together for so long, they were very familiar with each other's personality. Simon knew that Janet was not the kind of woman who valued secular rules, and the same was true for himself. However, 2 women getting pregnant at the same time was really unexpected. Simon was always worried about how Janet would react on the plane back to Los Angeles. Women are hard to predict after all, and Janet happened to be the kind of person with a very fickle personality. Now, seeing that Janet still reacted with a beauty sleep that was not as important as the sky falling, Simon finally felt relieved. He had just asked Misty about Jennifer's room. When Janet fell asleep again, Simon quietly got up and left the master bedroom and came to a door on the 2nd floor of the villa. He raised his hand to knock on the door, but remembered the time and pushed the door open and walked in. He walked through the living room outside the suite and came to the bedroom. There was also a light on the bedside table, but Jennifer on the bed was not asleep. The female assistant was wearing a light blue silk nightgown and was sitting quietly at the head of the bed, flipping through a book. When she found Simon coming in, the female assistant put down the book and looked at Simon with some joy and unconcealed uneasiness in her eyes. She had told him a long time ago that she hoped to have a child by the age of 30. The female assistant was born in 1962 and had celebrated her 30th birthday last year. However, when the agreed date came, she became hesitant. Unlike Janet, the female assistant was also somewhat rebellious, but she was still inevitably influenced by the outside world. Otherwise, she would not have been a good girl for so many years under the arrangement of her parents. Silently staying by Simon's side and becoming this man's lover was already the most extraordinary decision in the female assistant's life. If she had another child, she would certainly want it very much, but she couldn't help worrying about the child's future. Even though she knew that Simon would care about the child very much, in the eyes of the world, illegitimate children would eventually have to bear too many different looks, and she didn't want her children to bear these in the future, so she kept delaying. Until today. Calculating the time, it was obviously the absurdity of the Golden Globe Awards night at the end of January. Simon used to pay attention to protective measures, but men always have some times when they are full of interest and don't care, not to mention that they are his closest women. She didn't take it seriously until Janet called her during the day. She was called to Cape Dumay Manor for no apparent reason. Janet stuffed a pregnancy test stick into her and then pushed her into the bathroom. She was suddenly pregnant. And it was with 2 women. Her initial reaction was to be alert. Even though Janet usually treated her with no grudges, she had seen the internal struggles of some wealthy families. She was worried that Janet would ask her to get rid of the child. Fortunately, this didn't happen. She kept recalling what happened today and couldn't help but imagine the future of the little guy. But she didn't speak. She waited for him to speak. Even though she was basically sure of something, she was still a little worried about the man's reaction. Simon sat down on the bed and seemed to have finally found a topic after a while. He asked, "What book are you reading?" He lifted the book and showed it to him. Dream of Red Mansions. But it was an English version. Although she was also learning Chinese privately, she only reached the level of daily conversation, far from Janet's level of being able to read the original Chinese version directly. Thinking of this, it is inevitable that she feels a little inferior. Janet is much smarter than her. She even knows that Janet helps him much more than a little female assistant. Not only Cersei Capital, but the entire Westeros system is almost within Janet's attention. She is like his eyes, but she is just like one of his fingers. After being distracted for a while, she found that her silence made him a little embarrassed. She also instantly determined his thoughts and took the initiative to look over and said, "Jenny said she can give birth to twins." Simon was still thinking about what to say next and didn't react for a while. "Huh?" The female assistant's eyes were bright and she repeated, "Jenny said she can give birth to twins." Simon felt the clear eyes of the female assistant and suddenly understood. On the way back to Los Angeles, Simon considered many problems. The most critical one was how to arrange the little guy in the female assistant's belly. The attitude of Western society towards illegitimate children, especially the upper class, is actually more harsh than the country where Simon lived in his previous life. Many people involved will even regard this as a stain on their lives, just like Jobs, who did not hesitate to declare himself impotent in order to deny the fact that Lisa Brennan was his daughter. In addition, until now, illegitimate children in Western society are basically unable to obtain inheritance rights. In contrast, influenced by the deep-rooted concept of blood inheritance, Orientals are much more tolerant in this regard. Simon is like this in his bones. For him, whether it is Janet or Jennifer, the little ones in the belly of the 2 women are his children. However, since he is in this social environment, even if he does not care about all kinds of secular eyes, he has to consider the people around him. Simon does not want the female assistant and her belly child to have to hide in a corner where they cannot see the light. However, if it is simply and rudely announced to the outside world, it will inevitably cause unnecessary disturbances. Unexpectedly, Janet took the initiative to help him solve this problem. Janet can give birth to twins. Twins are not something you can give birth to if you want to. The woman's meaning is actually very clear. She can put the female assistant's child under her name and claim to the outside world that she gave birth to twins. In this way, the female assistant's child will have a legitimate identity. If 2 women get pregnant at the same time, The birth time of their children will not differ too much. As long as some work is done in advance, it is not difficult to conceal the truth. Obviously, this is indeed the most appropriate solution. Thinking of this, Simon reached out and held the female assistant's soft little hand, and asked, "What about you? What do you think?" The female assistant wanted to hold Simon's big hand with her backhand, but her palm was too small. When she turned her hand over, it was still covered by the man's palm. She stopped moving, nodded and whispered, "I am very grateful to Jenny." Then she tried to pull the man's big hand and put it on her lower abdomen, and then said, "I originally planned that the little guy could be called Seattle Rebuild, but if he can be called Seattle Westeros, of course it would be the best." Simon gently stroked the female assistant's lower abdomen with his palm. After a moment, he couldn't help but get in through the gap in the hem of his clothes, feeling the warmth of the skin on his palm, and said, "In fact, in my heart, you are already another Westeros." The female assistant blushed and pressed down the man's mischievous big hand. Her beautiful eyes became brighter and brighter, and she whispered, "Thank you, Simon." Simon leaned over and kissed the female assistant on the lips, saying, "I should be the one to say thank you. It is the luckiest thing in my life to be able to meet you and have you." The two chatted and kissed, then rubbed their faces together for a while. The female assistant finally pushed the man reluctantly and said, "It's late, you go and accompany Jenny. How about going together?" "I won't accompany you anymore." The female assistant blushed, pushed him again, and urged, "Go, I can't be too greedy. I'll watch you fall asleep before I go over. I can't sleep with you watching me. You can pretend to be asleep." "Okay." As she said that, she laid down and saw Simon pick up the English version of Dream of Red Mansions and put it on the bedside, and said, "Jenny said she was inspired by this book." Simon sat patiently by the bed and asked, "What is it?" Jennifer said, "The girl in the book, Tension." The female assistant's pronunciation was a little strange, but Simon understood immediately and nodded. Jennifer reached out from under the quilt and held Simon's big hand, saying, "But I don't like the ending of this book." "Of course," Simon said softly, "our children must be princes and princesses, and they are the princes and princesses in fairy tales." The female assistant's eyes flashed, and she was relieved. She closed her eyes obediently under Simon's gaze. Simon sat patiently by the bed and waited until the female assistant's breathing was stable, then he carefully got up again. Back to the master bedroom of the villa, after washing up, just lying on the big bed, Janet in her sleep almost instinctively entangled with him. When I woke up in the morning, it was Monday, February 15th. A new week. The three of them had breakfast together, and Janet inevitably complained about not being able to spend Valentine's Day together yesterday, and asked Simon to promise that it would not happen again next year. Then there were various arrangements around the pregnancy. Although the three of them had formed a tacit understanding, since she was pregnant, Simon's current condition could not be just a matter for the three of them. The news of Janet's pregnancy again was quickly notified to Australia, and the Johnston family expressed their congratulations, but it was not as big as when Janet was pregnant for the first time. Regarding the female assistant and the arrangement of the twins, Australia has not been informed for the time being. The main reason is that they are worried about Raymond Johnston's reaction. The old man is very conservative. The female assistant did not hide it from her parents, and the Raybolds also got the news in the following days. The couple had already tacitly agreed to their daughter's condition, and they had once thought that their daughter could replace Janet. After a few years, this idea had long disappeared. After a conversation with Simon, James Raybold also approved Simon's arrangement for the child in his daughter's belly, but only required that the child must know who his mother is in the future. The twin plan was only for outsiders to see. Simon never thought of not letting the female assistant's child deny his mother. If the little guy did this in the future, he, as a father, would not agree, and naturally agreed to James Raybold's request. In addition, there is the key issue of confidentiality. Even if it is impossible to keep it completely secret from the outside world, the later the news is spread, the smaller the reaction will be, and it will be easier to mediate public opinion. In order to avoid disappearing from the crowd's sight immediately and causing unnecessary associations, the female assistant insisted on continuing her work. Many women still insist on working when they are 7 or 8 months pregnant. The baby in her belly is only 2 weeks old now, so there is no need to be so cautious. Janet has the same attitude. The reason why she was so cautious the first time was that Melbourne was the first child of the Westeros family, and Janet had worked hard for a long time before finally getting pregnant, so she was cautious and cautious. Now the baby is over 1 year old, and Janet has confirmed that there is no problem with her body, so of course she doesn't want to be sealed and walk on thin ice like the first time. Except that Simon forced the working hours of the two women to be limited to less than 6 hours, everything else seems to have not changed. There is also whether Janet's pregnancy should be announced to the outside world. The first pregnancy was announced in the media very quickly, but the purpose was not simple. At that time, Simon was just the richest man in the United States with a net worth of billions in his early 20s. He had no children, which could be said to be an important weakness of his. Therefore, when Janet was pregnant with Melbourne, the news was made public as soon as possible, in fact, to dispel some possible thoughts of some people. This time, of course, there is no need to do this again. So I decided to keep a low profile as much as possible. In order to keep the secret, especially the secret of the two women being pregnant at the same time, Simon personally issued a formal gag order to the maids and bodyguards around him and the doctors in the Westeros family hospital who were responsible for the two women's pregnancy care, even though all the related parties had signed a strict confidentiality agreement. Not only that, the family intelligence team that had been secretly cultivated was also mobilized to strictly prevent possible snooping from the outside world. Chapter 537 Financial Report. February 23, the day after Simon's low-key 25th birthday, the most important annual report of the Westeros system was released. In 1992, Deanery's Entertainment Group achieved a total operating income of $12.7 billion, a year-on-year increase of 37%, and a full-year net profit of $710 million, an increase of 260% compared with a net profit of $270 million in 1991. At the same time, the debt scale of Deanery's Entertainment Group has been greatly reduced again, from $7.8 billion last year to $7.1 billion. The full-year revenue of $12.7 billion has completely consolidated Deanery's Entertainment's position as the largest media group in North America and even the world. Such an outstanding financial report is mainly due to the overall growth of Deanery's Entertainment Group in film and television entertainment, theme parks, consumer peripherals and other businesses, among which the strong development of the film business has played a very obvious locomotive effect. The net profit of $710 million, although the net profit margin is only 5.6% compared with the revenue, it also exceeds several other Hollywood studios. Moreover, as in 1991, the reason why Deanery's Entertainment's profit margin is so low is mainly because a large amount of funds have been invested in reducing debt and corporate expansion. Not only that, if Simon is willing, the overall debt of Deanery's Entertainment can be reduced to less than $7 billion. Simon did not do so. Maintaining an appropriate debt scale can help Deanery's Entertainment offset a large part of the tax. At the same time, as a non-listed company, this is also the best channel for Deanery's Entertainment to maintain contact with capital from all walks of life. Deanery's Entertainment has become more and more powerful, and the foundation of the entire Westeros system is definitely not solid. At this time, many things must be as cautious as possible. In order to pave the way for next year's IPO, Deanery's Entertainment quickly announced relevant data on the Egret portal after the financial report was released, and it triggered reprints and discussions by traditional media. The revenue of $12.7 billion not only exceeded the revenue scale of $11.9 billion of Time Warner in the previous fiscal year, but also left the 7 major Hollywood studios far behind. Take Columbia Pictures, a large studio controlled by Sony, for example. The revenue data for the past 4 quarters was only $2.6 billion, which is only 1/5 of the revenue of Deanery's Entertainment. Other companies such as Fox, Paramount, and Disney are also far behind Deanery's Entertainment. Amid the outside world's discussions, Deanery's Entertainment has once again released news of its upcoming IPO. The planned stock listing date is next summer, but with the release of the new annual financial report, Deanery's Entertainment has also begun preparing for next year's IPO more than a year in advance. The revenue volume of a corporate giant has reached the level of tens of billions of dollars. According to the latest data of Fortune magazine's top 500 American companies, it is enough to rank among the top 30 in the Federation. Moreover, Deanery's Entertainment is ranked alongside industry giants with decades of history. The accumulation and foundation of these old giants may be deeper, but the growth momentum is far from comparable to the vibrant Deaneries Entertainment. With the release of Deaneries Entertainment's IPO, the media have also discussed the current market value of this entertainment group. Last year, when Forbes calculated Simon's personal wealth, it had already valued Deaneries Entertainment at $30 billion. According to the latest financial report data released by Deaneries Entertainment in 1992, the valuation of $30 billion seems high, but it is not exaggerated. If Deaneries Entertainment had not put a large part of its capital into corporate expansion and debt reduction, the net profit margin of Deaneries Entertainment would be enough to reach more than 15%. According to the revenue of $12.7 billion, the net profit margin of 15% means a full-year net profit of $1.9 billion. The net profit scale of $1.9 billion, compared with a valuation of $30 billion, is only equivalent to a price-earnings ratio of 15 times. For a company with an annual revenue growth rate of 37%, the IPO valuation of 15 times the price-earnings ratio is actually quite conservative. After the recovery of the U.S. stock market in the past 2 years, the average price-earnings ratio of both the New York Stock Exchange and the Nasdaq market has exceeded 15 times. However, even so, the listing of a company with a market value of $30 billion will undoubtedly become the largest IPO in North America in the past decade. Deaneries Cinema. In the past 2 days, the top management of the group has been holding an annual summary meeting around the newly released financial report, and has appropriately replanned and adjusted the company's development in the new year. After 2 years of integration, Deaneries Entertainment has basically digested the former MCA. Since the IPO will be carried out in the middle of next year, Simon plans to produce an excellent financial report next year that can truly reflect the profitability of Deaneries Entertainment. Try to complete a beautiful financial report before listing, which is actually what many companies do during the IPO process. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2-day meeting ended, but Simon did not leave work immediately. Back in his office, Ella Deutschmann was already waiting for Simon. The 11-day 43rd Berlin Film Festival officially closed on February 22. The wedding banquet produced by Deaneries Entertainment won the Golden Bear Award at this Berlin Film Festival, just like in the original time and space. The difference is that in the past, the wedding banquet won the award together with another Chinese film, The Fragrant Soul Girl. This time, there is only one winning work, The Wedding Banquet. Deaneries Entertainment has no habit of sharing awards with others. Because The Wedding Banquet is a work of Guillaume Films, as the film won the Golden Bear, the media inevitably linked Simon's attendance at the opening ceremony of the film festival with the film's award, accusing the Berlin Film Festival of insider information. However, the award results have been released, and the quality of The Wedding Banquet is also excellent enough. This controversy is destined not to cause too many waves. A few years later, the outside world will only remember that The Wedding Banquet won the Golden Bear Award at the 1993 Berlin Film Festival. This is the winner and the loser. As for whether there is really an inside story, of course there is. Guillaume Films has been the best cooperation company in the field of niche independent and niche art films in recent years. Coincidentally, the judges of the 3 major European film festivals are often in this circle. Therefore, the organizers of the film festival may not be able to influence those judges who have already achieved some success, but Guillaume Films can. Unless they are completely uninterested in Oscars, Cannes, Venice, and Berlin, otherwise, these judges will not be able to consider whether they will cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment in the future during the award process. This is the key to why Miramax in the original time and space was able to run rampant at the Oscars and major film festivals. The current Guillaume Films is more powerful than the former Miramax. Therefore, there is no need to deliberately manipulate anything. As long as the judges are not completely without any fame and fortune, they will give special consideration to the films under Deaneries Entertainment during the award process. Through some relatively close connections, Deaneries Entertainment can also obtain the voting information of the judges that is usually not made public. So, who is in favor and who is against? It is clear at a glance. Of course, the basis of all this is that the films that Guillaume Films participates in must be good enough, otherwise Simon himself will not allow the smashing of the signboard to happen. Not only that, after winning this year's Golden Bear Award, Guillaume Films will not plan to get involved in the highest award in the next 1 or 2 years. Turning a film festival into your own backyard will only result in no one playing this game with you anymore. After winning the Golden Bear, The Gale-Man Films team also began to promote The Wedding Banquet, and it is expected that the film will be officially launched in North American theaters on March 5th. The award was given on February 22nd and the film was released on March 5th, just 2 weeks apart. Moreover, the release schedule of The Wedding Banquet was made on February 22nd, the day it won the Golden Bear Award. Even if you are confident, no one can be 100% sure of winning the award before the award is announced. Once the award is not given, another set of distribution strategies must be adopted, and the release schedule in early March may not be appropriate. Although the planned opening number of screens is only a small scale of about 200, this still shows the growing distribution capabilities of Deaneries Entertainment. If it were other second and third tier distributors, it might take half a year to win the award, obtain the copyright, arrange the schedule, start the publicity, and officially release the film. By then, the popularity of the Golden Bear Award would have long cooled down. Simon knew about these arrangements on the closing day of the Berlin Film Festival, but what he discussed with Deutschmann today was about working title films. Because it has not been able to find a sponsor to rely on, Tentative Name Pictures has been in the state of a shell company for many years, even worse than Miramax, which Simon had just completely killed. The two partners of Tentative Name Pictures, Tim Bevan and Sarah Radcliffe, do not even have a more formal office space. In recent years, the two people's work status is to look for scripts, raise funds everywhere, and personally participate in production and follow up on distribution. It usually takes 1 or 2 years to produce a movie, and the income is naturally not much, just earning hard money. Simon took a fancy to the script of Bloody Romeo recommended to him by Tim Bevan, and asked Ella Deutschmann to sign the two. Tim Bevan and Sarah Radcliffe finally found an organization. As for Tentative Name Pictures, Simon has no plan to develop another sublabel. Therefore, the two just signed a contract to become regular producers under Gale-Man Pictures. There are countless film companies born or dead in the entertainment industry every year, and even several production companies can be established around a film. The two did not have much nostalgia for the shell of the Tentative Name films. Later, from the scripts provided by the two, Simon successfully found 4 Weddings and a Funeral. The British film circle is not large. Since this script that was not favored at the beginning in the original time and space fell into the hands of the two, it was not surprising this time. Not only that, Simon also saw another script from the two, Dead Man Walking. Dead Man Walking is a script adapted from a true story. It tells the story of Sister Helen gradually discovering the truth of the incident during the correspondence with a death row prisoner Matthew. In the original time and space, Dead Man Walking starred Tim Robbins and became a hot candidate for Oscar nominations in 1996, and sent Susan Sarandon to the throne of Oscar Best Actress. Of course, the box office performance of the film is also very good. Simon has no memory of Bloody Romeo, but he was able to find 2 excellent scripts, 4 Weddings and a Funeral and A Man Walking, from the hands of producers Tim Bevan and Sarah Radcliffe, which confirmed the vision of the two producers. The outstanding performance of the tentatively named film in the original time and space in terms of box office and awards also proved the ability of the two. It can be said that signing these two people under Deaneries Entertainment is actually more worthwhile than getting 1 or 2 dark horse scripts. Although the 2 scripts of 4 Weddings and a Funeral and A Man Walking were found, Simon did not start all these projects at once. Including Bloody Romeo and 4 Weddings and a Funeral, Simon selected a romantic film Love in My Heart from the scripts held by the two, making up 3 movies and handing them over to the two. A Man Walking will be delayed. Among the 3 movies, Bloody Romeo has great uncertainty, and Love in My Heart is just a bonus. The key is still 4 Weddings and a Funeral. These are certainly not for outsiders to know. The project that Ella Deutschmann values most is Bloody Romeo. Quentin Tarantino's last film, Reservoir Dogs, cost $1.5 million to produce. Unlike the failure caused by the distribution strategy errors in the original time and space, this time, relying on the excellent distribution capabilities of Highgate Pictures, the film has achieved a total box office of more than $40 million worldwide. Therefore, the next work of Quentin Tarantino's new director has always been highly valued by Highgate Pictures. The second film has not been launched yet, mainly because it has not found a suitable script. Quentin himself was not very satisfied with True Romance. Seeing Bloody Romeo, he aroused some interest. However, Quentin also asked to personally modify the script of Bloody Romeo to suit his own style. The project was selected by Simon himself, and if he wanted to modify it, He naturally needed Simon's consent. Simon certainly had no objection. During the process of reading the script of Bloody Romeo, he also felt that if Quentin was to shoot it, the story obviously lacked some of the other party's nagging style. Although he values Bloody Romeo more, Ella Deutschman has not ignored Four Weddings and a Funeral and Love in the Heart out of her instinctive trust in Simon's vision, and has personally analyzed the pros and cons of the two scripts. Four Weddings and a Funeral is full of typical British humor and self-mockery. Although American audiences are very xenophobic, they are relatively receptive to such British films. A Fish Called Wanda was successful a few years ago. As for Love in the Heart, the selling point should be the polar romance. This is a story that takes place in the Arctic Circle. Simon also plans to make major revisions to the script of Love in the Heart, including all-round adjustments to the characters and plot, in order to eliminate the hypocritical style of European films in the script and make it a relatively commercial love film. Therefore, according to preliminary statistics, if the three films want to be well made, Love in the Heart is the highest production cost. Because of the Arctic shooting, plus the need to choose a good creative team, the production cost may reach $20 million. Quentin Tarantino is a new and emerging director. Bloody Romeo can no longer be an ultra-low-cost $1.5 million. This time the budget reaches $15 million. The final Four Weddings and a Funeral has a budget cost of only $5 million. Simon privately favors Four Weddings and a Funeral the most, but he has no intention of raising the production standards of this film. The discussion about the two producers and three film projects lasted for an hour. At 6 o'clock, after seeing off Deutschman, a girl Allison Knowles walked into the office. The female assistant needs to reduce her workload after pregnancy. After several considerations, a girl was transferred to serve as Simon's second assistant. Although she was originally a maid, Allison has assisted Janet in managing various affairs of the Westeros family in recent years, which is actually equivalent to the nature of Janet's assistant. This time she was transferred to serve as Simon's second assistant. After just a few days of adaptation, she soon seemed to be at ease. Simon was not surprised by this. Janet was personally responsible for recruiting a group of girls, the initial ABCD, and the subsequent team of female housekeepers. Their looks were undoubtedly good-looking, but none of them was just a vase. Chapter 538 Prototype. Coming to Simon's desk, A, who was wearing an office lady suit, handed over several documents and introduced, "Boss, this is the latest meeting memorandum about the Christie's acquisition negotiation in Europe, and the collection auction industry information you asked me to collect. In addition, this is the work schedule for tomorrow in San Francisco." Simon turned off the computer on his desk, picked up the meeting memorandum about the Christie's acquisition negotiation, and said, "Let's go back, you can look at the rest of the information at home." Allison quickly put away the remaining documents, hugged him in her arms and followed Simon out of the office. The two walked through the corridor and entered the elevator. Simon opened the memorandum and went straight to the part he was most concerned about. After agreeing to Sophia's plan to acquire Christie's auction house a few days ago, the female executive began to negotiate with Christie's management and shareholders. After more than 200 years of operation, Christie's has long been a listed company, just like its arch-rival Sotheby's. Because the auction industry has fallen into a slump with a global economic recession, Christie's recent market value is only £430 million, about $670 million, which is only equivalent to a price-earnings ratio of about 13 times compared with its profit in the previous fiscal year. The stock price of a listed company tends to reflect its long-term business performance. Christie's P/E ratio is only 13 times, which shows how pessimistic the capital market is about the business prospects of this old auction house. After confirming the acquisition plan, Melisande Company secretly contacted Christie's shareholders and management on the one hand, and began to privately absorb the company's shares on the other hand. In this way, even if the acquisition case cannot be completed in the end, Melisande Company can still make a small profit by buying low and selling high. In fact, Simon is not determined to acquire this historic auction house, so he made such an arrangement. During the initial contact, Christie's board of directors directly proposed an acquisition price of 20 times the P/E ratio, with a total value of up to $1 billion, which is equivalent to a premium of 50% of the recent market value. If it is a hostile acquisition, a 50% premium is not high. The Christie's acquisition case is different. It is mainly due to the limitations of the auction industry itself. If Simon invests in the internet with a $1 billion investment, he may be able to get 100 times return in the future. If he invests in the fashion field and operates it properly, he will be able to get a tenfold return in the future. However, because the auction industry mainly targets high-end customer groups and the annual auction industry market capacity cannot present a long-term stable upward curve, but will show a certain cyclicality with the rise and fall of the economy. Therefore, even if it is determined that this auction house will be able to bring very stable income due to the continued economic prosperity in the next 10 or 20 years, the value of Christie's itself will not rise too much. 10 years later, the market value of this auction house can double or triple, which is already the limit. Therefore, in Simon's plan, at most, Christie's will be given a 30% premium on the basis of the recent market value of $670 million, which is about $870 million. If the 30% premium cannot be negotiated, Simon will decisively give up the acquisition. At that time, it is not a violation to sell the stocks absorbed in advance and make a little difference while the stock price is high after the news leak. Not only that, Simon did not intend to pay all the planned $870 million by Melisandre alone. Apollo Management Company under Cersei Capital has agreed to join the game with $100 million. Sophia is also looking for other partners in the near future. Simon's goal is only to achieve Melisandre's absolute control of Christie's. However, Simon thought so, but others might not think so. In recent years, the companies favored by the Westeros system have basically shown very strong growth momentum, thus forming a very obvious halo effect. As long as the Westeros system shows interest in a field, it will soon attract a lot of attention. Therefore, when Melisandre Company launched a takeover offer to Christie's, not to mention the outside world, perhaps many of Christie's own shareholders and management have changed their initial pessimistic attitude towards the development prospects of this auction house. This is the company that Simon Westeros is interested in. It is almost inevitable that Christie's may want to treat the financially strong Westeros system as a sucker, or even have the idea of not intending to sell. The U.S. economy has not yet fully recovered, and Europe has just experienced a financial catastrophe. At this time, the possibility of a rival competing with the Westeros system for Christie's is not high. If the two sides cannot reach an agreement, Simon will definitely not be a sucker and publicly launch a hostile takeover. Christie's is not worth a hostile takeover at all, which is something that all parties are very clear about. In short, the prospects of this acquisition are actually very uncertain. The memo in Simon's hand also shows this. In the past 2 weeks, the Christie's board of directors has not made any concessions on the $1 billion offer. Moreover, Christie's stock price has also risen recently. Compared with 2 weeks ago, the cumulative increase in the stock price has reached 11%. Obviously, the news has been quietly leaked. The journey from the Malibu Deanery Studios back to the Cape Dumay Manor was very short. Alison Knowles sat quietly beside Simon and found that the man was still reading the documents in his hand carefully when they were about to get home. After thinking for a while, Girl A took the initiative to say, "Boss, I think that acquiring Christie's is not a very good deal." Simon looked up at the girl next to him and asked with a smile, "Why?" Girl A had obviously done some homework and said, "The development potential of the auction industry itself is very small, and the uncertainty of annual performance is very large. Even if the boss believes that the world economy will improve rapidly in the next few years, the cash investment of more than $800 million is still worth the money. If this money is invested in other fields, it will definitely get more returns." Simon nodded, "You are right, but I don't plan to use all my money to acquire this auction house. Moreover, acquiring Christie's is not as simple as just buying an auction house." After saying this, Simon did not go into it any further. The top auction industry is basically a group of people at the top of the pyramid in the world. If you can buy Christie's, it is equivalent to having a pass to build a huge network of contacts. Simon's wealth has reached a peak that ordinary people can hardly reach, and his power in Hollywood is also unparalleled. However, even at the current height, Simon does not think that connections are no longer important to him. On the contrary, for him now, connections are becoming more and more important. On the other hand, the top social circles are only the glamorous part of the auction industry above the water. The industry is actually more exciting below the water. Money laundering, tax evasion, interest transfer, and so on. If possible, Simon certainly hopes that all business activities of the Westeros system can be upright. However, This is ultimately just a fantasy. Simon has been discussing one thing with some core senior executives of the Westeros system these days, which is to significantly increase the Westeros system's investment in the political field. According to the preliminary plan, this year alone, the Westeros system, which includes not only SCLAP Consulting, which is directly controlled by Westeros, but also core companies of the Westeros system such as Deaneries Entertainment, Cisco, AOL, Verizon Telecom, Cersei Capital, and Ygritte, is expected to spend a total of $100 million on political donations and bill lobbying in 1993. In this era, having $300 million to $500 million is enough to squeeze into the Forbes 400 list of the richest people in the United States. The Westeros system plans to invest $100 million in the political field in 1 year, which seems a bit extravagant, but the money must be spent. Even if a large part of it may go down the drain, it will not be reduced at all. On the contrary, this part of the expenditure will only increase in the future. Moreover, many of the $100 million investments cannot be fully operated in the open, and perhaps less than 1/5 of them are actually registered in accordance with the provisions of the U.S. lobbying law. However, simply throwing money is still not enough. Even if it is just for self-protection, the Westeros system will inevitably need to expand to the deep waters of the dark side of this world. Buying Christie's and controlling this old auction house with a long history will allow us to operate many things in the future. People outside the United States always think that this country is so good. If you are in it and have more experience, you will probably understand that perhaps the language is different, perhaps the system is different, and perhaps the consciousness is different, but if you look into it, many things in this world are actually similar. Because human nature is the same. Allison is very smart. Simon only needs to wake her up with one sentence, and she immediately understands it, and tactfully does not continue to express any opinions on it. The next day is Thursday, February 25th. Simon set off for San Francisco early in the morning. The full-year financial report of Ygritte Company for 1992 was also released recently. Compared with the normal annual growth rate of Deaneries Entertainment, the past year of Ygritte Company can be described as wild growth. Therefore, when the financial report for the new year was released, the entire management of Ygritte Company was obviously a little more uneasy in the irrepressible joy. The financial data of Ygritte Company in 1992 was really too eye-catching. In 1991, Ygritte's annual revenue was $491 million, while its loss reached $381 million, almost the same as the wealth of a Forbes 400 richest American. Both the $491 million revenue in a brand new industry and the eye-popping $381 million loss triggered intense media debate at the beginning of last year. However, once this year's data is released, it will definitely attract more attention. In 1992, Amazon, which opened at the beginning of last year, achieved an annual turnover of $623 million in its first year of operation, relying on Ygritte's unique interface to the World Wide Web. This was a sales target that Amazon once took 3 years to achieve. Although it is well known that sales in the retail industry are often easier to achieve, and profit margins are often very low, the annual sales of Amazon's online mall, only $623 million, still easily surpassed Ygritte's annual revenue in 1991. Amazon is just one of Ygritte's core businesses. In addition, relying on the nearly exponential growth of the World Wide Web site in the past year, the e-commerce department of Ygritte also achieved a huge revenue of $437 million in the whole year through application software sales, server space leasing, solution services, and corporate email authorization. Among them, the most basic web design software alone sold $283 million, surpassing the IE browser software's $233 million in revenue. Simon's most important Ygritte portal website advertising business, compared with the $83 million in revenue in 1991, in 1992, because traditional advertising giants such as Coca-Cola and Procter & Gamble also began to place advertisements on the internet platform, plus the original advertisers in the technology field such as IBM, Compaq, HP, Microsoft, Intel, etc. Ygritte's advertising revenue in 1992 also increased significantly to $278 million, an increase of more than 330%. Finally, the scattered income from application software stores such as eStore and ePay, online payment tools, and other aspects also reached $366 million in the whole year. After all the calculations, in 1992, The total revenue of Ygritte reached $1.937 billion US. Compared with 1991, the revenue growth rate reached 394%. Even after accounting, Ygritte's annual loss in 1992 was still as high as $139 million US. However, facing such a crazy revenue growth rate, let alone a loss of $139 million US a year, even if it doubled several times, it was completely worth investing. If the financial data in 1991 only made the outside world realize the huge growth potential of the internet industry, then Ygritte's revenue performance in 1992 was completely enviable. The global economic downturn does not mean that capital lacks funds. On the contrary, more funds are troubled by the inability to find a suitable investment direction. Once Ygritte's 1992 annual financial report was made public, it was like a bright light suddenly lit in the dark night for capital. In the dark night, if one or two moths fly over the candlelight, they may only be burned to death by the flame. When countless moths swarm in, the flame may be in danger of being extinguished. The list of Ygritte has an obvious fatal weakness: monopoly. The reason why the most basic web design software and IE browser software can generate hundreds of millions of dollars in sales is that Ygritte has a monopoly on World Wide Web technology. Microsoft has other operating system competitors, and Oracle has no shortage of database manufacturers in the same industry. Because of the early layout of World Wide Web technology and the protection of patent barriers, Ygritte's software is unique. Therefore, in the context of rapidly expanding market demand, the too inconspicuous software brought Ygritte unexpected huge income. You know, both portal website business and e-commerce operations require huge financial support. The biggest investment in web design software and IE browser software is the initial development cost. Because it is a rigid demand, it does not even require too much marketing expenditure, so the gross profit margin of the two software even reaches more than 80%. Basic software is just one of Ygritte's exclusive businesses. In the original timeline, the internet industry began to rise in 1995, and it was in a state of flourishing from the beginning. Netscape and Microsoft developed browser software, Yahoo provided portal website services, and companies such as Amazon and eBay operated e-commerce. At that time, internet cloud services had not yet appeared, and many companies also participated in basic software and services such as website design software and server rental services. Now, because Ygritte has built a patent barrier for World Wide Web technology in advance, it basically represents the World Wide Web platform of the internet to the public. From the most basic tool software to server rental, to graphical interface browsers, and even online businesses such as portal websites and online shopping malls that have proven to be very successful in the original timeline, all are dominated by Ygritte. Therefore, when the internet industry began to explode, Ygritte was immediately supported. With a performance growth rate of nearly 400% throughout the year, it does not need to last for a long time. Even if it only lasts for another 2 or 3 years, even if the growth rate in the following years is halved, Ygritte will be expected to grow into an industry giant with a revenue volume of tens of billions. Other industries are in a continuous downturn due to the impact of the general environment. Everyone is cautiously looking for prey, but Ygritte Company is guarding a vast pasture full of fat cattle and sheep. What will be the result? Capital comes into the world, from head to toe, every pore is flowing with blood and filth. If there is a 10% profit, capital will start chasing. If the profit reaches 20%, capital will be more active. If the profit reaches 50%, capital can take risks. For 100% profit, capital dares to trample on all human laws. If the profit reaches 300%, capital can commit all crimes in the world. Marx said so in Das Kapital. Now, the internet industry, in which Ygritte Company has a monopoly advantage, represents a profit that may exceed 1000%. Chapter 539 Prototype 2. There is nothing wrong with monopoly itself, and patent protection is a kind of monopoly protection. Antitrust laws in various countries around the world are more about preventing monopoly enterprises from using their own advantages in technology and market to suppress competitors. In other words, monopoly is not wrong, but using monopoly advantages to suppress competitors is wrong. However, in the actual implementation process, the standard of monopoly has always been difficult to determine. The vague definition standard has led to antitrust becoming a tool for political and economic games between enterprises, capital and even countries in many cases. Ygritte, or the entire Westeros system, has created a new internet era in advance through the layout of the entire industrial chain of World Wide Web technology. To achieve this goal, companies such as Cisco, AOL and Ygritte have invested billions of dollars in the past few years. It stands to reason that with such a huge initial investment, the Westeros system can fully enjoy the benefits brought by the internet industry with peace of mind. The problem now is that the interests involved in the internet industry are really too huge. It is so huge that the Westeros system can not only eat it alone, but many people will not allow the Westeros system to enjoy this huge cake alone. The three core executives of Ygritte, even Tim Berners-Lee, who focused on technology research and development and was not very familiar with the ways of the world, realized the problem after seeing the company's 1992 annual report. With many memories of two lives, Simon has a clearer understanding of the situation that Ygritte will face. Throughout the 1990s, Microsoft was tormented to death by the U.S. Antitrust Department. To a large extent, it was not the monopoly of Microsoft's operating system, but several Microsoft shareholders such as Damon who held too many Microsoft stocks. When Bill Gates, Paul Allen and others continued to reduce their holdings, Microsoft gradually became a public holding company integrated with the U.S. economy, and this operating system giant never encountered a large-scale antitrust investigation again. After the earnings meeting in the morning, Simon discussed with Tim Berners-Lee, Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz in the afternoon how to solve the situation that Ygritte would face. Microsoft's competitors include Apple, Intel's competitors include AMD, and IBM's competitors include Sun. For Ygritte, the problem now is that this new technology company that pioneered a new internet era in advance does not even have a decent competitor. After completing the authorization of email technology, Microsoft and AOL, which obtained commercial operation licenses, are both preparing their own portal website businesses. However, even if Microsoft and AOL's network businesses are online and can compete with Ygritte, in the eyes of outsiders, the three companies are still largely in the same camp. The U.S. Sherman Antitrust Act has a clear definition that collusion between related companies to control the market is also a monopoly. Ygritte has already released a large number of World Wide Web patent technologies for free, and it is impossible to further release the company's core patents in the short term. Without a competitor, it is also impossible to create a competitor out of thin air. In fact, even the powerful Microsoft and AOL cannot pose a big threat to Ygritte in terms of network business in the short term, let alone create a competitor from scratch. Then, there are only two ways to avoid the antitrust pressure that Ygritte may face. One is to split up actively. According to Simon's original idea, Ygritte's several major businesses will be split into several different companies. The second is to carry out external financing as soon as possible, or to conduct an IPO and give up enough equity shares to various capitals. The first way is to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. The second way is to sell equity and integrate Ygritte into the entire U.S. economy, which is the most thorough solution. In fact, Simon made such plans a long time ago. For companies such as Cisco, AOL, and Ygritte, he only hopes to retain about 30% of the equity after continuous reduction. Considering the terrifying market value of these companies in the future, 30% of the shares are still a huge fortune. When the small meeting of several core management members ended, the preliminary plan had been finalized. Ygritte will carry out its first external financing, and it is expected to sell 10% of the shares and plan to raise $1.5 billion. According to Ygritte's revenue of nearly $2 billion in 1992 and its high growth rate of nearly 400%, if it goes public, the market value of this company will definitely be comparable to that of Cisco and AOL today. Therefore, the valuation of $15 billion is still very conservative for Ygritte. As long as you know a little about Ygritte's position in the emerging internet field and its financial data in 1992, you should know that the offer of $1.5 billion for 10% of the shares is very cost-effective. If someone thinks that Ygritte is asking for too much, then the other party is obviously not a worthy partner. Although the offer is as high as $1.5 billion, not everyone can buy this 10% of the shares. If it is an Arab tycoon or a Japanese jebel, sorry, go away. This part of the shares will only be sold to capital forces in the United States that have a significant influence on the federal political economy, so as to provide assistance when Ygritte encounters pressure from antitrust and other aspects. People are always greedy. Simon also knows that 10% of the shares will definitely not satisfy the outside world, and this part of the financing is just a prelude. Ygritte will also launch an IPO plan as soon as possible. including the equity rewards promised to Tim Berners-Lee and other senior executives and the option incentives for many employees. Westeros's shareholding in Ygritte will quickly drop to below 70% in the next few years. San Francisco, Palo Alto. At Ygritte's headquarters, when the financing plan was finalized, Tim Berners-Lee and the other two thought more about the equity reward plan for them. According to the original agreement, each of them can get a maximum of 5% equity reward from Ygritte in a 5-year contract. With Ygritte's current development momentum, unless Simon regrets and tears up the contract, the 5% equity is basically set in stone. Then, even if it is based on the $15 billion valuation of this financing, the 5% equity will be worth $750 million. $750 million. Just this wealth is enough for them to occupy a relatively prominent position on the list of the 400 richest people in the United States. When they first joined the company, none of the three thought that they could get so much. Therefore, for the rest of the afternoon, Simon could clearly feel that Jeff Bezos' tone was obviously a bit high when he explained to him the Ygritte Advertising Alliance plan that Ygritte was about to launch. No one can predict their own future. The current $750 million has already satisfied this Cuban immigrant descendant from the bottom of society. If Jeff Bezos knew that he would become the world's richest man with a net worth of more than $100 billion in another time and space, I wonder what he would think. Of course, if is always just if. We have tested the advertising distribution system on more than 20 partner websites. I think that accurate automatic advertising delivery is not the best solution at this stage. For the time being, we should adopt a customized advertising strategy and customize special advertising packages for different advertisers. In another conference room at Ygritte's headquarters, Jeff Bezos finished explaining the technical details of the Advertising Alliance plan and began to introduce the specific implementation plan. The Advertising Alliance plan was naturally formulated by Simon based on the Advertising Alliance plans of major internet giants in his memory. When it was first proposed, not every senior executive of Ygritte agreed with the plan. Many people believed that the Advertising Alliance plan might lead to the emergence of a large number of competitors of Ygritte. Therefore, compared with the Advertising Alliance plan, Ygritte should focus more on its expansion in the content field. At this stage, the news information, online forums, microblogs, email and other businesses of Ygritte portal are developing rapidly, which also provides sufficient and rich content support for the advertising business of Ygritte portal. Because of the company's strong position in the content field, some management inevitably believe that Ygritte alone is enough to support the content supply of the entire internet. This obviously goes against Simon's original positioning of Ygritte. In Simon's plan, Ygritte will be a high-tech company that focuses on building an internet platform, and will never become an internet media company that focuses on producing content. With the popularization of the internet, the differentiated needs of hundreds of millions of internet users for online content are simply not something that an internet media company can provide. Providing a content display platform for internet users through services such as search engines, microblogs and online forums, so that more content providers and internet users can produce content on their own, is the way for Ygritte to survive. In the Internet 1.0 era, internet media companies such as Yahoo and AOL competed for land grabbing, and the results seemed to be prosperous, but they all declined rapidly after the advent of the Internet 2.0 era. The current Ygritte portal is just a transition for Ygritte. The Google search engine and Facebook microblog that Ygritte has already started to operate independently, as well as the Amazon online store that has quickly emerged in the past year, are the foundation for Ygritte to become an internet supergiant in the future. However, Simon certainly will not publicize this fundamental development strategy everywhere. Within Ygritte, only a few core management personnel are clear about his specific ideas. Therefore, it is inevitable that many different voices will appear in the process of carrying out the Advertising Alliance plan. With absolute control over Ygritte, Simon would not be disturbed by such objections, but would unquestionably ask the management to implement the plan. Knowing Simon's long-term plan for Ygritte, Jeff Bezos and others also supported the plan. Through the Ygritte Advertising Alliance plan, many websites that cannot independently carry out commercial business will have a clear profit channel, which can accelerate the promotion of the flourishing of the internet. Only when the content in the internet field is richer can the various businesses of Ygritte develop faster, which is actually a mutually beneficial relationship. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Ygritte's work schedule was finished. Simon's work for the day was not over yet. He left the headquarters of Ygritte and rushed to Tinkover, founded by C-girl Claire Gain. According to Simon's idea, Tinkover has recently developed the first prototype of a digital music player. While there is still some time, Simon plans to go and see it in person. Arriving at the headquarters of Tinkover, which is not far from Ygritte, C-girl and Neil Brandley, another partner of Tinkover, were already waiting for Simon. He also saw the petite Jennifer Bray behind C-girl. After greeting C-girl and the others, Simon couldn't help but rub the girl's head as he watched Jennifer approach, smiling. "Don't you need to go to class today?" There was no way. The girl was only as tall as Simon's chest, and it was really suitable for rubbing her head. Jennifer didn't resist Simon's action, but instead shrank her neck coquettishly, her eyes with long eyelashes slightly narrowed, like a cat being stroked by its owner, and she didn't forget to respond to Simon, "I just don't have class this afternoon." Although he knew the girl's age very well, Simon still had a feeling of teasing a minor. Looking at her again, Claire, Neil Brandley and others were all in professional suits, but the girl was wearing a very casual light yellow sweater and jeans, with a pair of white flat shoes on her feet, which made her look even more different standing in the crowd. It was as if someone's parents brought their children to the company when they went to work. Simon actually knew that little Jenny was arranged by Janet to enter Stanford University. Because of what happened at the concert, C-girl and others naturally regarded her as their woman, so they were so indulgent. Simon smiled and said nothing more. He walked into the office building with everyone. Jennifer Bray followed the crowd obediently, looking at them quietly with her beautiful eyes. She had just discovered something. The person who followed Simon as an assistant this time turned out to be a girl, Allison Norris. Big Jenny, who was always very wary of them in the past, did not come with Simon this time. Although she didn't know the reason, the little girl realized that this seemed to be a good opportunity. Simon didn't care about little Jenny's thoughts. He came to a laboratory in the office building and soon saw the prototype of the digital music player that had just been developed. According to a series of trademarks applied for in advance by Tinkover, this machine will be named iPlayer. Simon felt that iPlayer was more suitable as the name of a digital music player than iPod. As for iPod, which also applied for a trademark, it might be used in other electronic products in the future. Neil Brandley first showed Simon the basic structure of the prototype. The prototype in front of him was the size of a current tape player, which was far from the standard size of a matchbox in Simon's memory, but it was also the limit of what the current technology could achieve. You know, the core storage device of the iPlayer player, the 1.5-inch micro hard drive, was already the size of a matchbox. The 1.5-inch, 2.5-inch and 3.5-inch standards of mechanical hard drives specifically refer to the size of the disk platters inside the hard drive, and the entire hard drive is often much larger. In Simon's memory, a 1.5-inch micro hard drive was once the size of a piece of bubble gum, not the current matchbox, mainly because the internal mechanical structure had not yet achieved maximum optimization and compression. The current 3.5-inch hard drive is also much larger than the 3.5-inch hard drive in Simon's memory. Moreover, although it is large in size, the capacity of the current micro hard drive is very small. The prototype developed by Tinkover uses a micro hard drive that IBM has not yet mass-produced, with a capacity of only a pitiful 20 M. According to the MP3 audio format developed by Ygritte, at a high compression level, the average size of each song is about 3 M. And a micro hard drive can only hold 6 or 7 songs, not even as much as a record. However, with the rapid growth of the computer industry, it is only a matter of time before the capacity of mechanical hard drives doubles. Neil Brandley said that as long as the market demand is sufficient, the major hard drive manufacturers, who have accumulated technology for many years, are fully capable of quickly increasing the capacity of micro hard drives. In the short term, only 1 or 200 megabytes of capacity is needed, which is enough for the current digital players. In terms of storage media, Simon certainly considered flash memory. However, the current flash memory chips, due to the development of semiconductor technology and the limited market demand, usually have a capacity of only a few hundred K. Although flash memory has many advantages over mechanical hard drives in terms of storage stability, reading speed and energy consumption, because the capacity is too small. In the next 5 to 10 years, if you want to develop digital music players, you can only use micro hard drives as a solution. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Little Fairy. Neil Brantley introduced the basic technical details of iPlayer. Simon played with a prototype in his hand, which was the size of Sony's Walkman, and asked Miss C, "How much does it cost?" Claire Gaines said, "The micro hard disk used in the prototype has not yet been mass-produced, and other components need to be customized according to the final product model to be confirmed in the future. The approximate cost should be controlled at around $200. Simon shook his head slightly. "It's a bit high. Once the digital music player is released, its direct competitor will be Sony's Walkman. The price of Walkman in North America is about $300. Since it wants to compete, the standard starting price of iPlayer should also be set at $300. To achieve this goal, the hardware cost of the player needs to be controlled within $150, so that enough marketing and profit space can be reserved for Tinkober and distributors at all levels. Now, the hardware cost is $200. To ensure the promotion and profit of the player in the future, the retail price needs to be set at $400. Claire understood why Simon said that, and said, "In recent years, the development of hard disk technology and thin film liquid crystal technology has been very rapid, and the cost is also continuing to decline. If we launch the official product next year, the cost should be able to be reduced further by then." Simon, "I think the biggest obstacle to the promotion of this player is still the issue of music copyright." Simon nodded. He still had a very deep impression of Apple's battle of wits and courage with major record giants for iPod music copyright. The record industry is no less conservative than Hollywood. Deaneries Entertainment already owns Universal Music, which is an advantage. However, if only this record company provides content support, it is obviously far from enough. Major record giants in the world must join the digital music player camp together. This is obviously not an easy thing. When Sony launched the VCR, it was directly sued by the major Hollywood studios. In the end, although it won the lawsuit, it lost the market. Now, once Tinkober's digital music player is launched, the record giants will definitely not be much less resistant to the backlash than the Hollywood studios after the VCR appeared in order to protect the interests of physical records and related hardware. In the original timeline, the internet industry rose in the late 1990s. The record industry was once severely impacted by the wanton spread of pirated music on the internet. The major record giants were very reluctant to promote genuine music on the internet platform due to their instinctive hostility to the internet, which further caused the proliferation of pirated music. In Simon's view, if the major record giants could unite to promote genuine music through the internet channel, even if piracy is still inevitable, the impact of the internet on the record industry would not be so serious. On the contrary, even in Western societies where people have a strong sense of consumption and copyright for music, once they get used to the free pirated music on the internet platform, it will be much more difficult to charge for it. AOL is upgrading its own network service with ADSL technology, and other internet service providers will definitely follow suit in the next few years. According to the plan, after the completion of this technical upgrade, the internet users in the AOL service area will basically be able to reach a speed of 256 kbps, and the download speed will be about 32 kbs. With a compression level of the MP3 audio format developed by Grit, it only takes 2 or 3 minutes to download a 3 meter to 5 meters MP3 music. Such a speed is enough for pirated music on the internet to spread rapidly. The best way to avoid the impact of pirated music on the record industry is to provide a legitimate music sales platform. Just like the videotape industry. If Hollywood had resolutely resisted the popularity of VCRs, there would not be the huge output value of the videotape industry that is twice the box office of movies every year. However, it is easy to understand the reason, but it is not so easy to make conservative record companies follow the trend. In the final analysis, it is still about interests. Sony was once the most staunch opponent of internet digital music. The key is that Sony not only owns Columbia Records, but also has a considerable hardware interest in the fields of tape players and CD players. Thinking of the obstacles that may be faced in the promotion of digital music players in the future, Simon frowned slightly, and then quickly relaxed. It is nothing more than a matter of fighting against the enemy and covering the water with earth. Since it is determined that digital music is the inevitable development trend of the entire record industry, then go forward firmly. Who cares about others? What's more, he has bargaining chips in his hands. Thinking of this, Simon made up his mind to speed up Deanery's Entertainment's layout in the record industry and complete the acquisition of MCA. In the past 2 years, most of his attention has been focused on film-related fields. Although he took over Universal Music, this subsidiary has not developed much. The current main product of Tinkober is still digital cameras. The development of digital music players is just to complete the patent layout in advance. If you want to launch a formal product, it will take until next year at the earliest. AOL will complete the upgrade and the USB interface will be officially launched. Everyone continued to discuss some issues, and it was time to get off work before they knew it. Girl C suggested having dinner together, and Simon agreed. Everyone left the office building together and agreed on the restaurant location. Simon had just sat in his car parked on the side of the road when Jennifer Bray's petite figure came over and stopped the bodyguard who wanted to close the car door. She leaned over and looked at the man in the car expectantly. "Simon, can I take your car?" Simon wanted to tell Girl A something, but when he saw the little girl coming over, he didn't refuse and smiled and said, "Okay." As soon as the man finished speaking, the little girl had already gotten into the car, as if she was worried that someone would take her seat. Allison was right behind her. She was supposed to be in the same car with Simon. Seeing this, Girl A smiled at Simon in the car, pointed at Girl C, and turned away. The bodyguard closed the door outside. Inside the car, little Jenny fumbled around awkwardly and finally opened the partition between the rear compartment and the front driver's seat. Simon looked at the movements of the little elf beside him and smiled. "Actually, I can still hear it." Jennifer blinked her eyes and said with a little cunning in her eyes, "As long as you can't see it, it's fine." As she said that, the girl's petite body moved closer to the man, hugged the man's arm, and asked, "Simon, will you stay in San Francisco tonight?" Simon turned off the intercom connected to the driver's seat and shook his head. "No, I have to go home at night." Little Jenny pressed her body against Simon again, hugged the man's arm and shook slightly. "But, you always stayed overnight in San Francisco before." "It's different this time." Simon had no aversion to the girl's almost non-awkward familiarity and closeness. Looking at the little girl entangled with him, he smiled. "It's awkward, flat, and there is no feeling at all." Little Jenny was not at all inferior. She rested her chin on Simon's shoulder and leaned close to the man's ear and whispered, "Actually, being small also has its advantages. You can touch me. I'm only 12 years old this year. It's very exciting." When two slightly cool thin lips were on his ears, Simon was really stimulated by this fake lolly who claimed to be 12 years old but was actually 20 years old. The car arrived at a nearby restaurant in less than 5 minutes. After getting off the car, everyone obviously noticed Jennifer Bray, whose face was flushed as if she had just experienced something. However, even though everyone realized what had just happened, the little girl was very sensible and did not stick to Simon as she did in the car. Instead, she walked to see Girl with a low head and took Claire's arm, like a shy little sister following her big sister. This cover-up was very effective. Except for A and C girls and Neil Brandley, no one else in the restaurant showed any special expression to the strange blush on the little girl's face. After dinner, although a certain little goblin had a very resentful look in his eyes, Simon did not stay overnight in San Francisco. Watching Simon's car leave and parting with Neil Brandley, C-Girl and little Jenny got into a white BMW sedan together. C rented a house in the wealthy Atherton area north of Palo Alto. Although it cannot be compared with a mountain mansion in Woodside, it is also very grand and spacious. The courtyard covers an area of more than 600 square meters. It is a 2-story European-style villa with 4 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms. It has a gym, a screening room and a private wine cellar. After following Simon for a few years, although she cannot buy a house for the time being, it is more than enough to rent such an apartment. In fact, when she chose to rent this apartment, she also thought that Simon might come to stay overnight. But the man never came. "I didn't expect that a certain goblin could succeed." Starting the car and driving towards the Atherton area in the twilight, looking at the little Jenny who was no longer unusual beside her, she paused, but couldn't help but teasing, "Only 5 minutes." 5 minutes? Jennifer Bray immediately rolled her eyes at C and said in dissatisfaction, "How could Simon be so useless?" C felt the instinctive protection of a man in Jenny's tone, shrugged and asked, "So what did you do?" Jenny was a little disappointed and said, "Just kissing and touching." She stretched out her hand and traced her jeans twice, regretting that she should wear tight jeans today. The man wanted to reach in the car, but failed because the clothes were too tight. I wonder if he will be disappointed. C glanced at Jenny's expression, said nothing more, and continued to look forward. In fact, she was a little envious. She spent a lot of time with Simon at the beginning, and occasionally took the initiative, but she never succeeded once. Now, she has left Simon, and there will definitely be no chance in the future. C is very clear about her boss. Whether it is the four of them A, B, C, D or the housekeeper Alice Ferguson, they are actually very envious. Such a dazzling man, so powerful that it is hard to resist any woman's heartbeat. I still remember once in New York, I accidentally caught Girl A watching her boss's boxing video of knocking out 10 people in a row in an Australian boxing ring while satisfying herself. Later, I copied a copy of that video and occasionally fantasized about being pressed down and ravaged by her boss. Driving through the streets of San Francisco, Girl C's body was a little hot when she thought of this. After leaving Simon and starting her own business, according to the industry's valuation of takeover, Girl C is also worth over 100 million yuan, so there is certainly no shortage of suitors around her. However, Claire couldn't help comparing the men who pursued her with her boss every time, and then she became a little bored. If you want to get along with those mediocre men, it's better to be single. So C is still single until now. The two women in the car were lost in their own thoughts and stopped talking for a while. On the other side, Simon boarded the plane without wasting more than half an hour from San Francisco to Los Angeles. When A walked into the front cabin office of Boeing 767 with coffee, Simon was writing something in a notebook with a pencil. After pouring a cup of coffee and placing it next to the man, A paused for a moment and was about to turn around and leave when Simon called her. The man gave an order and did not look up for a moment, continuing to focus on his work. Allison sat quietly on the sofa next to the porthole, waiting for Simon's order. Simon continued to list in the notebook for a while, and finally tore off a page of paper and said, "Help me collect information related to these technologies, including major manufacturers, patent distribution, industry scale, etc., as detailed as possible." Allison agreed, stood up, took the page of paper and took a look. There was a series of technical terms on it. Mechanical hard disk, flash memory, thin film liquid crystal, battery, ARM, touchscreen. A has been with Simon all day today, and she knows that most of these are technologies related to digital music players. For the others, although Allison didn't understand them very well, she didn't ask much. Seeing that Simon had picked up a script and was flipping through it, A turned around and left the office. Behind his desk, Simon was flipping through a script in his hand, and his mind was still sorting out the various tasks for today. Once Ygritte's $1.5 billion financing plan was completed, how to plan the money had not yet been finalized in the afternoon meeting. However, there is no doubt that an office park dedicated to Ygritte will be built as soon as possible. Simon did not have much preference for building a luxurious company headquarters park. The main reason for doing so was the need for confidentiality. Ygritte's expansion was very rapid, and the company has never stopped recruiting. It currently has more than 5,300 employees in North America and overseas, most of whom are in Silicon Valley. Due to the lack of a unified office space, the team of thousands of employees can only be scattered in different office spaces. The scattered office locations not only caused poor communication between teams, but also greatly increased the difficulty of corporate confidentiality. Ygritte launched cloud computing last year. In the actual application process, only Ygritte's own business and the closely related Blockbuster Online can enjoy the instant elastic space rental treatment, because the relevant technology is still being improved. At the same time, in order to avoid a rapid follow-up of traditional server and data center manufacturers and to obtain more benefits, ordinary customers can generally only enjoy rental services similar to those of traditional server rental manufacturers. The difference is that compared with traditional server rental, the rental service price provided by Ygritte is relatively lower, and the rental procedures and actual applications are more convenient than traditional server rental manufacturers. Even with such a low profile, many details of Ygritte's cloud computing technology have been discovered by other manufacturers. IBM, Sun, Microsoft and other companies have already established relevant R&D teams. The key to this situation is that Ygritte's confidentiality system is not perfect, and the scattered office space is also a major obstacle to Ygritte's implementation of strict confidentiality regulations. Chapter 541 Extraordinary March. The financial report data of Ygritte in 1992 was so conspicuous that even if the entire Westeros system wanted to keep a low profile, it failed to do so. On the third day after the annual financial report of Ygritte was released, the San Francisco Chronicle, a subsidiary of the Hearst Group, published a special article on the front page of the newspaper with the title Internet Industry Explosion, Ygritte's annual growth rate of 400%. For companies with revenue of only a few million or tens of millions of dollars, an annual growth rate of 400% is not uncommon. However, a company with annual revenue of billions of dollars, the annual turnover jumped from $491 million to $1.937 billion, and it was not through unconventional means such as corporate mergers, but the natural growth of the company itself, which is a miracle in the history of global business. You know, the revenue threshold of the Fortune 500 list of American companies in 1992 was only $528 million. Ygritte's revenue of $1.937 billion in 1992 would have been enough to rank around 200 if it had applied to Fortune magazine's list of the top 500 American companies. Even if the entry threshold for the world's top 500 companies in 1992 was $2.329 billion, Ygritte was already very close. Whether it is the top 500 American companies or the world's top 500, it is actually not that easy to enter. Take the top 500 American companies for example. The average age of all these companies on the list in 1992 was 42 years old, while Ygritte was founded only 4 years ago. Moreover, 4 years ago, most of the public did not even have much of an idea about the internet industry. In other words, Ygritte was equivalent to creating a brand new industry field on its own. This is basically true. With the release of the front page article in the San Francisco Chronicle, exclamations, doubts and attacks from various media came one after another. In recent years, Ygritte has made traditional paper media platforms feel threatened through several outstanding news operations such as the Gulf War and the presidential election. Although the advertising revenue from portal websites in Ygritte's financial report only accounts for about 10% of the total revenue, traditional media are still facing a formidable enemy. The Boston Globe, which has a great influence on the East Coast, unabashedly attacked Ygritte's financial report as sensationalism and a misleading of capital and the public, and even asked federal authorities to investigate this ulterior motive article. No matter how fierce the outside world's doubts and attacks are, with the release of the article, the capital market quickly responded to the U.S. technology sector in the most direct way. Ygritte is not a listed company, but Cisco and AOL, which belong to the Westeros system, are. Moreover, many people have discovered that the three companies have created a complete internet industry chain through their extensive layout in the fields of internet equipment, internet services and internet content. Therefore, the two companies, which had just broken through the market value of $20 billion in early February, continued to rush towards $30 billion with the release of their own rapidly growing financial report data and the explosive annual financial report data leak of Ygritte. Amidst the turmoil, time entered March 1993. Moreover, for the internet industry, this was destined to be an extraordinary March. The aftermath of the annual financial report data leak of Ygritte had not yet subsided. On March 2, Bill Clinton, who had been in office for less than 2 months, officially started his visit to Silicon Valley in his busy schedule. During the one-day trip, Bill Clinton visited the headquarters of 5 companies, including HP, Intel, Cisco, AOL and Ygritte, and delivered a speech on the Information Superhighway Plan in the Stanford University campus auditorium that afternoon. Bill Clinton visited Silicon Valley, and 3 of the 5 companies on the itinerary were affiliated with the Westeros system. Even though a certain young man never appeared during the entire visit, such an arrangement was enough to show the obvious close connection between the Westeros system and the new president. Therefore, the day after this visit, the technology sector rose again, and Cisco's market value was the first to break through the $30 billion mark. At the close of the day, the market value had reached $31.2 billion. This was just the beginning. Then, in the second week of March, on March 8, the U.S. Senate voted to formally pass the Information Superhighway Plan bill that all parties had been promoting since last year. When the bill was announced, the eyes of the whole world began to focus on it. This cross-century bill with a total investment of $400 billion over a 20-year plan has the core goal of building a complete information network composed of communication networks, computers, databases and daily electronic products that provides a large amount of information to the public. The specific content of the bill includes promoting investment in the information industry, increasing infrastructure construction, ensuring information security and network reliability, relaxing spectrum control, strengthening intellectual property protection and other aspects. In general, it is to promote the development of the information industry with the greatest force that the entire United States can mobilize. In the past, the Information Superhighway Plan was launched in September 1993. At that time, the World Wide Web technology was not yet popular, graphical interface browsers had just appeared, AOL had not risen, and Yahoo was nowhere to be seen. Although the Clinton administration did its best to build momentum for the bill, it was still difficult for the public to intuitively appreciate the importance of the bill. This time, under the advanced promotion of the Westeros system, AOL, Cisco, and Ygritte have all risen in advance. Both capital and the public have clearly felt the impact of the arrival of the information age on the entire society in recent years. Therefore, when the Information Superhighway Plan was officially released, the U.S. technology sector did not go through the brewing from 1993 to 1995, but started to take off directly. On March 9, 1 week after Cisco's market value broke through $30 billion, AOL also broke through the $30 billion mark. At the close of March 9, Cisco, which almost monopolized the basic network equipment market, had a market value of $35.1 billion, and AOL's market value also reached $30.9 billion. The stock prices of several other heavyweight technology companies in the Nasdaq market, such as Microsoft, Intel, Apple, and Sun, have also been rising rapidly these days. This March, which is crucial for the internet industry, did not end with the publication of a bill that may take a long time to take effect. On March 11, Microsoft held a press conference in Seattle and announced the launch of the new Windows 3.2 system. In the past, the Windows 3.2 system was released in 1994, and compared with the Windows 3.1 system, the performance improvement was not significant, mainly adding multi-language support including Chinese. Although the Windows 3.2 system was released a year in advance, it is a brand new system specially customized by Microsoft for the arrival of the Internet era. This system greatly enhances the support for multimedia power supply such as network, images, audio, and video. Not only that, the Windows 3.2 system also launched the Start menu, which is crucial to the Microsoft Windows platform, in advance. Simon had already obtained the trial version of Windows 3.2 3 months in advance. In his opinion, this operating system equipped with a Start menu in advance is very different from the classic Windows 95 in his memory. Next, the only important breakthrough of Windows 95 was the upgrade from 16-bit system to 32-bit system. On March 12, the day after Microsoft released Windows 3.2, Intel released the first generation of Pentium processors with basic parameters in October last year and officially began to launch them on the market. The Pentium era began. In the original time and space, it was relying on the powerful performance of the Pentium series processors that Intel completely ended the state of competition among PC processor chips, and the x86 architecture dominated the world. After the two technology giants jointly launched a set of combined punches, as of the close of March 12, Microsoft's market value reached $32.6 billion, becoming another new technology company with a market value of more than $30 billion after Cisco and AOL. Because of its many competitors such as Apple, Motorola, and AMD, although Intel's market value was also affected by the recent popularity of technology stocks, the increase could not be compared with star stocks such as Cisco and AOL. The market value on that day was fixed at $26.1 billion, which was still a considerable distance from $30 billion. However, when the day ended, many media couldn't help but focus on these four companies that were heavily held by Westeros. March 12 was Friday. In addition to Microsoft and Intel, Cisco's closing market value that day was $35.6 billion, and AOL's closing market value was $31.7 billion. According to Westeros's shareholding ratios of 50.1%, 66.1%, 21.3% and 15.6% in Cisco, AOL, Microsoft and Intel respectively, Simon Westeros's stock value in these four companies reached $17.8 billion, $20.9 billion, $6.9 billion and $4.1 billion respectively. Any shareholding in the first two companies has exceeded the $15 billion personal assets of Yoshiaki Fusaburo, the second richest man in Japan in 1992. The combined value of the stocks of the four companies reached an astonishing $49.7 billion. In recent months, many media have predicted that Simon's personal assets in 1993 will exceed the $100 billion mark, making him the world's first billionaire. Many people were skeptical about this. Even though Westeros' personal assets in 1992 had reached $65 billion, the $100 billion threshold should not be so easy to reach. Now, the personal wealth of Simon from the four technology companies held by Westeros alone is close to $50 billion. Add to that a large number of assets owned by Westeros, such as Deaneries Entertainment, Cersei Capital, Melisandre Company, and Ygritte Company, and there is no need to wait for the release of the new Forbes Rich list in the second half of the year. Simon Westeros' personal assets may have exceeded $100 billion. When some media began to quietly count Simon's personal wealth in order to gain some attention and sales, another piece of news came out the following weekend. Ygritte, a subsidiary of Westeros that ranks alongside Cisco and AOL, will conduct its first external equity financing, with an estimated share transfer ratio of 10%. The offer price is $1.5 billion. When many people saw this news in the media, their first reaction was that it was a big mouth. However, silence followed. 10% of the shares, $1.5 billion, means that Westeros values Ygritte at $15 billion. For companies with similar market value in the market, according to the higher PE ratio of $3 billion, the revenue and profit scale should also be around $5 billion and $500 million. However, Ygritte's revenue in 1992 was only $1.937 billion, and its loss in the past year reached $139 million. However, Ygritte is obviously no longer measured by the standards of traditional companies. This is an internet company that has been highly sought after recently, and it almost controls the door to the World Wide Web. In recent years, other technology giants in the industry have tried to develop and promote new network technology standards to circumvent Ygritte's all-round monopoly on World Wide Web technology. However, the development of the World Wide Web is too rapid. At present, more than 90% of internet sites use World Wide Web technology. So for most ordinary users, the World Wide Web is equivalent to the internet. Therefore, even if other network technology standards are introduced, the first thing to achieve is compatibility with the World Wide Web. If your network cannot connect to and display more than 90% of internet sites, it seems that there is no need for it to exist. However, if you want to achieve compatibility with the World Wide Web, it is impossible to bypass the relevant technical patents of the World Wide Web. Therefore, it is clear to all discerning people that creating a network standard that can compete with the World Wide Web technology is as difficult as creating a compatible DC system in the widely used AC power grid system in the world. This is impossible to achieve. Since it is impossible to compete with the World Wide Web, if you want to get a share of this industry, you must join it. In the past few years, Ygritte has also shown a very open attitude. In addition to some patents involving core business interests, Ygritte's free release of World Wide Web technology is enough for other new technology companies that are interested in this field to develop their own businesses. However, the market created by this openness is ultimately impossible to be equal to the value contained in Ygritte itself. Therefore, since Ygritte gradually emerged, many people have begun to closely monitor the development of this company, and have more than once tried to Westeros system whether they can invest in Ygritte. The previous answer is naturally specific. Relying on the profits contributed by companies such as Deaneries Entertainment and Cersei Capital, Westeros system does not have an urgent need for funds. Moreover, even if there is a lack of money, with the current strength of the Westeros system, it is enough to easily obtain a loan of $1 billion from major banks. Therefore, many people once thought that Ygritte might remain absolutely private for a long time. Because they cannot get involved in it and share the pie themselves, some forces have begun to plan how to remind Simon Westeros not to eat alone. Unexpectedly, with a series of major events related to the new technology field in March, the Westeros system also took the initiative to release Ygritte's intention to conduct external financing. This is the news that many people have been waiting for a long time. However, the result is different from what they imagined. 10% of the shares, $1.5 billion, is really too expensive. Even if it is clear that Ygritte is indeed worth this price, $1.5 billion is not $150 million, let alone $15 million. Such a huge amount of funds can only get 10% of the shares. Any capital interested in IGRIT will inevitably hesitate again and again. Chapter 542 Financing Plan. New York. The time is March 27th. A business reception is being held in the banquet hall of the Gramercy Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. A week after IGRIT's external financing was announced, although no intention was reached, the phones of many senior executives in the Westeros system were all blown up. In order to uniformly answer various questions from potential investors, Westeros simply held this reception in New York and invited a large number of senior executives from Wall Street investment banks and funds to participate. Simon, Boeing's recent market value is less than $12 billion. Do you think it is reasonable for an internet company that has only been established for 4 years to be valued at $15 billion? In the reception hall, Simon listened to the half-truthful complaints of Stephen Friedman, the chairman of Goldman Sachs, and smiled. Stephen, if you want a stable investment with an annual growth rate of 10% or 20%, of course you can buy Boeing stock. The aviation industry will definitely not be outdated. However, if you want a higher return, you can't avoid taking corresponding risks. Speaking of which, I haven't paid attention to Boeing's stock price recently. If the market value of this company is less than $12 billion, I will let Lawrence buy as much as possible. Stephen Friedman knew that the Lawrence Simon was talking about was Lawrence Fink, the head of BlackRock Asset Management under Cersei Capital. BlackRock Asset Management has developed rapidly since it was transferred from Blackstone Group to Cersei Capital. This mutual fund-based investment company has recently controlled assets of more than $120 billion. The investment standard of mutual funds is to pursue low risk, mainly investing in large-cap stocks with stable returns and highly rated government bonds and corporate bonds, so as to ensure the safety of funds as much as possible. Although the investment profit will not be too high, relying on the huge size of the fund itself, it can still obtain good returns. Goldman Sachs cannot be so conservative. After thinking for a while, Stephen Friedman said, "But, Simon, the offer of $1.5 billion is still too high. How about $1 billion? Goldman Sachs is very sincere in reaching this cooperation. $1 billion, an IGRIT company promises to conduct an IPO within 3 years. We can sign the equity transfer agreement in the near future." Simon smiled, showed Stephen Friedman the crowd around him, and said, "Stephen, you should understand that this is a seller market." Stephen Friedman saw that Simon was smiling, but there was no room for compromise in his tone, and he was somewhat unhappy in his heart. However, these emotions certainly would not appear in his expression. Although the young man in front of him was only 25 years old, he was not someone that Goldman Sachs could control. On the contrary, even if this deal could not be done, Goldman Sachs still hoped to obtain the IPO underwriting rights of Deaneries Entertainment, IGRIT company and other companies in the Westeros system. In recent years, only the IPOs of several companies in the Westeros system have attracted the most attention in the industry. As for the shares of IGRIT, there are also disagreements within Goldman Sachs. Some people think that it should be acquired in full, while others think that there is a lot of bubble in it. Stephen Friedman is hesitant. He is already in his 50s. Although he is able to climb to the position of chairman of Goldman Sachs, he is absolutely capable, but he does not know much about the emerging internet industry. In his opinion, the recent surge in the stock prices of Cisco and AOL has very obvious irrational factors. However, the explosion of the internet industry, the dominant position of these new technology companies in the internet field, and the rapidly growing revenue data in the past few years all seem to be real, which makes it very difficult for people to judge the future stock price trend. With the release of the Information Superhighway Plan, Stephen Friedman is actually very optimistic about the internet industry. However, investing in this field now is either too risky or too costly, and a little carelessness may lead to huge losses. The competition within Goldman Sachs is very fierce. Once a serious investment mistake occurs, it will be difficult for him to keep the position of chairman. For 10% of IGRIT's shares, $1 billion is a figure that several core executives of Goldman Sachs generally agree on. Moreover, this is still based on the premise that IGRIT must conduct an IPO within 3 years. By buying this batch of stocks, Goldman Sachs also hopes to obtain the underwriting rights for IGRIT's future IPO. However, looking at the scene at today's cocktail party, Stephen Friedman also understands that the possibility of Goldman Sachs making this deal with $1 billion is almost zero. In the hall tonight, the heads of Goldman Sachs, Morgan, Lehman, First Boston and even Salomon Brothers, which is still struggling in the quagmire, have already arrived. In addition, there are executives of fund companies such as Vanguard Fund, Blackstone Group, and KKR, as well as some capital forces outside Wall Street and even overseas. Although the cocktail party is ostensibly held in the name of 10% of Ygritte stock transactions, most people's goal is the entire Westeros system. The Westeros system has cooperated closely with Morgan Stanley in the past few years. Unless there is a big change, the main underwriter of Deanery's Entertainment Group's IPO next year can basically be determined to be Morgan Stanley. However, the IPO of Deanery's Entertainment will be very large. Morgan Stanley will eat meat, and it is not impossible for everyone to get some soup. Not only that, in addition to Deanery's Entertainment Group, companies such as Ygritte, Limited Group, Tinkover, Verizon Telecommunications, etc. are very likely to IPO in the future. Even after listing, many companies still have to conduct operations such as additional stock issuance or bond financing. For several major investment banks on Wall Street, these are big businesses that need to be fought for. Moreover, as long as Simon Westeros has a little bit of brains, he will definitely not always cooperate with Morgan Stanley. A young man who is just 25 years old has accumulated nearly $100 billion in wealth in just 7 years. Obviously, he cannot be a simple-minded person. Considering this, Stephen Friedman can't help but strengthen his determination to take as many shares as possible. Finally, after chatting with Simon for a while, before leaving, Friedman suddenly asked again, "Simon, 10% of the shares, are you planning to sell all of them to one company?" Simon's eyes flickered slightly, and he shook his head. Not necessarily. $1.5 billion is indeed a large amount of money. If Goldman Sachs and some capital jointly purchase it, as long as the two parties can reach an agreement, there is of course no problem. After getting the answer he wanted, Stephen Friedman said, "In this case, tomorrow, how about next Monday night? We can have dinner together and chat by the way." Simon smiled and shook his head. "Next Monday is the Oscars." "Oh, I forgot about this, then." Simon interrupted, "Stephen, I will return to Los Angeles tomorrow, and may not come to New York for the next week. So, if you make a decision, you can talk to James, he is my spokesperson." Stephen Friedman reached out his hand and shook hands with Simon again. "It seems that this is the only way. I'll look forward to more opportunities for cooperation between us." Simon shook the other's hand and nodded, "Of course." After Stephen Friedman left, Simon took a sip of the red wine in his hand and quickly sorted out some of his thoughts in his mind. Goldman Sachs has a very close relationship with Washington, and it is a standard Democratic camp. After Bill Clinton took office as president, Robert Rubin, who had served as co-chairman of Goldman Sachs with Stephen Friedman in the previous few years, joined the White House as the president's economic policy assistant, responsible for leading the National Economic Policy Committee established by Clinton. Simon also knew that Robert Rubin would be promoted to Federal Treasury Secretary in a few years. In the past, during the subprime mortgage crisis around 2008, Lehman Brothers went bankrupt, Bear Stearns was acquired, and other investment banks were in a mess. Only Goldman Sachs not only did not lose money, but also made good profits in the subprime mortgage crisis, and became the most powerful investment bank on Wall Street in the following years. This was definitely influenced by its close relationship with the government. The Westeros system has a very close relationship with the White House at this time, and there is no need to establish a connection with Washington through Goldman Sachs. However, establishing more cooperative relations with this investment bank will definitely bring many benefits. Of course, Simon will not give up the Morgan system, with which the relationship between the two sides is already very harmonious. Goldman Sachs and Morgan will be the key partners of the Westeros system in the field of Wall Street investment banks. Simon had no intention of selling all the 10% shares of Ygritte to One Capital from the beginning. Wall Street Capital seems to control hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, but there are not many that can really take out $1.5 billion in cash at one time. Considering the risks involved, it is not open to invest $1.5 billion in cash in an emerging internet company and only get 10% of the shares. Even Wall Street, which is full of gamblers, has not reached this level of openness. It is actually the best choice to join other capitals to take over this batch of shares. Faced with the covetous eyes of other capitals, Morgan Stanley is also very interested in this batch of shares, and even a little worried that this batch of shares will be bought by other companies, thus breaking the good cooperative relationship between the Westeros system and its own company. Simon's idea is roughly that Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs will jointly raise a sum of capital to take over this 10% of the shares. As for the other capital forces in the banquet hall tonight, at least in the current business, Simon has already been in the past ranks. After making up his mind, Simon continued to entertain some guests. He had just talked with Steve Schwartzman, chairman of the Blackstone Group, and was about to walk towards Lawrence Fink, the head of BlackRock Asset Management, when another middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a pair of old-fashioned round glasses came over. Simon took the initiative to raise his glass to the other party, but his eyes glanced at the girl beside him. Allison leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Joseph Lewis, chairman of the Tavistock Group." Simon was not familiar with the two names mentioned by Girl A. The middle-aged man had already come close, and Allison could not explain in detail, so she took the initiative to step aside. "Hello, Simon, I'm Joseph Lewis, you can call me Joe." Simon shook hands with Joseph Lewis and said, "Hello, Joe." After the greeting, Joseph Lewis looked around and said, "I'm a little late, this place is really nice." Simon looked at him and nodded with a smile, "Thank you." Joseph Lewis probably also noticed the doubt in Simon's eyes, and quickly said, "In fact, Simon, I am running an investment company now, and I also cooperated with Mr. Soros last year." Simon immediately understood what Joseph Lewis did. Financial speculation. And he was an international currency speculator who had just galloped in last year's pound crisis. To be more straightforward, the middle-aged man in front of him must have a large amount of cash in his hands. Joseph Lewis noticed the understanding in Simon's expression, smiled slightly, and then said directly, "Simon, it's like this, I am very interested in this batch of shares of Ygritte, but when I contacted Mr. Rebel and Mr. Lee before, they said that only you can make the final decision. So, when do you think we can discuss the transaction?" Really straightforward. And bold enough. If Ygritte's equity financing did not contain other meanings, Simon would be happy to cooperate with such a person. However, Simon could only shake his head at this time. "Joe, thank you very much for your interest in Ygritte Company. It's a pity that I'm afraid someone has already got there first." Joseph Lewis did not show any disappointment when he heard what Simon said, as if he had expected it, and said, "What a pity, but I think we will definitely have other opportunities for cooperation in the future. Simon, I heard that you are trying to acquire Christie's auction house in the UK, right? The acquisition negotiations of Christie's auction house are still ongoing." Since the other party has heard the news, Simon did not hide it and said, "That's right. I am also very interested in collecting, and Melisandre Company seems to be looking for partners to participate in the acquisition. Do you mind if I get involved?" "Of course I don't mind, but Sophia is in charge of this matter, you can talk to her first." Joseph Lewis smiled and said, "I still think it's more efficient to talk to you. My company only requires 20% of the shares and does not participate in the operation of Christie's. If shares are sold in the future, Melisandre Company also has the right of first refusal. Of course, as a shareholder, I still hope to get some special treatment during the auction of the collection." Even though he didn't know the details of Joseph Lewis, Simon didn't hold back when the other party was so straightforward. He quickly extended his hand to the other party and said, "Well, Joe, I'm glad to cooperate with you." The middle-aged man in front of him was obviously eager to establish a connection with the Westeros system, and he chose a very good entry point. Christie's auction house, this is just a business of less than $1 billion, which has little impact on the entire Westeros system. The other party only asked for shares and did not pursue control. Such sincerity is also very sufficient. As for the deeper purpose behind this cooperation, Simon could roughly guess some, but he didn't mind too much. The two continued to chat for a while, and Joseph Lewis took the initiative to introduce himself in depth. Lewis is British. He started his career with chain restaurants and clubs in his early years. He began to get involved in financial speculation in the 1980s. He has experienced the Federal '87 stock market crash, the Japanese stock market bubble, the collapse of the U.S. bond market, the oil crisis caused by the Gulf War, and the most important opportunity for him, a financial speculator who focuses on currency speculation, the pound crisis that broke out last year. Through the previous 10 years of operation, Joseph Lewis's Tvistec Group has accumulated a large amount of capital, and has recently begun to consider returning to real industry investment. If Simon just agreed, Lewis really intends to take over the 10% shares that Ygritte intends to transfer this time. However, the other party probably also understands that Simon's choice to transfer these shares is not just to raise funds. Chapter 543 Unwilling. After finishing the conversation with Joseph Lewis, Simon asked Lady A, who was following him, to collect some information about the other party, and walked towards Lawrence Fink of BlackRock Asset Management. Lawrence Fink was chatting with several guests, including the housekeeper Alice Ferguson. Because it involved the equity transfer of Ygritte, in addition to the executives of several companies on the east coast of the Westeros system, a group of Ygritte's senior executives also came to New York today. Relying on the outstanding performance of Amazon's online mall in the past year, the housekeeper has become one of the core members of Ygritte's management. Simon was not familiar with the other man and two women in the small circle. Coming closer and saying hello, Lawrence Fink took the initiative to help introduce Simon. This is Ronald Lauder and his wife Carol, and their daughter Miss Irene Lauder. Hearing the surname Lauder, Simon roughly understood the other party's identity. The Lauder family behind the Estee Lauder Group. Simon is very optimistic about this world's largest cosmetics group. 2 years ago, Apollo Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, bought 10% of Estee Lauder's shares and planned to have Melisandre take over after Estee Lauder's IPO so that Estee Lauder would become a part of Melisandre's fashion industry layout. Simon smiled and shook hands with the Lauder family of three and exchanged a few words, then asked, "What were you talking about just now?" Lawrence Fink said, "Regarding the Amazon online store that Alice is in charge of, Ronald is considering whether Estee Lauder should get involved in the e-commerce field in advance." Simon, "What do you think?" Simon shook his head and said, "Now is not the time for a single manufacturer to develop e-commerce. Website operation is secondary. The key is that the cost of the warehousing and logistics system is too high. However, Estee Lauder can carry out some experiential e-commerce operations through a combination of an official website and offline retail. This will not only accumulate experience in the field of e-commerce in advance, but will not consume too much money." The Lauder family listened to Simon's words with a serious expression. Before the Lauders could speak, Irene Lauder, who looked to be only in her early 20s, said, "Mr. Westeros, you mean that consumers place orders on the website and then pick up the goods at the specialty store, right?" Simon nodded. "Yes, Irene, you can call me Simon." Irene Lauder felt the gentle tone of the man opposite her, which naturally made people feel good, but she was not polite and said, "But isn't this unnecessary? Consumers can buy cosmetics directly in specialty stores. Why do they have to add another layer of trouble to themselves by placing orders online?" Hearing Irene Lauder's almost aggressive tone, the Lauders glared at their daughter at the same time. They actually found the flaws in Simon's suggestion, but this girl was too impolite. If the young man in front of them was embarrassed, the Lauder family would inevitably be blamed. Simon was not displeased at all, and said, "Of course the two are different. I think most women who love beauty will care about the efficacy of cosmetics very much, so they often want to have a more detailed understanding of certain cosmetics before buying. The website happens to be able to make a very detailed introduction to the products through very rich pictures and text materials, which is an effect that is difficult for sales staff in specialty stores to achieve in a short sales speech. Therefore, the development of e-commerce can not only give consumers a new shopping experience, but also be a very good online marketing platform. As for placing orders online and picking up the goods offline, it would seem redundant. Irene, if you plan to buy a set of cosmetics, one way is to take a bath in the evening before going to bed, sit leisurely in front of the computer and quietly browse some products and place an order, and pick up the goods directly in the specialty store the next day. Another way is to go to the specialty store and spend 10 or 20 minutes to buy a product that you may still not know much about. Which one would you choose?" After Simon finished speaking, several people around him nodded. Irene Lauder did not admit defeat and said, "There must be many women who like to try out products in person in specialty stores." Of course, Simon nodded and said, "And there must be women who like to order online. In fact, I have just said that this suggestion is just a compromise transition plan. Real e-commerce should be that users place orders online and the products are delivered directly to them. It's just that Estee Lauder can hardly afford such costs now." In order to prevent the youngest daughter of the Lauder family from continuing to make things difficult for her boss and making everyone embarrassed, Lawrence Fink took over the topic at the right time and said, Amazon's online mall has done very well in book sales in the past year. I found that the mall has recently added videotapes and movie peripheral products. Simon, will Amazon continue to increase the types of goods, such as cosmetics? Simon shook his head and said, not in the short term. At least in the next 2 years, Amazon will focus on deepening its existing product areas. The most fundamental purpose of controlling the variety of goods is to control operating costs. The addition of videotapes and movie peripheral products this year is mainly because the Westeros system has a deep foundation in Hollywood and can actively cooperate with Amazon's expansion in this field. If other categories of goods are added, Amazon will almost have to configure a complete set of procurement, warehousing, logistics and even marketing teams, which will continue to increase the company's operating burden. Even if the sales of new product categories are lower than expected, this part of the business will become a burden for Amazon and drag down the development of the entire company. Amazon's online mall is still in a completely self-operated state and does not provide store occupancy for the time being. In Simon's memory, the platformization of e-commerce giants is the ultimate development trend of this industry. However, e-commerce is still in its early stages of development, and Amazon's most important development goal at present is to accumulate operational experience in the field of e-commerce. Unlike traditional industries, e-commerce is a completely new field, and there are no business cases to refer to. Simon's prophetic advantage can only help Amazon point out a general development direction, and the details still need to be explored by the operation team themselves. In the past, during the peak of the internet bubble in the late 1990s, there were far more e-commerce platforms than Amazon. In the end, only Amazon became a giant in the field of internet e-commerce. The key lies in the company's steady development strategy. After hearing Simon's answer, Lawrence Fink said, in this case, e-commerce in other product areas may be taken by other companies first. Simon smiled and nodded, yes, but Amazon can't take all the benefits. Many executives of Ygritte have already anticipated the possibility described by Lawrence Fink. However, this situation is actually good for Amazon and the entire Ygritte. Amazon only involves books, audio and video, and film-related fields, which gives other companies that are interested in developing e-commerce businesses enough room to display their capabilities. In the past year, Simon has seen e-commerce planning plans such as online sales of groceries, online sales of infant products, and online sales of pet food from Westeros Venture Capital Department in Silicon Valley. With the official announcement of the Information Superhighway Plan and the stimulation of Ygritte's financial report data to various capitals, it is conceivable that a large number of various e-commerce websites will emerge in the future. Since there are so many opportunities on the internet, the hostility of other capitals to Ygritte will also be reduced a lot. Everyone continued to chat about various topics. Irene Lauder, who had just criticized Simon, did not speak again. She just listened carefully to Simon's many arguments. The girl's eyes did not stop. She looked at the young man opposite and the two women beside the man. Just when Simon approached, Alice and Gurley happened to stand on his left and right. Alison Norris kept her assistant's duty and stood slightly behind the man. Irene Lauder found that Alice Ferguson on the other side almost instinctively stood on the other side of the man, naturally protecting Simon Westeros in the middle. Gurley aside, Alice Ferguson is a highly anticipated business rookie at this cocktail party tonight. The Amazon online mall she manages has achieved a dazzling success in just 1 year when others are still hesitant about e-commerce. This is definitely not something an ordinary professional manager can do. It can be said that if Alice Ferguson plans to leave Ygritte and work on her own, a large number of venture capital funds will immediately compete to provide her with funds. Such a woman, but instinctively showed a subordinate attitude in front of a certain young man. Moreover, Irene Lauder knew that she was once just a maid in the Westeros family. So, a certain guy, even though she had seen too much information about him in various media over the years, Irene Lauder still couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity at this time. What kind of person is Simon Westeros? Simon continued to chat with a few people for a while, and also made an appointment with Lawrence Fink for a dinner party tomorrow morning, and then walked away. Irene Lauder continued to socialize with her parents, but her eyes couldn't help but continue to follow the figure of a certain guy. After about 10 minutes, she saw a beautiful girl who obviously deliberately created a small accident and spilled wine on the man. Irene Lauder, who was watching silently not far away, couldn't help rolling her eyes. It's really clumsy. These women have been pouring wine on men for hundreds of years. Why can't they be a little innovative? If it was me. Thinking of this, I found that Westeros had left the hall, and the girl who tried to flirt with him was left out, and I couldn't help but feel a little gloating. Then, after a slight hesitation, Irene Lauder put down the wine glass in her hand that had been empty for a while, and quietly followed him out. After leaving the hall, Irene Lauder regretted it a little. I was really crazy. There was a corridor outside the hall. Of course, I couldn't see the figure of a certain guy at this time. Irene Lauder paused at the door of the hall and decided to walk to the corner in front. If she couldn't meet him, she would turn back. When she came to the corner, it was obvious that there was still no sign of Simon Westeros. Well, he must be going to the bathroom, of course not here. I have participated in many parties at the Gramercy Hotel since I was a child, so of course I know the location of the bathroom. I questioned it again, but still went to find it. After a while, I soon came to the bathroom door at the end of the corridor. I saw 2 bodyguards guarding the door, and I immediately confirmed that this was the place. I walked forward as if nothing had happened, and the 2 bodyguards did not stop me and let me enter the women's bathroom. Standing by the washstand, she put on some makeup and hesitated for a moment. When she heard footsteps outside, she quickly put away her makeup box and walked out with her handbag. The man was so quick that when she came out, he had already walked back to the hall. At this point, she had no choice but to take the initiative and shout, "Hey, Simon." The man stopped and turned around. Seeing that it was her, he smiled and greeted, "Hello, Irene." Oh, this tone really sounded like an old man pretending to be a gentleman. Complaining in her heart, Irene Lauder walked up to him and found that the man continued to walk towards the hall. She couldn't help but ask, "Do you like to hang out with those bald middle-aged people?" Simon laughed and said, "Irene, this is a bit rude. Your father is there too." Irene Lauder rolled her eyes and said, "Mr. Westeros, please don't talk to me in that tone. You are obviously the same age as me, but you act like an old man." Simon was easy to talk to and nodded, "Okay." After following the man for a few steps, Irene Lauder suddenly suggested, "How about we go to the bar downstairs for a drink?" Simon finally stopped and looked at the girl next to him. Compared with the bright and beautiful housekeeper and the sexy and intellectual girl, Irene Lauder's only advantage is probably the exquisite atmosphere that she has cultivated since she was a child in a wealthy family. Being looked at like this by Simon, Irene Lauder suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. She raised her head slightly and looked at the man without showing any weakness, and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Simon smiled, turned around and continued to move forward, saying, "Let's go, I'll take you to have a drink." Irene Lauder followed subconsciously. However, out of her female instinct, she keenly sensed some dangerous aura. The man's pace was not fast, so she could easily keep up with him. She tried to walk side by side with him, thought for a moment and said, "Hey, we're just drinking. I still have to go home later." Simon nodded, "Of course." Irene Lauder glanced over suspiciously, "Are you trying to get me drunk? I never get a woman drunk on purpose." Irene Lauder seized on the man's words, "In other words, if a woman gets drunk herself, you won't stop her." "Yet. Then, what about after she's drunk?" "After she's drunk, you mean women? After women get drunk, they usually look ugly and may even vomit." Irene Lauder is only 22 years old this year. Although the federal legal drinking age is 21, not many people actually abide by it. She has been drunk before, but she is sure that it was definitely not as terrible as the man next to her described. "Simon, are you trying to scare me? I just don't like drunk women, they're very troublesome." Irene Lauder pouted and said, "Don't men like to get women drunk and then take advantage of them?" Simon glanced at the girl next to him and smiled playfully, "I prefer women to be sober." Hearing this, Irene Lauder couldn't help but have a hesitant thought in her mind, "Wait, should I get drunk or not?" Then, she noticed that the man had a hateful smile on his face, and she immediately decided not to get drunk. "Humph, let's see what you can do to me." Chapter 544 What are you thinking about? In the bar inside the Gramercy Hotel, Simon and Irene Lauder chose a booth in the corner to avoid being disturbed. However, after recognizing Simon's identity, not only the original guests in the bar came to greet him, but as the news spread, many people gathered. Even though Simon signaled the 2 bodyguards who followed him to block the approaching chatters, it failed to stop more and more guests from coming to the bar. In less than 10 minutes, even Irene Lauder realized that she couldn't stay any longer. She thought that some rumors about picking up girls in Westeros bars would spread tomorrow. The guy opposite was married, so she would see how he would deal with it. However, if her identity was also recognized, it would not be good. Thinking of this, Irene Lauder looked across, and a guy looked calm and careless, as if he didn't care about what was happening around him. He leaned lazily on the sofa in the booth, holding a glass of whiskey in his hand, and looked at the empty space on the right side of her shoulder, as if he was in a daze. It would be fine if he was in a daze at himself, but it would be fine even if he was in a daze at the beautiful girls in the bar. What's the matter with staring into the air? After staring at him for a while, Irene Lauder said, "Hey." Simon turned his eyes to her. Irene Lauder patiently said, "What were you thinking about just now?" Simon shook his head and smiled, "Nothing. It's a rare time when I don't have to think about anything." Irene Lauder keenly heard some fatigue in the man's casual tone, and the displeasure that had just arisen inexplicably dissipated a little. She asked, "Then what do you usually think about?" Simon said, "Too many. I can't explain it in 1 or 2 sentences." Irene Lauder looked at the handsome face of the man opposite, and asked inexplicably, "Then what do you think of when you see me?" Simon told the truth, "Estee Lauder." Irene Lauder was a little dissatisfied and kept asking, "Then what?" Simon said, "Various evaluations, whether it is worth investing, whether it is worth acquiring, the development prospects of the cosmetics industry, the future of Estee Lauder, and so on." Irene Lauder was very curious about how Simon viewed the future of his own company, but she couldn't help but say, "I mean, what do you think of when you see me in person?" Estee Lauder. Irene Lauder almost threw the wine glass in her hand directly at the man opposite her, and said angrily, "I mean, what do you think of me?" "Oh," Simon nodded, looked at the young woman opposite her who was wearing a white printed long-sleeved dress, and said, "You are very smart and hard-working. Although you appear strong on the surface, you are conservative in your bones. You can become a good successor to the Lauder family in the future." Irene Lauder's eyes flashed, and subconsciously said, "Have you investigated me?" Simon just shrugged, too lazy to answer this question. The short time they spent together and some information in his memory allowed him to roughly summarize Irene Lauder's personality, which he definitely couldn't tell the other party. Irene Lauder regretted asking the question just now. It was really stupid. Perhaps those guys who had ulterior motives for her would do some private investigations in order to get close to her, but the man in front of her couldn't have such a motive. Thinking of this, Irene Lauder still felt a little lost. There are probably not many people in this world who can remain proud when facing this guy in front of them. Owning most of the shares of Estee Lauder Group, the Lauder family's total assets also exceed $2 billion, which is considered to be a group of people at the top of the wealth pyramid in the world. However, such a wealth, compared with the wealth of the young man opposite, is suddenly a little eclipsed. Picking up the wine glass and taking a sip, he concealed his embarrassment just now. He looked at the opposite side and saw that a certain guy seemed to be careless again. He couldn't help but lean forward slightly, with some teasing that he didn't even realize, and continued to ask, "So, what else?" Simon noticed the subtle change in the girl's posture opposite and smiled. "The girl is good, maybe I can take her home tonight." Irene Lauder's body stagnated, and quickly showed a contemptuous expression of "You finally showed your foxtail," and said, "What if I can't take it back?" Simon shrugged, "Then I can't take it back." Suddenly he remembered the 2 girls standing on his left and right at the party just now. Indeed, he didn't lack women at all, and it didn't seem to matter whether he could take himself home or not. Knowing this, Irene Lauder was a little unwilling to accept it. She was unwilling to let him succeed, and she was also unwilling to let him fail. She raised her glass and slowly drank the remaining wine. She felt that she seemed a little drunk, so she looked over boldly and began to talk drunkenly. "So, are we leaving now?" Then she instinctively found a seemingly appropriate reason, glanced at the increasing number of guests around the bar, and said, "If you don't leave, you will be on the tabloids tomorrow." Simon smiled and nodded, "Okay." The 2 stood up, and under the protection of bodyguards, they walked through the crowd and left the bar, and went directly to the underground parking lot of the hotel. Sitting in the man's luxury car and feeling the car start, Irene Lauder couldn't help but feel a little flustered. She was indeed a conservative woman. It was really the first time for her to have a one-night stand with a man, especially a one-night stand with a married man. To be more precise, some things were completely her first time. After changing her posture slightly, Irene Lauder quickly found a topic. She looked at the neon lights of Manhattan outside the car window and said, "Will we be discovered?" Simon shook his head. "Even if we are discovered, someone will deal with it." Many Hollywood gossips seem to be very explosive, but in fact, they are only the tip of the iceberg of various materials in this circle. As long as a star's agency and public relations team are not too incompetent, they can basically suppress most of the negative materials. Gossip media will definitely not expose all the gossips they catch. Instead, they will notify the team behind the star as soon as possible to negotiate exclusive interviews or more direct money transactions. Even celebrities are like this. At Simon's level, unless someone wants to deliberately make trouble, it is unlikely that negative news related to him will appear in the media. Simon explained, and in fact, he also noticed Aaron Lauder's uneasiness. He took the initiative to reach out and embrace the other party's body. He grabbed the girl's chin with one hand, felt the tender skin on his fingertips, and lowered his head to kiss her. Irene Lauder only felt the man's hand around her waist and the other hand sliding down from her neck. She was kissed by the man and soon felt suffocated. Moreover, the man's hand seemed to be quite strong. At one moment, she even felt that she might be crushed. The strength in her body disappeared without a trace. Her body was limp and she let the man do whatever he wanted. Only a trace of clarity left for her to try her best to breathe to avoid suffocation. It was the next morning when she woke up again. She noticed the movement beside her and opened her eyes. Everything that happened last night quickly flooded into her mind. She turned her head to see that the man had already put on his clothes. Irene Lauder stood up slightly and wanted to pull up the bedsheet to cover her body. She hesitated for a moment and did not do so. Simon saw the woman on the bed propped herself up, buttoning her shirt, and said, "Good morning." "Good morning." After saying this, Irene Lauder thought for a moment, looked at the man and said seriously, I don't intend to be your lover." Simon smiled, walked over and hooked the girl's chin, lowered his head and quickly turned his target to kiss her on the cheek. Irene Lauder also noticed the subtle changes in the man's movements, and when he let go of her, she rolled her eyes and said, "You are such a bastard." Moreover, last night was her first time. It was her first time. As a devout Jewish girl, she was taught by her parents to protect herself from childhood to adulthood. In addition, because of her family background, she rarely had the opposite sex that she liked, so she had originally made up her mind that she would only give her body to her husband on the wedding night. Unexpectedly, the guy in front of her succeeded. Although he did not regret it, he could not avoid a little disappointment. Simon was a little helpless when he heard the girl's scolding. He did not have a virgin complex. He originally thought that a girl in her 20s would definitely not be the first time, but he did not expect to cause a little trouble. "What do you say now? I will be responsible for you?" Funny, right? I had originally planned to have dinner with Lawrence Fink this morning, but judging by the situation, I definitely can't just walk away. That would be really a jerk. After fastening the last button of his shirt, Simon ignored what the girl had just said and asked, "What do you want for breakfast?" He happened to remember that he and the executive of Cersei Capital had made an appointment for breakfast today at the cocktail party last night, so he asked, "Don't you have an appointment with someone else?" Simon said, "Just change it to noon." She couldn't help but curl her lips, and then saw his neat clothes. She looked around and remembered that her dress last night was torn to pieces by him in the living room downstairs. She immediately glared at the man again. "Hey, what should I wear?" Simon walked to the closet and looked around, found one of his white shirts and handed it over. "Wear this first. Your temperament will look good with the white shirt. I'll have someone send some more clothes over later." She took the white shirt and subconsciously put it under her nose to smell it. Realizing that the action was a bit ambiguous, she quickly let go and pretended to be dissatisfied. Only one shirt. All her clothes, inside and out, were destroyed last night. Simon asked with a smile, "Do you want to try men's underwear?" Although she thought that he might have women's underwear, she had no intention of wearing his other women's underwear. She rolled her eyes at the man, put on the shirt, quickly buttoned a few buttons, and went to bed barefoot. She was not tall, about 167 centimeters, and she looked just right in the man's wide shirt. Then she was a little at a loss. Simon smiled and pushed the girl into the bathroom next door, found a brand new towel and toothbrush in the locker, and said, "You can take another shower, I'll go next door." After the man left, she brushed her teeth carefully and washed her face briefly. After thinking about it, she opened the locker on the washstand again. In the top compartment were some common daily medicines. She searched and quickly found a bottle. She carefully read the instructions on the bottle, confirmed that it was correct, took out a pill and put it in the palm of her hand. After hesitating for a while, she put it in her mouth and swallowed it. It's not that no idea flashed through her mind. From last night to now, I have unconsciously thought that it is not bad to be with him. If we can stay together forever, it seems to be a good choice. What's more, I gave him my first time. As for him being married, there is no problem. Married people can get divorced. It seems that his wife is much older than him, so he and I are more compatible. However, I can feel how strong he is. If I try to make him submit by getting pregnant, the result will definitely be very bad. Moreover, if I really get pregnant and the matter does not come to fruition, the entire Lauder family will lose face. What's more, she is not lacking in the pride she should have in her heart. After washing up, taking a bath, drying her hair and leaving the bathroom, more than half an hour has passed. She still only has a white shirt on her body, not even shoes. Fortunately, the apartment is very clean. She left the master bedroom barefoot and groped in the corridor like a cat for a while. When she came downstairs, she met a baby-faced girl and was finally taken to the restaurant. Later, she found that there were at least 3 other girls in the apartment. Last night, there was his assistant Allison, the baby-faced girl Zoe, and another girl Isabel whose breasts made her envious. In the restaurant, after Zoe and Isabel served breakfast and left, she asked the man opposite her in a teasing and mocking manner, "Is that why it doesn't matter that you didn't bring me back last night?" Simon smiled and said, "It's just to have some pretty girls around to enjoy my eyes. Since I have the conditions, I certainly won't hire some middle-aged maids to make myself feel wronged." She rolled her eyes at him again, picked up the cutlery and ate the fruit salad, and couldn't help asking, just for appreciation. Simon nodded, yes. Knowing that he had no need to lie to her, she didn't pursue him relentlessly. She only confirmed one thing, that the guy opposite her was definitely very philandering in private, which gave her another reason to draw a clear line with him as much as possible. She didn't want to commit to a philandering man. After eating breakfast and chatting for a while, Irene Lauder unconsciously realized another thing. From last night to now, although she was the one asking questions most of the time, until now, she seemed to have not been able to gain the initiative in front of him. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Tomorrow night is the Oscars. Do you want to go back today?" Simon nodded. After all, he didn't want to let this guy off too easily. He would definitely attend the Oscars, and maybe bring his wife with him. So he said, "I want to go to the Oscars, okay." Simon was very straightforward, "Of course, if you want to attend, I will prepare an invitation for you. By the way, remember to prepare a beautiful dress, otherwise you will be outdone by others. You can also attend the after party after the ceremony, which is very lively." Something seems wrong. Shouldn't he find a reason to refuse him? Isn't he afraid that he will meet his wife at the awards ceremony? Thinking of something, she asked, "Aren't you going to participate?" Simon shook his head, "No." Simon looked at the depressed expression of the girl and asked with a smile, "So, are you still going?" Irene Lauder noticed the hateful smile on the corner of the man opposite her, and immediately nodded fiercely, "Go." Chapter 545 Oscar Ceremony. It seems that all of a sudden, the first quarter of 1993 has come to an end. In March, the hottest media topic was undoubtedly the Information Superhighway Project Act, which was officially passed at the beginning of the month, and the various discussions around the U.S.'s huge investment bill of $400 billion in the next 20 years. As a result, new technology companies such as Cisco, AOL, Microsoft, and Intel have become the darlings of the capital market. The most powerful young man in Hollywood is undoubtedly the most watched one in this trend. Just Cisco and AOL, two new technology companies with market values exceeding $30 billion, have brought Simon Westeros nearly $50 billion in wealth. This has also led to many traditional wealthy people who have witnessed Simon's rise to fame starting to get involved in the new technology field, and even some Hollywood stars with surpluses in their hands have begun to try to invest in the internet industry. However, for most Hollywood natives, new technology, the internet, the information age, tens of billions of dollars, these are still a bit far away from them. At the end of March, what everyone is most concerned about is still the most important ceremony of the awards season, the 65th Academy Awards. Simon returned to Los Angeles after finishing his schedule in New York, and was immediately surrounded by various tasks. This year's Easter is April 11th, and Deaneries Entertainment's Easter film The Detective 2 will be released on April 9th. Simon needs to pay attention to the publicity and promotion of the film. Summer films such as Superman, Sleepless in Seattle, The Sugarcoat Trap, and The Pelican have basically been completed, and Simon must also personally check them. There are also a large number of projects in the production stage, such as Mission Impossible, 7 Deadly Sins, and Schindler's List, which require him to devote a certain amount of energy. Deaneries Studios. The copyright related to the Conjuring universe that has been entangled for a while has finally been resolved recently. Simon discussed the development plan of related projects with Danny Morris, the head of New World Pictures, in the morning. At 1 p.m., after lunch, he immediately attended the production meeting of Stargate written by Roland Emmerich and directed by Michael Bay. At 2 o'clock, the production meeting of Stargate ended. Amy Pascal and Richard Palms, president of Universal Music, were already waiting for Simon. 2 years after the merger with MCA, Deaneries Entertainment has basically completed the adjustment and integration of film, television, theme park and other businesses. However, in terms of the record business, Simon has not made much adjustment to Universal Music because he has not been able to spare much energy before and does not know much about the record industry. In the past 2 years, Universal Music has been managed by Richard Palms. Although this former MCA executive in his 50s has not achieved outstanding results, he has managed the record company in an orderly manner. Relying on the sales of the soundtracks of some outstanding films of Deaneries Entertainment, the record business has provided the group with good profits. There is no need to rely on the distribution channels of other record companies like The Bodyguard did at the beginning. This is also the point that Simon originally valued most. However, this is obviously not enough. The last time Simon checked the digital music player prototype developed by Tinkober in San Francisco, he realized that it was time to replan the record business. If you missed the last prosperous period of physical records, it will be difficult to make great achievements in the music field in the future. In recent years, Universal Music has always been more inclined to the rock field. The famous Guns N' Roses is a group under Universal Music. In addition, there are heavy metal bands such as Dream Theater and Thunderbolt Tango. In addition to rock, some other types of signed singers, including Cher, Dolly Parton and other veteran stars who are multi-talented in film, television and music, are more famous. The peak period of these people has long passed, and the current career focus is not in music. Whether it is rock groups such as Guns N' Roses or multi-talented stars such as Cher, although they are famous enough, they are not mainstream in the music field. Therefore, compared with Columbia Records, which owns Michael Jackson, or Warner Records, which owns Madonna, the biggest shortcoming of Universal Music is the lack of one or two phenomenal mainstream super music stars. Simon happened to be very familiar with the development trend of the record industry in the 1990s. In the 1990s, the rising teen pop singers, such as Backstreet Boys and Britney Spears, almost suppressed the edge of all traditional singers for a time. Moreover, compared to the industry status that required a lot of luck to create a top singer in the past, teenage pop singers can be mass-produced. Speaking of teenage pop, we have to mention the Jive Records that was once popular in the 1990s. From the earliest Backstreet Boys to the later Britney Spears, they were all created by Jive Records. Simon had already investigated the information of Jive Records in advance. Jive Records is now one of the subsidiaries of the RCA Group, record subsidiary of General Electric. RCA Group is also the parent company of NBC. The relationship between RCA and RCA Records is like that between MCA and Universal Music. As a subsidiary of a subsidiary of a subsidiary of the giant General Electric, and only partially holding shares, if other record companies want to poach people, it will not be too difficult. Large record groups usually have many subsidiaries, and these subsidiaries often change their parent companies. However, if the one who poaches people is Deaneries Entertainment, the most popular in Hollywood, things will definitely not be so easy. After an afternoon of discussion, Simon made two decisions. The record business of Deaneries Entertainment was officially renamed Deaneries Music Group, announcing that Deaneries Entertainment began to exert its strength in the record field. Another decision was to start contacting Barry Weiss, the president of Jive Records. After consideration, Simon gave up the decision to swallow up the entire Jive Records, and instead poached Barry Weiss, the president of Jive Records who created the youth pop music boom in the 1990s. This was much easier than buying the entire Jive Records, saving time and avoiding various unnecessary disputes. This continued until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After the meeting ended and Richard Palms left, Amy Pascal asked Simon, "What are your plans for the evening?" The red carpet ceremony of the Oscar Awards in the city center had already begun. Simon had no intention of joining in the fun. He smiled and said, "I'll go home and have dinner with Jenny first. I'll probably stay at the party for a while after the awards ceremony." Amy already knew that Janet was pregnant again. She even guessed something else from Simon's rearrangement of the female assistant's work, but she didn't want to go into it. Instead, she turned the topic to the construction of Universal Studios Osaka in Japan. She would fly to Japan tomorrow to check the progress of the construction of the studio. The two chatted for a while, and Amy left. Simon continued to look through the documents in the office until 6 o'clock, then left the studio and rushed back to Malibu. Tonight was actually a dinner for the three of them. With two women pregnant at the same time, Simon actually hoped that the female assistant would also live in Cape Dumay Manor, so that it would be more convenient to take care of her. There were many beautiful girls in the manor, and one more female assistant would not be too conspicuous. But Jennifer didn't agree, and continued to live in her Uncle George Norman's house. As Simon's former private lawyer, George Norman is now also a director of the board of directors of some holding companies in the Westeros system. Like the Ribold family, he has a very close relationship with the Westeros system. In addition to the personal relationship, the female assistant's pregnancy was not concealed from George Norman. The female assistant insisted on living in her uncle's house, and Simon had to agree, but he assigned an additional female bodyguard and a female assistant to Jennifer to take care of her daily life 24 hours a day. The Normans also knew that this matter was of great importance. In order to avoid the news leaking out, they deliberately sent their youngest son to boarding school. Moreover, according to the plan, after the female assistant became pregnant, she planned to move to Simon's mountain villa in Woodside, San Francisco. This would not be too far from Los Angeles, and it would be very convenient to travel between the two places, and it would avoid the complicated side of Hollywood. Although they could not live together, Janet often took the initiative to invite Jennifer to her home for dinner during this period. The two women had a very good relationship. After getting pregnant together, the relationship seemed to be closer. When Simon rushed back to Point Dumay Manor, the 65th Academy Awards ceremony officially opened in the Dorothy Chandler Theater of the Los Angeles Music Center. Billy Crystal is still the host of this year. Compared with previous years, this year is a typical Oscar year. Deaneries Entertainment originally had 3 movies, Scent of a Woman, The Crying Game and Howard's End, which were enough to squeeze into the ranks of Best Pictures. In order to avoid distracting public relations energy, Deaneries Entertainment only focused on Scent of a Woman this year, and the other 2 films only applied for some non-core nominations such as Best Screenplay or Best Actress. The Crying Game and Howard's End took the initiative to withdraw from the competition for the Best Picture award, and the 5 Best Picture nominated movies this year suddenly looked a lot bleak. In addition to Scent of a Woman, the other 4 Best Picture nominees are Clint Eastwood's Unforgiven, Mike Neville's Strange April, Spike Lee's Malcolm X and Robert Downey Jr.'s Chaplin. When the nominations were just announced, many North American media bluntly criticized that some of the works nominated for Best Picture this year were not worthy of the title and were just the Oscars committee making up the numbers. Deaneries Entertainment's The Crying Game and Howard's End were also mentioned specifically. The Oscars were helpless about this. Deaneries Entertainment did not submit relevant nominations, and they could not force them to be nominated. Most of the public obviously did not know the Oscars judging rules. Under the influence of the media, everyone only saw the Oscars prejudice against Deaneries Entertainment. Even last year's mediocre The Legend of the Condor Heroes defeated Deaneries Entertainment's The Piano and Thelma and Louise was mentioned again, which triggered speculation that the Oscars were not friendly to Deaneries Entertainment, the new player. In fact, this public opinion situation is also guided by Deaneries Entertainment behind the scenes. The Oscars are actually greatly influenced by media and public opinion. The entire Oscar jury team has reached 6,000 people. Among these judges, there are not many who really care about the quality of the film itself. Most of them are easily influenced by public relations and public opinion. Last year, The Last 120 won the first female Oscar for Best Director in the most important Best Picture, which has already caused strong controversy. If the works of Deaneries Entertainment are ignored again this year, the credibility of the Oscars may be affected. Even if they don't care whether truly outstanding films win awards, Since they have become a member of the Oscar jury, because of the instinctive group nature of human beings, this group of people will inevitably tend to maintain the credibility of the Oscars. At the evening awards ceremony, last year's active abandonment of the Oscars and the public opinion guidance strategy some time ago obviously played a role. In the Dorothy Chandler Hall, Irene Lauder, who attended this film festival for the first time, was not aware of the inside story behind the Oscars. She sat in the 7th row in the middle of the hall, which was a good seat specially arranged for her by a guy. Around her were all kinds of stars that could only be seen on the big screen in the past. The girl was more excited, and she didn't have the indifferent attitude of a guy towards this ceremony. As the awards ceremony officially began, Irene Lauder, who had done some homework in advance, couldn't help but start to pay attention to the films under Deanery's Entertainment. Best Sound, Wonder Woman. Best Visual Effects, Wonder Woman. Best Cinematography, A River Runs Through It. Best Actress, Emma Thompson, Howard's End. Best Original Screenplay, The Crying Game. Best Adapted Screenplay, Scent of a Woman. Best Film Editing, Wonder Woman. Best Actor, Al Pacino, Scent of a Woman. Best Director, Martin Brest, Scent of a Woman. Best Picture, Scent of a Woman. Unconsciously, when the awards ceremony was over, Irene Lauder discovered that of the 22 awards presented at the Oscars, only Deanery's Entertainment's related films won 10 golden statues. And they were all very valuable awards. Among the awards that fell, the most important ones were the Best Supporting Actor and Actress, and the others were marginal technical awards such as Best Animated Short Film, Best Documentary, and Best Original Score. Although she had only known Simon for less than 3 days, at the Oscars, Irene Lauder could clearly feel how powerful Deanery's Entertainment was in Hollywood, and even felt an inexplicable sense of pride. It's a pity that a certain guy is not here. Moreover, I remember seeing in the media that Wonder Woman, in which he participated in the soundtrack, might be nominated for an Oscar, but there is no trace of him this time. Considering that guy's attitude towards the Oscars, this seems normal. He doesn't need these awards to increase his fame now. As the award ceremony ended, the image of a certain guy filled my mind. It would be great if we could sit here together tonight. Although she had some small thoughts of meeting his wife, she actually didn't think of embarrassing him. Fortunately, Deanery's Entertainment won so many awards. You can't completely not show up at the upcoming Melisandre party, right? Chapter 546 Shell. This year's Oscar after party was replanned. The Gucci party was officially renamed the Melisandre party, and a special trademark was applied for. At the same time, Vanity Fair magazine and Egret Portal were confirmed as official media partners. In addition, the party venue was changed to the Sunset Tower Bar on the top floor of the Sunset Tower Hotel in West Hollywood, which has an open interior space and a spacious terrace. As long as this cooperation is successful, the Sunset Tower Bar will become a fixed venue for Melisandre's party in the next few years. On the other hand, the invitation to the party is no longer as easy to get as before. The work team of Melisandre Company responsible for this after-party began to look for the invitation list a month in advance, and the number of guests was limited to about 200 people, which is far less than the scale of thousands of spectators at the Oscars ceremony. It can be said that getting an invitation to Melisandre's Oscar after-party is more difficult than attending the Oscars. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the Oscars ceremony at the Dorothy Chandler Theater in the city center officially ended, and superstars and celebrities with Melisandre's party invitations rushed to West Hollywood. Those who failed to get the invitation did not lack places to go. There were all kinds of parties everywhere in Los Angeles that night, but other parties were hard to be as star-studded as Melisandre's party, and the media attention was incomparable. Irene Lauder left the Dorothy Chandler Theater with a crew of Wonder Woman and went directly to the Melisandre party at the Sunset Tower Hotel. Simon had arranged everything for her in advance, and did not let the girl who came to Los Angeles from New York alone feel out of tune with the unfamiliar circle of Hollywood. There was even a top public relations manager who was said to serve big stars such as Keanu Reeves, Famke Janssen, and Sandra Bullock, who discussed with her whether to arrange some media press releases. Although she rejected the other party's suggestion, she couldn't help but have some good feelings for someone again. Arriving at the Sunset Tower Hotel, because she didn't want to show up in front of the media, Irene Lauder directly bypassed a media area and entered the hotel building through other entrances. The party was very thoughtful in details, and a temporary dressing room was specially prepared for the guests. Formal dresses are required for attending the Oscars, but Melisandre's party style is very casual, with no requirements for clothing. It is certainly not convenient for guests to walk around in long floor-length dresses. Moreover, many celebrities' dresses are rented, costing tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. If they get dirty or torn at the party, it is inevitable to feel distressed. Erin Lauder also prepared 2 sets of clothes. The one for the party is a light blue knee-length dress with an avant-garde design style. After matching, it has a bit of the business atmosphere of a working woman. When choosing clothes, I think a certain guy should like it. After changing clothes, the original dress was handed over to the accompanying assistant arranged by the man for her. Erin Lauder finally entered the party scene. The atmosphere here was very relaxed. Many familiar Hollywood stars gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to drink, chat, sing and eat. There were also many political and business celebrities in the crowd who she happened to know. As she was looking around and waiting for Famke Janssen, the actress who played Wonder Woman, who she had just had a good chat with, a woman wearing a simple black dress, with a graceful figure and a mature and intellectual aura, came over and extended her hand to her. "Hello, Ms. Lauder, I'm Sophia Fessy. Irene Lauder just started working in the family business after graduating from college last year, but she had heard her elders talk about a lot of information in the industry on weekdays. When she heard the self-introduction of the woman in front of her, she immediately thought of her identity. The chairman and CEO of Melisandre Company, Sophia Fessy. This is a very powerful woman. In just a few years, she has built Melisandre Company into a comprehensive luxury goods group. Moreover, it is said that the relationship between the woman in front of her and the man is somewhat ambiguous. Hello, Miss Fessy, nice to meet you." Thinking of this, Irene Lauder shook hands with Sophia politely while subconsciously looking at her. The first feeling was that this woman had really good skin. The skin revealed outside the conservative round-neck black dress was smooth, delicate and white, and seemed to be flawless. It even makes people want to touch it. I wonder if he has ever done that? Sophia let the girl look at her and glanced at her light blue dress. She smiled and said, "Is this the latest model that Montana just released some time ago?" Irene Lauder was a little surprised and nodded. "Yes, Miss Fessy, do you know this dress?" Sophia said, "It's a typical Montana design style, bold and avant-garde. It looks more intellectual on you and is a perfect fit." "Oh, thank you." Irene Lauder was a little embarrassed. She wanted to compliment the other person's clothes, but she didn't have the same eyesight as Sophia. After hesitating for a moment, she somehow turned the topic to a certain guy, Simon. "Will Mr. Westeros come over tonight?" Sophia smiled and said, "Of course, but we have to wait a while." As she was speaking, another female voice that seemed a little careless sounded next to her. "Hi, Sophie." The two turned around together, and Sophia opened her arms to the girl who was coming over. "Good evening, Sandy, you look so beautiful tonight." The person who came was Sandra Bullock. Sandra hugged Sophia and said with a smile, "Thank you, you too. Oh, let me introduce you, this is Miss Irene Lauder." Sandra walked forward and gently hugged Irene Lauder, and subconsciously asked, "Estee Lauder?" Irene Lauder nodded and said, "Estee Lauder is my grandmother. She is a very legendary woman." "Thank you, my grandmother has seen your run Lola Run, she likes it very much." "Oh, you mean? Grandmother is 85 years old, but she has always been in good health." "Oh, that's great." After chatting for a few words, Sandra turned to Sophia and asked, "Why don't I see Simon?" Sophia smiled and said, "He is the boss, of course he can show up whenever he wants." Sandra complained, "It's getting harder and harder to see him now. You know how busy he is." "Yeah, he's busy making so much money, but he doesn't give me any. You can ask him for it." "Forget it, if he gives me 10 billion, I don't know how to spend it." "Haha, I can help you. You should just help him with the flowers." Sandra made a somewhat ambiguous joke. Seeing a figure not far away, she said, "Keanu is here. I'll go say hello. I haven't seen this guy for a long time." After Sandra left, Sophia glanced at the entrance and said to Irene Lauder beside her, "The crew of Scent of a Woman is here. Let's go get to know them." Irene Lauder hadn't seen Famke Janssen yet, so she had to nod and said, "Okay." As the big winner of this Oscar, the crew of Scent of a Woman caused a small commotion at the party as soon as they appeared. The two girls came forward together, just a few simple greetings, and had to give up the opportunity to communicate to others. Just after leaving the crew of Scent of a Woman, several tall and beautiful girls came together. They were the 5 spokespeople of Victoria's Secret: Cindy Crawford, Yasmin Gary, Tyra Banks, Helena Christensen and Stephanie Seymour. Irene Lauder listened to Sophia's enthusiastic greetings to several girls, and then she noticed that before they had even started talking for a few words, Stephanie Seymour asked when a certain guy would show up. It seemed like the 3rd time. Then, in the following greetings, it was almost not surprising to her that the 4th, 5th, and 6th time. When the guy finally showed up at the party near 10 o'clock, Irene Lauder thought it would be best to stay away from him. There were too many women who were thinking about this bastard, and she didn't want to be one of his many lovers. Although she thought so, she couldn't help but feel a little happy when he praised her beautiful dress tonight. When he walked away with Sophia Fessy, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. After socializing among the crowd for more than half an hour, congratulating the winners of the night, and greeting some important guests, Simon finally had some free time and walked to the terrace outside the bar with Sophia. The two sat down on a sofa in the corner of the terrace. Sophia asked jokingly, "How did you hook up with a girl from the Lauder family?" Simon said nonchalantly, "We just met at a party in New York a few days ago." Sophia was just teasing the man a little bit, and she didn't have the intention to pursue him relentlessly. Besides, she had already done what she needed to do. Seeing so many beautiful girls paying attention to Simon, the girl should have given up. In some ways, Sophia and the female assistant are actually very similar. As his lover, she knew that she had no chance to compete for anything, but that didn't mean she would be happy to see other women around him. Then she talked about some serious matters. Christie's has probably reached an agreement 309 pence per share, a total of £562 million, equivalent to $878 million US. If you have no problem, I will return to Europe tomorrow and the news will be officially announced. Simon nodded and said, "I read your memo this morning." Compared with Christie's closing price last Friday, the transaction price of 309 pence per share is equivalent to a premium of 23%, and compared with the stock price when the negotiations just started in mid-February, the premium is exactly 30%. During the more than 1 month of negotiations, the two sides saw each other several times, and Christie's stock price on the London Stock Exchange continued to fluctuate. In early March, because Christie's had been unwilling to make too many concessions, Sophia decisively stopped the negotiations and made a gesture of completely giving up the acquisition. In the following 2 weeks, Christie's stock price, which had been rising continuously, began to fall continuously. Until last Friday, Christie's took the initiative to contact Sophia, and she also gave a plan that had been prepared long ago, and said that this was the last offer from Melisandre. If Christie's does not accept it, the transaction will be completely terminated. Although some shareholders were still unwilling, after the board of directors voted, Melisandre's acquisition plan was finally passed. Obviously, most shareholders also understood that even if Simon Westeros was optimistic about Christie's, due to the limitations of the industry itself, this auction house could not sell at a very high price. After continuing to talk about some details, Sophia asked again, "Also, what's the matter with Joseph Lewis?" Simon said, "You should have seen his information. I am very interested in the Tavistock Group under the name of Joseph Lewis. There may be opportunities for cooperation in the future." Joseph Lewis wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with Simon. After a detailed investigation of the other party's background, Simon also found that the Tavistock Group controlled by Joseph Lewis might be used as a springboard and a shell for the Westeros system to invest in overseas markets such as Latin America. The initial plan for this acquisition of Christie's was that Melisandre's company only intended to use its own funds to obtain about 51% of Christie's shares to achieve absolute control. The remaining shares were jointly held by Apollo Management Company under Cersei Capital and some other capitals. After Simon agreed to Joseph Lewis's request for a stake at a party in New York, Sophia had to change the financing strategy that had been formulated and give 20% of the shares to the other party. Moreover, an Italian investment fund controlled by the Agnelli family behind the Fiat Group plans to acquire about 15% of the shares, and Italian media tycoon Berlusconi's 10% investment share. These are not just simple shareholdings. In fact, they symbolize a cooperation between the Westeros system and Italian local capital, which cannot be pushed away or rejected. After urgent consultations with Joseph Lewis, Melisandre Company could only reduce its own shareholding. Fortunately, Joseph Lewis spared no effort to establish a cooperative relationship with the Westeros system and took the initiative to express that the voting rights of 20% of the shares would be permanently granted to Melisandre Company. After calculation, although Melisandre's shareholding in Christie's has been reduced to 31%, with the 20% held by Joseph Lewis and the 11% held by Cersei Capital with an investment of $100 million, the voting rights of Christie's owned by the Westeros system will reach 62%. 31% of the shares, absolute controlling rights, is actually an investment status that Simon is very happy to see. Even if the capital accumulation of the Westeros system is rapid, there is a certain limit after all. Using other people's funds to increase one's own influence is the most important purpose of Simon's development of Cersei Capital. For example, if BlackRock Asset Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, can reach the peak volume of controlling $6 trillion in assets worldwide, it will be a huge capital that can shake the global economic trend. Capital itself cannot exert influence. To achieve this, it still has to be implemented through individuals. Cersei Capital controls funds to buy a company's stocks. After reaching a certain proportion, the Westeros system can send its own representatives to the board of directors of this company, thus forming control and influence over a company. The more powerful and long-standing corporate giants are, the more they tend to be public holding companies. There are no heavyweight shareholders and no multiple equity structures. For such a company, the board of directors is basically the actual controller of the enterprise. If the Westeros system has its own seats on the boards of directors of giant companies such as General Electric, Boeing, ExxonMobil, IBM, etc., to a certain extent, Simon will be equivalent to controlling the U.S. economy and expanding outward. The same is true on a global scale. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547 Stalemate. Daenerys Entertainment is the biggest winner of this year's Oscars, but Simon only stayed at Melisandre's party for an hour before quietly leaving. Just like a scientist who has won the Nobel Prize, it is difficult to be excited about a little red flower in the kindergarten. Over the years, from Sundance to Cannes to the Oscars, Simon has accumulated enough honors in the film industry. More importantly, with Simon's current wealth and power, it is difficult for the Oscars to rouse his interest. The next day, the media was noisy as usual. However, this time there was not much controversy about the award-winning films of Daenerys Entertainment. Among the 5 Best Picture-nominated films, the Best Picture in the original time and space, Unforgiven, as an old-school Western film, is far less competitive than imagined, and the other 3 are just foils. Therefore, under the strong public relations offensive of Daenerys Entertainment, it is easy for Scent of a Woman to win the Best Picture Golden Man. Al Pacino's Best Actor is even more well-deserved. This Hollywood big shot who rose in the 1970s has been nominated for 6 Oscars as of Scent of a Woman. When Pacino was announced as the winner at the awards ceremony, the entire audience stood up to congratulate the great actor. Other awards also did not cause much ripples. The media even felt sorry that Daenerys Entertainment's other 2 films, Howard's End and The Crying Game, only won a few non-core awards. Of course, even if it was difficult to cause too many waves in Simon's heart, a series of Oscars brought real honor and benefits to Daenerys Entertainment. After the Oscars, time quickly turned to April. In Europe, Melisandre's acquisition of Christie's auction house was officially exposed. Regarding this matter, the British media generally showed a resistance attitude, believing that Christie's is an iconic company that represents the historical status of Britain in the field of art collection and should not be sold to foreign investors. Some fierce media people even petitioned the British government to ban this transaction. However, in the face of capital, the power of media opinion is ultimately somewhat weak. What's more, the British public's reaction to this matter is more inclined to a mentality of watching the excitement. The transaction of collectibles worth tens of millions of dollars is really far away from them. After the pound crisis last year, the British economy fell into a downturn, and many investors also tended to cash out Christie's shares to increase their cash reserves. Therefore, the transaction was quickly approved by shareholders. Melisandre successfully acquired Christie's, but in North America, Ygritte's financing plan was not so smooth. Speaking of it, if you just want to raise funds, There are many investors like Joseph Lewis who are willing to take 10% of Ygritte's shares without bargaining. But the purpose of this financing is not so simple. When Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs both expressed their clear investment intentions, Ygritte proposed that the two companies each buy 5% of the shares, but this point caused dissatisfaction among the two Wall Street investment bank giants. 10% of Ygritte's shares are priced at $1.5 billion. Such a huge transaction is indeed unaffordable for ordinary investors. However, for the two Wall Street giants, even if it is a bit difficult to take it all in one go, it is still easy to raise funds through their own complex and huge capital network and come up with $1.5 billion. Everyone knows that with Ygritte's current development momentum, 10% of the shares and $1.5 billion are not expensive. If we buy these shares now and wait until Ygritte's IPO, Wall Street generally expects that this transaction will at least double the return, given the current capital market's pursuit of technology stocks. Cisco and AOL are the best proof. In the future, investors will make money through this transaction, and the investment bank itself will also be able to obtain commissions and other benefits, and it will also be able to consolidate its cooperative relationship with trading partners, which can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Now, 10% of the shares need to be shared by the two companies, and the room for operation is suddenly much less. However, after several negotiations, Westeros system did not mean to give in, and the two investment banks were unwilling to give up voluntarily. Not only that, the two sides also had other differences during the negotiation process. First, Ygritte plans to start a dual-class share structure during this financing process. The 10% shares planned to be sold are Class A shares with voting rights only 1/10 of normal common shares. The two investment banks will not only obtain 1% of Ygritte's voting rights, but also have no seats on the board of directors. That is to say, after investing a huge amount of $1.5 billion, the two investment banks still have no say in Ygritte. This is something that the always strong Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley cannot tolerate. Simon will not make concessions on the dual-class share structure either. However, after negotiations, Simon also promised that after Ygritte's IPO, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley will each get a seat on the board of directors. Before that, because Ygritte was still a completely private company, it had not yet set up a board of directors. After several negotiations, the two sides reluctantly reached an agreement on this. Then there was the issue of the $1.5 billion in funds itself. For this money, Ygritte initially offered a plan that $500 million would be transferred to Ygritte's account as financing for Ygritte's own development, and the other $10 would belong to Westeros, which was considered the proceeds from the sale of 10% of the shares. After all, if this equity transfer is said to be Westeros selling 10% of Ygritte's shares, there is actually nothing wrong with it. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley certainly would not agree. Although $500 million is a large sum of money, it may be burned out in a year for the rapidly expanding Ygritte. Once funds are scarce, another round of financing is necessary. At that time, whether it is equity financing or bond financing, the cost will be spread to Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, who have become shareholders of Ygritte. For Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, the best solution is of course to put all $1.5 billion into the account of Ygritte. However, for the two investment banks, it is reasonable for Westeros to want to get a share of this money. $1.5 billion is a huge amount of money after all. Even the two investment banks themselves probably would not be willing to spend all this money on Ygritte. In fact, Goldman Sachs and Morgan were wrong this time. Simon did not intend to get a share of this huge amount of money directly. The reason why he proposed this distribution plan was just a bargaining chip. Some truths are actually very simple. If you agree to all the conditions of Goldman Sachs and Morgan from the beginning, it is conceivable that the other party will only make more demands. For Simon, the Westeros system is not short of money. This is one point. On the other hand, if the $1 billion in funds is included in the Westeros company account in the form of stock sales proceeds, capital gains tax will be paid. At the current federal tax rate, $1 billion in funds will need to contribute $280 million in taxes to the IRS. Simon has no intention of being a good taxpayer. At the beginning, he took the initiative to transfer the huge profits earned from the Japanese financial market to the United States and pay huge capital gains taxes, which was more of an exchange. The Westeros system contributed up to $2.3 billion in taxes to the federal treasury at one time in exchange for the authorities passing various reviews of the two acquisitions of MCA and Bell Atlantic. Without this tax chip, it would be almost impossible for Simon to take over the two corporate giants in the short term. This time, Simon does not need to make any more exchanges. Of course, he must avoid taxes as much as possible. Even if he really needs additional funds, Simon is now more inclined to borrow from the bank. The higher you are at the top of the world pyramid, the more you can understand that you can go further by spending other people's money as much as possible to do your own things. Speaking of which, the $1.5 billion this time is indeed a bit too much for Ygritte. Ygritte already has enough revenue to provide a steady stream of development funds. Although the wave of new technologies is surging, Simon has no intention of increasing Ygritte's spending. On the contrary, after this financing, he will further strengthen Ygritte's financial supervision to avoid wanton squandering. In this way, the $1.5 billion alone will be enough for Ygritte to use for 3 to 5 years. Considering that Ygritte also plans to go public in 1995, the company's capital reserves will be even more abundant by then. It is not a good thing to have too much money and not spend it quickly. Fortunately, Ygritte already has its own venture capital department. Simon's plan is to complete this financing. While Ygritte is developing itself, it will also significantly increase its external investment, making itself one of the important venture capital funds in Silicon Valley. Malibu, Deanery Studios. The time is Tuesday, April 6th. In the morning, the Pixar team spent 2 hours on the second floor of the studio, mainly watching the sample of The Lion King. The production of this second 3D animated film of Pixar has been completed by more than 80%. However, due to the complicated production process of animated films, the official film will not be completed until August. The film is scheduled at the end of the year, so August is not too late. At noon, I took the female assistant back to Media Manor for lunch. After lunch, the female assistant was left by Janet, and the two women planned to go shopping together. Simon returned to the studio, and Girl A took over Jennifer's work. Boss, this is the memorandum of the meeting between Vice President Gore and executives of major telecommunications companies this morning that just came from Washington. The large-scale information superhighway plan will certainly not be resolved by just passing a bill, and the federal government will also need to take a lot of practical measures to promote it. Simon already knew in advance the purpose of the meeting between Vice President Gore and the heads of major telecommunications companies today, which was mainly to discuss the issue of telecommunications companies' increasing investment in internet industry infrastructure. The heads of Verizon Telecom and America Online, both subsidiaries of Westeros, attended the meeting. The 20-year $400 billion investment in the information superhighway plan is actually funded directly by the federal government. This year, the federal government's appropriation for the information superhighway plan is only $650 million. Most of the investment should be made by private capital under the leadership of the federal government's relevant information industry policy. $400 billion in 20 years may seem very large, but as long as it is profitable, the capital that will flow into this industry is actually far more than that. In Simon's memory, during the most turbulent period of the internet bubble before 2000, the funds invested in the new technology field in just 1 year reached tens of billions of dollars, not to mention the even larger capital invested in the external speculation of technology stocks. This time, companies such as Cisco, AOL and Ygritte have already proved in advance that the internet industry has great potential. Even without the guidance of the federal government, major telecommunications giants will strengthen their investment in the new technology field. At today's meeting, Simon is most concerned about the tax incentive plan for the new technology field launched by the White House. Simon flipped through the memo in his hand and asked another question: how are the negotiations in New York going? Allison shook her head. No new news for the time being. No new news means no progress. Simon was not in a hurry. This transaction is a typical seller market. If Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley insist on not compromising, he is not without other options. At most, he can sell all 10% of the shares to one of them, or choose other investment banks. These days, as Ygritte becomes more and more dazzling, the troubles are actually increasing. According to a recent report, Ygritte has been involved in 11 lawsuits in copyright, patents, monopoly and other aspects. The largest one came from the comprehensive infringement lawsuit under the Hearst Group, claiming $100 million on the grounds that Ygritte had stolen a large amount of news, pictures and other content from Hearst. Traditional media have obviously felt the threat of internet media more and more, so they began to take countermeasures instinctively. Regarding this infringement lawsuit, in fact, it is basically the content uploaded by users themselves, and there are even obvious traces of human manipulation. However, Ygritte had a plan for this situation. Although the Internet Safe Harbor Act is still under lobbying, Ygritte's user terms also have corresponding provisions. As long as the copyright holder confirms that the content is infringing, he can contact Ygritte to actively delete it. However, Hearst Group did not do so. Instead, after collecting a large amount of infringement evidence, it directly filed a lawsuit. At the same time, many newspapers of Hearst Group also made efforts to require the federal government to strengthen copyright protection in the internet field while developing the information industry. In the past, Hearst Group had provoked the Spanish-American War on its own, which shows the influence of this media giant on federal public opinion. However, this time, neither Ygritte nor the federal government could let Hearst Group lead them by the nose. After responding to the lawsuit, while using the media resources of the entire Westeros system to fight back, Ygritte quickly provided a lot of evidence of its own active handling of infringing content, which was enough to prove that Ygritte attached great importance to copyright protection. It's just that the content volume of the internet platform is too large, and it is impossible to actively review all content. If this must be done, the internet industry will not be able to continue to develop. The Ygritte lawyer team also pointed out that after confirming the content infringement, Hearst Group did not contact Ygritte to take the initiative to deal with it, but directly launched blackmail. After several confrontations between the two sides, even though it controls a large number of traditional media platforms, Hearst Group is still clearly at a disadvantage. Moreover, at the government level, the White House did not stand on the side of Hearst Group this time. Bill Clinton was ambitiously using the internet industry to revive the U.S. economy. Even though Hearst Group belonged to the Democratic camp, it would not allow the other party to jump out and disrupt the situation this time. Chapter 548 The Last Struggle. After talking to Lady A about some things, Danny Morris, president of New World Pictures, rushed to Simon's office a moment later. The Easter season starts this Friday. Danny Morris came to discuss not only Toy Story 2 and a series of projects being promoted by New World Pictures in the Easter season, but also another matter, which was to completely destroy the already shaky New Line Cinema. In recent years, Deaneries Entertainment has taken away blockbuster projects such as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and New World Pictures has faced strong competition in the horror film field, in which it excels. The business situation of New Line Cinema, which rose with A Nightmare on Elm Street, has been getting worse and worse. Not only that, at the beginning of the year, Simon also used some means to dispel Time Warner's idea of acquiring New Line Cinema, cutting off a very important opportunity for New Line. You know, it was after the acquisition of Time Warner in 1993 that New Line gained continuous financial and media resources support, which led to the success of a series of hit movies such as Rush Hour, Austin Powers, and The Lord of the Rings from the late 1990s to the early 21st century. Miramax also became the leader in the field of art films by being affiliated with Disney. In comparison, those second and third tier film companies that want to remain independent for a long time lack the full industrial chain support of large media groups, have low risk resistance, and are basically short-lived. The success of the Nightmare on Elm Street series in the 1980s made New Line the envy of many other second and third tier film companies, and their daily life was really good for a while. However, with a sharp downturn in the U.S. economic situation in recent years, New Line has been blindly eager to expand under Simon's intentional or unintentional sniping, and has never had a new hit series, so it quickly declined. The big hit of A Nightmare on Elm Street, which was produced with a risky investment of $1.8 million, allowed New Line to evolve from a small workshop that could only distribute low-cost B-level films to a second-tier film company with independent production and distribution capabilities. As the company was on the brink of crisis, Robert Shea, the head of New Line Cinema, once again placed his bets on A Nightmare on Elm Street. This time, New Line invited back Wes Craven, the director of the first A Nightmare on Elm Street series, and invested $12 million to create the seventh Nightmare on Elm Street movie since 1984, New Nightmare on Elm Street, and invested $5 million in the publicity and distribution budget, with a release date selected as April 9, Easter week, at the same time as Toy Story 2. The total investment of $17 million is not worth mentioning for Deaneries Entertainment, But it is the last gamble of New Line Cinema. According to the information Danny Morris had collected before, only if the local box office of A Nightmare on Elm Street can reach the level of $50 million through the local box office revenue and subsequent other channels, New Line can repay part of the debt that is due this year, and its own financial pressure will be alleviated, and then continue to survive in Hollywood. Before New World Entertainment was acquired by Deaneries Entertainment, it was actually New Line's most direct competitor in the film business. Both companies are involved in low-cost genres such as horror films and B-level films. New World Pictures, which was originally affiliated with New World Entertainment, also followed A Nightmare on Elm Street to create its own Haunted Hell series. However, the former New World Pictures failed to create a relatively popular hit like A Nightmare on Elm Street after all, and could only be acquired by Deaneries Entertainment in the end. Danny Morris was once a senior executive of New World Entertainment, so he was not surprised that Simon suppressed New Line Cinema. After all, Hollywood's plate is limited. Eliminating New Line Cinema, which excels in similar fields, will allow New World Pictures to gain more room for maneuver, even if the market vacated by the other party is small, and at the same time prevent the company from suddenly creating another hit series to compete with New World Pictures in the market. There must be a reason for the master. Inexplicably targeting New Line Cinema will definitely cause criticism from peers. Coincidentally, in order to promote A Nightmare on Elm Street, the management of New Line also brought in Scream during this period. As a series directed by Wes Craven, the popularity of the 3 Scream series is much higher than that of the A Nightmare on Elm Street series. In order to gain popularity, New Line not only printed suggestive words such as A Nightmare on Elm Street, give you a screaming Easter on some advertising posters, but Wes Craven also directly stated in an interview with The Tonight Show that A Nightmare on Elm Street combines the horror elements of the 2 major series of A Nightmare on Elm Street and Scream. At this time, if Deaneries Entertainment publicly protested New Line's promotional strategy of deliberately taking advantage of the popularity of Scream, or simply filed a lawsuit, it would actually only boost the promotion of A Nightmare on Elm Street. However, although there was no action on the surface, rumors quickly spread in the Hollywood circle that Deaneries Entertainment was very dissatisfied with New Line's promotional strategy. With an excuse, it was natural to take some actions. New Line originally hoped to get more than 2,000 screens for the opening of A Nightmare on Elm Street, but under the operation of Deaneries Entertainment, it only got more than 1,300 screens in the end. In terms of publicity and marketing, A Nightmare on Elm Street could not be compared with Toy Story 2 released on the same day. Because of Deaneries Entertainment's targeting and a $5 million distribution budget, the publicity effect was even more unsatisfactory. Many theaters did not even post A Nightmare on Elm Street posters at the behest of Deaneries Entertainment. The final result was that before the film was released, Hollywood had already smelled the smell of A Nightmare on Elm Street was about to fail. If there is to be a reversal, it is only possible that A Nightmare on Elm Street can gain a phenomenal reputation in the media that far exceeds expectations. However, not to mention that the audience has already developed aesthetic fatigue for this horror film series that has continued for 6 parts, under the cover of the media network that Deaneries Entertainment has vigorously developed in recent years. It is also very unlikely that New Line will achieve a breakthrough in reputation. In the office, after listening to some arrangements made by Danny Morris, Simon thought for a while and said, "Traditional paper media can give a little greeting, and a grid portal should not deliberately publish negative articles. In this way, just let A Nightmare on Elm Street disappear from a grid portal, and try not to make any reports. Deliberately using one's own media platform to target a movie is too obvious." Simon still values the credibility of a grid portal. Danny Morris nodded and continued, "Also, Simon, New Line has accumulated a lot of good movie copyrights over the years. Do we need to sell them?" Simon shook his head and said, "For the time being, let's wait until A Nightmare on Elm Street is released. Before a movie is released, no one can be sure how its box office will be. In addition, what we need to do now is to try to prevent New Line from finding other ways out after A Nightmare on Elm Street." As an independent second-tier film company, New Line's previous source of funds mainly relied on bank loans. At present, the company's debt scale is already very large, and it is impossible to obtain funds from bank channels. Therefore, New Line actually has few ways out. The best result is to sell itself to other major Hollywood studios and become their subsidiary brands. Time Warner's channel was cut off by Simon, And it is not that there are no other Hollywood studios that may launch an acquisition of New Line. What Deanery's Entertainment has to do is to prevent this possibility from happening and let New Line really go bankrupt and liquidate. After finishing a day's work, Simon returned to Cape Dumay Manor at around 6 o'clock. Unknowingly, the Indian girl Alia, who had gone from being Janet's yoga instructor to a maid of the Westeros family, came up to greet him. After a few words, Simon came to a living room facing the sea in the villa. In the living room, Janet was lazily lying on the sofa, making a video call with Melbourne. The projection screen on the wall showed the picture on the other side of the ocean. Calculating the time, it should be noon in Australia. Veronica in the picture was feeding Melbourne. The 1-year-old child could already eat other foods. At the dining table, the little guy held in Veronica's arms was very dishonest and always wanted to grab things with his hands. When Simon entered the door, he happened to see the little guy almost crawling onto the dining table. Seeing Simon coming over, Janet immediately threatened, "Daddy is back, eat well, or Daddy will spank you." Simon smiled and squeezed the next to Janet to sit down, casually slapped the woman on the buttocks, and nodded to the big screen. The camera was just above the projection screen, far away, and the viewing angle was also very wide. Veronica happened to see Simon spanking Janet, and nodded to Simon with an unnatural expression. She wiped the corner of the mouth of the little guy who insisted on climbing onto the dining table, and asked softly, "How was your day?" Since she started taking care of Melbourne, Veronica has been much more relaxed and normal in front of Simon, and even the cold personality that Janet once called iceberg has changed a lot. Simon can actually understand the reason. Holding Janet's little hand lying on his back from behind, Simon said, "Very good, how about you?" Veronica was obviously not used to this kind of greeting. She hummed, and seemed to feel something was wrong, and added, "Learned another word today." Then she looked down at the child in her arms and guided the little guy to speak. Although they often make video calls, the little guy is still not interested in his parents on the projection screen, and he doesn't pay attention to Veronica's guidance at all. After some effort, he finally climbed onto the dining table, grabbed a seasoning bottle as he wished, and put it into his mouth naturally. Janet, who was lying on Simon, laughed so hard that she couldn't help but said, "And, don't stop him. Let him suffer a little and he will behave himself." Veronica didn't follow Janet's advice. She stood up and picked Melbourne up. She didn't take the seasoning bottle away from the child by force. She just gently blocked the little guy from pouring salt into his mouth. Janet was a little disappointed and complained, "And, you really dote on Mel too much?" Veronica sat down at the dining table again with the child in her arms, letting the little guy throw the seasoning bottle, which he quickly lost interest in, out, making a series of ding-dong sounds outside the screen. She looked at the child in her arms lovingly and said softly, "Mel is still young, of course he is a little naughty." They chatted like this for more than 10 minutes, and the little guy finally finished eating. Veronica said she would take the child out for a walk, saying that the little guy liked to stay outside, so she hung up the video call. After turning off the call screen, Janet was still lying on Simon, face to face with a man, and said, "Since you're pregnant, I wanted to bring Mel back to take care of him for a while." Simon rubbed his cheek against Janet's delicate face and nodded, "Sure. But, Auntie likes Mel very much? What will Auntie do if I take the child back?" Simon paused, and said nonchalantly, "You can come together." Then his ear was bitten. Feeling the threatening biting of 2 rows of small teeth, Simon surrendered immediately, "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Janet used a little force to let Simon go, and continued to stick to his back and said, "In fact, I have also thought about asking my aunt to come over to help. It doesn't look good to have only rebelled on the East Coast. You know, my aunt used to be in charge of the finances of the family company, so she is just right. I can also bring Mel back for a while." As she said this, Janet leaned over to look at Simon's expression, snorted a few times, and said, "But I won't let you succeed." Simon wisely didn't respond to this. He turned his head and kissed Janet on the cheek, and said, "What do you want for dinner? I'll tell them. I've already arranged it." The man changed the subject, and Janet didn't pursue it. After saying this, she also said, "The financing negotiations between Ygritte and Goldman Sachs and Morgan are not going well. The initiative is on our side. If it doesn't work, this batch of shares can be given to Salomon or Bear Stearns. First Boston is also very interested. But this will have much less effect. It's impossible to take the initiative to compromise. I have actually given in many times over the years. Our family is already so rich that there is no need to give in all the time. Although Simon made a fortune from the initial run Lola Run, most of the profits were taken away by Orion. Later, he took the initiative to cooperate with other studios in Hollywood and carefully avoided conflicts in the financial market. Last year, he even gave up a great opportunity like the pound crisis. It can be said that Simon has taken the initiative to give in countless times over the years. Janet accompanied Simon all the way and knew all the arrangements and considerations of the man. She pressed her face against the man's face again and said, "Those who think you shouldn't take the initiative to give in are fools. If you really keep losing, how can you become the world's first billionaire worth $100 billion? Simon also smiled and said, "I still want others to think it's easy to take advantage of me. However, if Westeros wants to expand next, the difficulty will definitely increase because it will affect the interests of many people." Hollywood's initial impression of Simon was that he was a movie genius who came out of nowhere and could bring huge profits to everyone, so it was inevitable to let down their guard. So, it seemed that all of a sudden, Daenerys Entertainment has developed into a giant that leads the traditional Hollywood studios. It is unstoppable. In the new technology field, this is a completely new market. Without the fierce conflict of the traditional interest groups, the development can be said to be smooth sailing. However, in the future, this smooth state will inevitably change with a continued expansion of the Westeros system. Not only are traditional media such as Hearst Group increasingly wary of internet new media platforms, but seeing the huge benefits contained in the internet industry, traditional capital will inevitably continue to increase its efforts to enter the market to grab food. Simon's holdings in Cisco and AOL have basically reached the safety line. For Ygritte, which is destined to become a giant in the internet field, Simon will also make concessions. Not only this active financing, Simon has even planned a future split plan in advance. However, Simon will choose to share some of the benefits that should be given up. Simon will never let go of those that he does not intend to give up. Chapter 549, Unexpected Box Office. April 9th, the Easter season officially opened. This Friday, a total of 3 new films were released in North American theaters. New World Pictures' Toy Story 2 opened on 2,516 screens, Fox's Sandland opened on 1,819 screens, and New Line Cinema's A Nightmare on Elm Street opened on 1,365 screens. Many vulgar spoof comedies in Hollywood often cannot escape the vicious circle of the first film being a big hit and the sequel falling at the box office. In Simon's memory, the Toy Story series was like this. However, because the cost of such comedies is often not too high, even if a sequel is developed, the studio can usually achieve a good profit. The key lies in cost control. Otherwise, if you don't pay attention, the studio may become a working person for the stars. After spending a large budget and giving the best schedule, it was only barely recovered in the end. Looking back, it was found that the creators who received huge salaries made a lot of money. Daenerys Entertainment had signed a 2-film contract with Mike Myers, the creator of Son of the Tomorrow. Therefore, after the first Son of the Tomorrow sold $120 million in North America at a cost of $20 million, the budget for the sequel was still well controlled at $30 million. Speaking of which, the curse that the box office of vulgar spoof comedy sequels is prone to plummeting has been broken before. The Son of the Tomorrow series failed to escape, but it was Mike Myers' other series Austin Powers that broke through this limitation. The first Austin Powers barely reached the box office level of more than $50 million, but Austin Powers 2 achieved an outstanding result of breaking the North American box office of $200 million, and successfully maintained the box office level of the second part in Austin Powers 3. Because of the box office curse of the sequels of vulgar spoof comedies, Simon decisively gave up the development plan of the sequel to Beyond Innocence. For Flying Over Innocence, the baby's talking joke is very interesting to the audience for the first time, but it is difficult to get interested after the novelty wears off. Moreover, Mel Gibson, who is already a big star, is also strong enough in terms of film remuneration. Most of the profits from the second and third films of Warner Bros.' Lethal Weapon series were taken by Mel Gibson. The other party will naturally not make any concessions when cooperating with Daenerys Entertainment. Therefore, it is very risky to develop a sequel to Flying Over Innocence, and Daenerys Entertainment happens to have no shortage of projects. However, for Toy Story, on the one hand, the original package contract of the main creators successfully controlled the cost, and on the other hand, It was precisely because of the precedent of the Austin Powers series that Simon agreed to the development plan of the sequel of this series. It is difficult for everyone to give a specific reason why the first Toy Story sold well at the box office. After the sequel was established, the New World Pictures team and Mike Myers spent a long time discussing this issue, and Simon also gave a lot of suggestions based on the memory of the Austin Powers series. The key is to be in the same vein. Comedy movies are often about some very interesting jokes. For example, the plot of The Hangover was repeated twice, and the audience still liked it. The creators of the third movie thought that they had to innovate, so they stopped playing The Hangover, and the box office fell sharply. Therefore, the style of the first part should be maintained in the sequel. Plot innovation and the like do not need too much innovation. Since the audience thinks that Bohemian Rhapsody in the first part is a stroke of genius, the sequel will choose another good piece of music. Since the audience thinks that the style of breaking the fourth wall and talking to the audience is very interesting, the sequel will naturally remain the same. In addition, Deaneries Entertainment has also used its own resources to equip the series of sequels with a stronger lineup of guest stars, including Madonna, who has a good personal relationship with Simon, and Guns N' Roses, a band under Universal Music, and other big-name singers who participated in the sequel. Since the project has been approved, the publicity and promotion budget of Toy Story 2 has reached $15 million on the basis of the production cost of $30 million. In this era when movie marketing is becoming more and more important, if a movie wants to succeed, it is essential to maintain sufficient publicity and promotion. Even the Easter schedule is carefully considered. The first Toy Story earned $120 million at the local box office. With such a high sales level, the sequel should be able to squeeze into the summer or year-end schedule. However, the competition in these schedules is usually very fierce. Once the reputation of the film is not satisfactory, or other box office dark horses appear in the same period, the box office of Toy Story 2 will inevitably be seriously affected. The Easter schedule is different. Although Hollywood has paid more and more attention to second-tier schedules, such as Easter and Halloween in recent years, the competition is not as fierce as the summer and year-end schedules. For example, this upcoming Easter, Toy Story 2 is far more popular than other films of the same period in terms of popularity and publicity. Unless there is a very strong box office dark horse, otherwise, the film can almost be sure to dominate this schedule. The two movies in the same schedule, Sand Legend and A Nightmare on Elm Street, have no dark horse potential no matter how you look at it. Fox's Sandlot tells the story of a group of baseball boys, a standard sports-themed youth film. New Line's A Nightmare on Elm Street has the word new in it, but after 6 consecutive films, the audience will inevitably get tired of the repeated Freddy murders. Even though New Line's North American box office target of $50 million is not high, Hollywood is not optimistic about the commercial prospects of this film. On Easter weekend, invited by Joseph Lewis, whom he just met some time ago, Simon took the two Jennies to the Bahamas for a vacation. Joseph Lewis is British, but in order to avoid taxes, Lewis has long settled in the Bahamas across the sea from Florida. As one of the world's famous tax havens, the Bahamas also only charges a small license fee to local registered companies, and no other sales tax, value-added tax, inheritance tax, or capital gains tax. After completing the operation in the European currency market last year, Joseph Lewis plans to gradually shift the focus of his career to the real industry, and shrewdly tries to establish business connections with a Westeros system that has risen rapidly in recent years. Simon also took a fancy to the Tavistock Group, which is registered in the Bahamas under the name of Joseph Lewis. The Tavistock Group seems to be an industrial company, but it is actually a comprehensive investment company. In recent years, while continuing to speculate on currencies in the financial market, through the Tavistock Group, Joseph Lewis has successively invested in many real estate, energy, sports, catering, medical and other projects in North America and Latin America. However, even after last year's European currency operation, the total asset size of the Tavistock Group is only $3 billion, most of which are still in the form of cash and short-term convertible bonds, and the investment in the real field can only be regarded as a small fight. Of the total assets of the Tavistock Group of $3 billion, Joseph Lewis himself has about $600 million, accounting for 1/5 of them. A net worth of $600 million is already considered a super rich person in this era. Of course, it is nothing in front of Simon. In Simon's plan, in the next few years, As the internet bubble becomes more and more turbulent, the Westeros system will gradually reduce its holdings of technology stocks to cash out. At present, the market value of Cisco and AOL has exceeded $30 billion. These companies, at the next high point of market value, even if they only reduce their holdings by 1%, will bring hundreds of millions of cash to the Westeros system. The funds drawn from the technology stock market by the Westeros system in the entire reduction plan may eventually reach tens of billions of dollars. Therefore, even if the original idea is to use this money to jointly build a super mining group in Australia with the Johnston family, there will definitely be a large surplus in the end. Simon does not plan to continue to invest in the internet field with these capitals, but plans to get involved in more traditional real industries. The Tavistech Group, which has layout areas including real estate, energy, sports, catering, medical and other industries, can just serve as the shell for the Westeros system to invest in the real industry. Not only North America, but with this shell, Simon hopes to extend the tentacles of the Westeros system to the vast Latin American market. Although the Latin American economy has been suppressed by North America, it is a huge market with a population of more than 500 million, and Latin America also has very rich natural resources. In addition, using the Tavistock Group as a shell can also hide the assets of the Westeros system to a certain extent. As long as it is operated properly, in some industries that the Westeros system is involved in the future, most media and the public will often only see Tavistock, and will not know that the actual controller behind the scenes is the Westeros Group. Just like many large funds on Wall Street. According to public information, the public can see the shareholdings of these funds in some large groups, but cannot figure out who is the real controller behind these holdings. You must know that large fund companies do not have only one fund, but often have dozens or hundreds of funds, and the investment goals of each sub-fund are also different, which gives many investors who do not want to expose their own goals sufficient operating space. Buying a fund and controlling this fund to buy a company's stock in a targeted manner, for the public, it is often the large fund itself that holds the company's shares. In fact, the controller of these shares is someone else. In many cases, such operations are of course in violation of federal securities laws. But who cares? As a joke circulated in the New York legal community, the crimes committed by Wall Street during a meal may be no less than a war. If you don't take it seriously, of course nothing will happen. Cersei Capital can be regarded as one of the shells of the Westeros system, but this shell is still in the open. The Tavistock Group is another shell chosen by Simon. This shell will also be involved in North American investments, but the main target is still overseas, to be more precise, Latin America. Over the weekend, Simon and Joseph Lewis quickly reached an agreement that Westeros Company would inject $100 million into the Tavistock Group as a small test. $100 million is a small proportion compared to the total capital of $3 billion of the Tavistock Group. However, the two parties are not familiar with each other after all, and Simon would not be stupid enough to bet more on this company immediately. Joseph Lewis naturally understood. In order to show his sincerity, Lewis also proposed to actively liquidate the capital of other investors, but was rejected by Simon. It is completely unnecessary. If the capital proportion of the Westeros system in the Tavistock Group is too large, the company will lose a very important hidden function as a shell. On the contrary, Simon also suggested that Joseph Lewis continue to absorb more capital $3 billion, most of which are cash or bond assets. Seems to be a large amount of money, but if it is operated in a big way, it can only operate a few projects. Just like the 10% share transfer plan of Vigret, if Simon agreed at the beginning, it would directly consume half of the funds of the Tavistock Group. With enough funds, it is impossible to find two big projects in the short term. Although it is impossible to reach an agreement on the share transfer of Vigret, Simon also suggested that Joseph Lewis invest in other technology stocks in the United States. The internet bubble is still in the early stage of expansion and there is still a lot of room for growth in the future. As for how much Joseph Lewis will invest, Simon did not give a specific suggestion. He also wanted to see the other party's investment vision. If Joseph Lewis can bet all his funds on the technology stock market at one time and can successfully exit rationally at the peak of technology stocks, the current $3 billion may even increase by more than 10 times in the future. If it were Simon, he would certainly bet everything. However, if Joseph Lewis did this, even if the capital of the Tavistock Group increased significantly in the future, Simon would have some reservations about Lewis. Because for Joseph Lewis, who did not have the advantage of foresight. This was completely a gambler's mentality. 9 out of 10 bets are lost. The Westeros system now has no need to take such a big risk. After the weekend, back in Los Angeles, the box office for the first 3 days of the Easter weekend was officially released. After the opening last Friday, under the operation of the New World Pictures team, the media comprehensive score of Toy Story 2 was 7.3 points, which was barely good. However, the box office of the first 3 days of the film's weekend exceeded many people's expectations. The original goal of the New World Pictures team was to expect the box office of Toy Story 2 to reach $20 million in the first 3 days of the weekend, so that the cumulative box office of the first 7 days is expected to reach $30 million. The first, The Stars and the Dark Knight, relied on word of mouth to go out of a very beautiful longline. The sequel dare not expect the same, but even if it drops by 50% in the second week, the North American total box office can reach at least $60 million with a $30 million opening. Such box office results, relying only on local box office revenue, are still a long way from recovering the $45 million cost. However, after the global theater operation, it is enough to make a small profit, and the subsequent channel distribution is enough to bring good profits to Deanery's Entertainment. Of course, such results are out of the question for the third part. With a continuous increase in the cost of film production and distribution, most Hollywood movies are difficult to make money at the box office stage. Basically, they need to make profits through videotapes and television channels. This is also the reason why second and third tier film companies are increasingly difficult to survive. Omni-channel operation requires a lot of time, costs, and channel resources, especially time. The operation cycle of a movie is as short as 3 to 5 years and as long as 6 to 7 years. Second and third tier film companies simply can't afford it. Compared with the expected $20 million for the first weekend, the actual box office figures of Toy Story 2 in the first 3 days of the film were $31.79 million. The average number of theaters exceeded 10,000 in the first 3 days of the film, and the first week box office is expected to reach more than $40 million. With a first week of more than $40 million, even if the subsequent decline is deep, it is easy to reach the $100 million threshold. If the North American box office exceeds $100 million, Toy Story 2 can directly achieve profitability in the domestic market. Under the strong impact of Toy Story 2, Fox's Sand Legend only earned $5.36 million in the first 3 days of the film. A Nightmare on Elm Street, which New Line Cinema had high hopes for, only earned $3.71 million in the first 3 days of the film, and the total North American box office is expected to be only about $10 million. New Line's fantasy of turning around through A Nightmare on Elm Street was completely shattered. Chapter 558 Deal. April 9th to April 15th, the first 7-day box office of Toy Story 2 reached $43.67 million, easily becoming the champion of the single-week box office. Affected by the strong box office data of Toy Story 2, the second-place Sand Legends only had a first-week box office of $7.63 million. New Line Cinema's highly anticipated A Nightmare on Elm Street ranked third. After the opening of the first 3 days of the weekend was far below expectations, the first 7-day box office of A Nightmare on Elm Street was $5.31 million, and there was still no miracle or turnaround. On April 16th, a new week, 3 new films were released in North American theaters again, namely Warner Bros. Boiling Point, MGM's romantic comedy Bonnie and June, and Highgate Pictures' drama Wide Sargasso Sea. Warner Bros. Pictures' Boiling Point stars black movie star Wesley Snipes and opened on 1,425 screens. It is a typical police and gangster action film, which follows the routine of the Lethal Weapon series to a certain extent. MGM's Bonnie and June tells the story of a pair of siblings with rough life experiences who meet their true love. The film stars Johnny Depp, a popular young actor in recent years, and opened on 861 screens. Highgate Pictures' Wide Sargasso Sea is adapted from the novel of the same name and is also the prequel to the famous Jane Eyre. The original novel tells the story of the madwoman in the attic in Jane Eyre. The film opened on 505 screens. Because the heroine in the script of Wide Sargasso Sea is set to be a girl of mixed black and white with dark skin, Simon personally decided on a heroine, Catherine Zeta-Jones. Last year, The Old Man Killer replaced Nicole Kidman and co-starred with Tom Cruise in Far From Earth and also had a scandal. Although the box office of Far From Earth was tepid, Catherine Zeta-Jones's fame increased greatly. Wide Sargasso Sea had a good effect in the early internal preview, so it was put in the Easter period, and was given a relatively high opening screen scale of 505 screens for art films. After the 3 new films were released, Wide Sargasso Sea really received the highest comprehensive media score of 8.2 points in the Easter period. However, many people are still more concerned about Toy Story 2, which opened last week. The box office trend in the second week will determine the final North American box office of these movies. In the past few years, the first week of the opening exceeded $40 million, which was almost a seed player for the $200 million box office in North America. With a rise of saturated full-scale release, the first week box office is getting higher and higher, and the commercial potential of the film has been rapidly squeezed, and the subsequent decline is often very deep. Even so, the $43.67 million in the first week of the Detective D, The Return of the Jedi was beyond many people's expectations. As long as the decline in the second week is not too bad, the film has a good chance of surpassing the first film's total North American box office of $120 million. In the end, from April 16 to April 22, when the box office data came out, the second week box office decline of the Detective D, The Return of the Jedi was fixed at 39%, earning another $26.61 million, continuing to maintain the top spot on the weekly box office list. In 2 weeks, this comedy film, which Deaneries Entertainment originally predicted to have a total box office of $60 million, has reached a total North American box office of $70.28 million. The decline in the second week was controlled within 40%, which also exceeded expectations. The relatively good box office trend means that the total domestic box office of this film is expected to be between $130 million and $150 million, surpassing the first film's box office of $120 million, and becoming the first domestic box office of Deaneries Entertainment in 1993 to exceed $100 million. When the box office figures for the following week came out, although only 2 contracts were signed with Mike Myers, the senior management of New World Pictures still began to discuss the feasibility of developing the third part with him. Since the film successfully broke the curse of the sequel plummeting of this type of comedy, Simon did not object to the development of the sequel, but only required that the cost of the third part must be controlled within $40 million. As compensation, Simon agreed to provide a profit-sharing contract for the main creators. With 2 consecutive movies breaking the box office of $100 million, it stands to reason that the cost of the third sequel will double to $60 million. However, if $60 million is really needed, Simon would rather give up the project. The budget cost is $60 million, and the future publicity and promotion will require at least $20 million. A project of $80 million is already a blockbuster level, and considering that the overseas box office potential of the Toy Story series is very small, the domestic box office must reach $150 million to make a profit. The North American box office of the second and third parts of Austin Powers reached $200 million, but Simon did not have such confidence in Toy Story. $150 million is probably the limit of the domestic box office of this series. Although things are not absolute, just as the box office of this sequel far exceeded the initial expectations, the possibility of the third film setting a new record is not impossible. However, Simon does not intend to take risks. The key is still that Deaneries Entertainment is not short of other projects. In recent years, the large amount of popular copyrights and memory that have been continuously collected have even been somewhat overwhelmed. Moreover, even in the comedy field, Jim Carrey's Ace Ventura and The Mask have already been approved. This comedy star with a distinctive personal style not only has the same domestic box office appeal as Mike Myers, but can also win the favor of the overseas market. As the proportion of profits contributed by overseas markets to Hollywood film projects is increasing, Jim Carrey's advantage is very obvious. After the first place, MGM's Bonnie and June relied on good word of mouth to earn $8.79 million in the first week, ranking second on the list, and the average theater also exceeded the $10,000 sales level, exceeding the expectations of the studio. Therefore, MGM quickly increased the scale of the film screening from 861 to 1,363 in the second week. Following closely behind, Fox Films' The Sandlot ranked third on the list. This baseball-themed youth film only saw a 28% drop in box office in the second week, earning another $5.56 million. If we only look at the drop in figures, The Sandlot is better than Toy Story 2. Of course, this is mainly because the box office volume was not high at the beginning. Even if it has maintained a single-week drop of about 20%, the total box office potential of The Sandlot is far from comparable to Toy Story 2. With a cumulative box office of $13.19 million in 2 weeks and a very stable box office curve, the total North American box office of The Sandlot is expected to reach between $20 million and $25 million. Warner Bros. Police and gangster action film Boiling Point ranked fourth, with a box office of $5.12 million in the first week. Considering that the production cost of Boiling Point was only $9 million and it earned $5.12 million in the first week, the total domestic box office is expected to be around $10 million. Although it did not meet expectations, Warner Bros. Still has a great chance of recovering costs and making a small profit through omni-channel operations. Gale-Mann Films' Wasteland ranked fifth on the list. This literary drama adapted from a literary classic relied on its excellent reputation and Gale-Mann Films' precise publicity and promotion strategy. In the first week, it relied on 505 screens to earn $4.65 million, with an average of nearly $10,000 per theater. Considering the long-term and lasting nature of literary films, although Wasteland only opened with $4.65 million in the first week, the total box office in North America is very likely to break through $15 million, or even hit the $20 million mark. The production cost of Wasteland was only $3 million, and the total budget of the project, including publicity and promotion, was only $5 million. With a box office expectation of $15 million to $20 million, Gale-Mann Films can achieve good profits just through local theater distribution. Moreover, the excellent media reputation can at least allow this film to win some nominations in next year's awards season. New Line's highly anticipated A Nightmare on Elm Street was far below the expected box office of $5.31 million in the first week. Although the box office decline in the second week remained at a relatively good 36%, it was destined to not bring much reversal to this second-tier film company. The box office in the second week was $3.38 million, and the cumulative 2 weeks were $8.69 million, with an estimated total box office of $12 million. New Line will have no problem recovering the entire $17 million project investment through all channels such as overseas and subsequent videotapes. However, this project failed and New Line no longer had enough time. After the disappointing box office of A Nightmare on Elm Street in the first week was released, the stock price of this film company listed in 1986 began to fall continuously. When the box office in the second week was released, compared with before the release, New Line's stock price had fallen by 27% in half a month, and its market value was only $46 million, which was more than 75% less than the peak market value of more than $200 million in previous years. New Line's total debt scale reached $72 million. After this heavy blow, it has now reached the point of insolvency. After trying to find a buyer or debt restructuring to no avail, on April 23, New Line chairman and CEO Robert Shea filed for bankruptcy with a local court in New York. Following Miramax, another studio that should have been very dazzling in the 1990s officially announced its withdrawal from the Hollywood stage. Except for Simon, Hollywood did not have much regrets about New Line's bankruptcy. In the 1980s, driven by the support of the local government and the rise of the videotape industry, a large number of independent studios sprang up like mushrooms after rain, and then died one after another in the harsh federal economic environment in recent years. Compared with the companies such as Canon Pictures and De Laurentiis Group, which were very ambitious at the time, New Line's position in the industry has never been too prominent, except for the Nightmare on Elm Street series. Now, this company started with A Nightmare on Elm Street and ended with A Nightmare on Elm Street, like a reincarnation. Even the more sensitive industry insiders did not realize too much that Deaneries Entertainment continued to target Miramax and New Line. After all, suppressing latecomers is actually what the 7 major Hollywood companies are doing. However, many people also realize that the competition in Hollywood has become increasingly fierce, and it is becoming increasingly unfriendly to second- and third-tier film companies that lack financial support and channel resources. Not only New Line, which has just filed for bankruptcy, but Orion Pictures, which was previously supported by the Canadian Seagram Group, can only be described as lingering in recent years, and it has completely lost the glory of winning Oscars in the 1980s. Some other independent studios can only fight small battles with trepidation. After more than 20 years of establishment, the most valuable thing about New Line is undoubtedly the film library with hundreds of film copyrights. Danny Morris specifically mentioned this to Simon some time ago. However, after consideration, Simon decided that Blockbuster would participate in the next auction of New Line assets. After deciding to quietly build Blockbuster into an independent media company similar to Netflix later, in recent months, Blockbuster has quietly registered and established Blockbuster Entertainment and Blockbuster Pictures, Blockbuster TV, Blockbuster Home Video and other brands to personally participate in the investment of film and television projects. Moreover, a few days ago, Blockbuster quietly bought the copyrights of dozens of movies accumulated by Miramax over the years after its bankruptcy for $13 million. The price of New Line's library is much higher than Miramax. Among them, only the Nightmare on Elm Street series has good commercial potential, whether it is the subsequent income from videotapes and other channels or continued remakes. Moreover, compared with Miramax, most of which are only very incomplete copyrights of some regions or single channels, there are many films with complete copyrights in New Line's library. The Blockbuster team made an assessment and found that it would cost at least $60 million to acquire this part of the assets from many competitors who are interested in New Line's library. New Line's bankruptcy only occupied a small section in the more professional Hollywood Reporter. On April 26, the news that Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley officially signed a $1.5 billion capital injection agreement with Ygritte almost dominated the most prominent position on the front pages of a series of mainstream media in the following days. After more than a month of negotiations, the price of $1.5 billion did not change, but the Westeros system also made a huge concession. Westeros will not withdraw a penny from the $1.5 billion in funds from the transaction, but will inject all the funds into the account of Ygritte in the form of additional financing for the company's development in the next few years. Corporate additional financing and shareholders selling stocks are two completely different operations. One of the most important differences is that the latter needs to pay capital gains tax, and the federal capital gains tax at this time is as high as 28%. In order to avoid paying huge capital gains taxes, Simon did not intend to withdraw funds from this equity transfer, so this so-called concession is just a strategy to avoid Goldman Sachs and Morgan from putting forward more conditions. Many media actually saw this, but still admired Simon for being able to decisively give up $1.5 billion in cash. You know, this is $1.5 billion in cash after all. At this stage, even among the billionaires on the Forbes Global Rich list, few can take out $1.5 billion in cash at once. In addition to injecting all $1.5 billion into Ygritte as financing, Westeros also agreed that Ygritte will conduct an IPO operation within the next 3 years. At the same time, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley also locked in the future IPO underwriting rights of Ygritte in advance. After the transaction was reached, in addition to the hot discussion in the media, the most direct consequence was the rise of the Nasdaq technology sector again. Ygritte, a company that was established only 4 years ago, has been valued at $15 billion. In addition to Cisco and AOL, some hesitant investors have also begun to enter the market to participate in the operation of technology stocks. On the other hand, the acquisition of Christie's in Europe is also progressing smoothly. Even though the British media called on the British government to strictly review to prevent Christie's, a long-standing British iconic company, from falling into the hands of foreigners, the British government did not do anything to obstruct it in the end. After all, the auction industry is not a sensitive area that affects the national economy and people's livelihood. Of course, there are also members of parliament who are trying to gain more attention and support in this process. However, Melisandre's company is backed by the Westeros system, and the relationship between the Westeros system and News Corporation has always been very good. News Corporation, which controls a large number of British media, is not something that 1 or 2 members of parliament can provoke. Sophia Fessy attended several gatherings in the British political circle under the recommendation of the senior management of News Corporation. After a little mediation, Melisandre's acquisition of Christie's was successfully approved by the British authorities. After the deal was reached, Melisandre also publicly promised that Christie's headquarters would remain in London, and that Melisandre would not carry out a large-scale reorganization of Christie's in the short term, and would maintain the traditional corporate culture of this historic auction house for a long time. Britain is no longer the empire on which the sun never sets, and the pound crisis in the past year has made this old empire lose face. No matter what Melisandre said in private, the British media felt that it had retained some dignity, so they did not pursue the matter again. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.